Oh, that's a stolen RP
so
too.
much. Yeah, there's so much area denial on the side of Newbie, and like you mentioned too, Faith getting the reverse polarity stolen as well. I think that Universe had the right idea. He just couldn't skewer the Tidehunter quite far enough away to get the rest of his team in. So he goes in, he skewers them like into the Roshan pit to try to get him away from his cores, and then he RPs to make sure that, you know, the Ravage isn't going to be there to counter-initiate. But the problem is, everyone on the side of Newbie was so well positioned that there was no feasible way that the rest of VG could close the gap to the other heroes to do anything in time. So basically, they're looking at this Tidehunter going, okay, this hero actually just crushes us if we go in. If you're an attack speed based lineup and you're playing against Anchor Smash, which is 60% damage reduction, and a Kraken Shell hero that reduces damage by an additional 48 every time you hit him, there ain't much magical burst on the side of EG. That's normally how you kill Tidehunter. You burst him with magic. But they're just, that hero doesn't exist.
Yeah. So Sumail here, he's got a Battle Fury queued up. Not an item I'm accustomed to seeing on Ember Spirit these days.
They really want to play the split push game. They recognize and are giving respect to how powerful Newbie's mid game is. And this is why I was kind of praising the Tidehunter pick earlier, because it actually solves so many of their issues. And it's actually a KP classic. He's played this hero a ton. I'm just like not used to seeing it in this meta. But the hero has offered a tremendous amount of value so far, giving Newbie like all these openings to do things that, you know, normally otherwise taking Rosh like that was not a fast Roshan. Not at all. But they're just able to do it risk-free because of Tidehunter.
Well, maybe not risk-free, but certainly lower risk than usual. Newbie smoked up, looking for the opening, but EG doing a really good job choosing when to take these fights. As they sense that rotation, they group up onto the other quadrant and to protect RTZ and look for some split push of their own. Tier 2 tower down bottom, taking a little damage from Zai, and meanwhile up top, Newbie will start to converge here. So we'll see if one of these teams can turn and maybe mount a defense, or if it'll just be a tower exchange. I do see a TP coming in down bottom. It is the Tidehunter, right into a smoke cloud, so he can't Ravage right away. But as you've talked about a few times now, it is the Tidehunter, and he can feel pretty bold here. Not much burst damage that he needs to be afraid of. Top tier 2 does fall, and with that, Newbie mounts a defense, so an obvious advantage there for the Radiant.
So far, you know, EG, I think, are making the correct movements around the map to try to delay this. They just don't want Newbie to get the maximum benefit out of the Aegis. Just split up the map, push the lanes in, don't allow Newbie to group up as 5 with their Ravage. You know, this is kind of becoming that rock, paper, scissors meta that we used to see all the time, where the split push on paper beats teamfight because the teamfight never actually gets an opportunity to, you know, push the objectives they want. They always got to worry about, okay, who's clearing this wave, who's clearing that wave. The Ember's up here, okay, now he's bottom. It can be very, very difficult actually for Newbie to seal the game, but they have gotten pretty much every single objective that they've needed to keep their lineup kind of at its peak.
Absolutely. Mid-tier 2, now under siege. All 5 of Newbie grouped up, and EG still just continuing to split up the map. Zai, the only one that's back here kind of lingering. It's a Manta style now up on the Jug. Less than 2 minutes on the Aegis, so trying to make as much use out of this as possible. Meanwhile, back down bottom, the TPs come. Are they going to be able to find the catch here, though? Crit, TP out. Kaka just barely misses the stun. Very close call. Had the right idea, but can't quite find it.
Space created. That's the play. Just make Newbie run around the map as much as humanly possible. You got one tier 2 left. As long as they don't get a tier 3 out of this Aegis, I think that EG are actually still okay. But Newbie are just applying so much pressure. Like, every movement around the map, they're just grouping up as 5. They're not falling into that, okay, let's split up for a second and try to do this. Okay, as I say that, as true as he's top. But, you know, for the most part, they've been pretty good about not getting heroes individually killed. And that's like the worst case scenario for them, is a hero getting picked off when they're not, you know, as 5. Because then, as we mentioned, it makes it very difficult for them to push.
Oh, top lane here. Magnus drops the RP solo on the Lina, but there is support. Kaka comes rolling in, jumps onto the Ember Spirit, and Sumail punished hard. Easy kill for Newbie.
Yeah, that was, I think, a little bit of miscommunication, actually, because as soon as the RP came out, Universe just, he was out of there. He's like, I'm RPing, I'm gone. So maybe Sumail wasn't expecting the hero sitting behind, but the Earth Spirit just pretty much owned him there. Okay, so Aegis is going to be down now. That means Roshan in about 3 minutes for the side of Newbie.
Yep. Boots of Travel up on Lena. She'll head back to the bottom lane and continue the push. Arteezy mid, distracting Faith and Kaka for now. The final outer tower turned to rubble. Newbie finish it off, and now it is just high ground that remains. Back to farming we go. What's Arteezy looking at here? Just BKB coming out next. Very standard build, SNY into BKB. No surprises.
It has to be. You are forced into buying BKB against Tide. There is no way around it, because there's no way the Tide's ever going to Ravage unless either Sumail or Arteezy are going to get hit by said Ravage. And that's why they were able to so effectively take Roshan, because the cores both understand that, you know, in a perfect world, KP is not hitting that R button unless he's killing a core. And that means you can never go in unless you have that magic immunity, so. Zai scouting out some TPs here. They were actually going for a kill on Sumail. It looks like he's going to be able to remnant back to safety. But this particular game, you know, Newbie actually have quite a bit of time. You know, they've taken all the outer tier towers up until this point. They have not lost a single tier 2. You know, Artor doesn't have his BKB yet. And even after that, he probably needs an additional item, to be honest. Like, typically we see Trolls getting I would actually love to see Silver Edge this game, just for the Tide. Because if you Silver Edge the Tide, it can't be dispelled. So then his Kraken is gone, and you can actually kill him. That would probably be, I would say, one of the best game-turning items. Faith, though.
Faith initiated on down bottom. Skewer back from Universe. Very fast kill for the Zai Universe duo. Now back towards the mid lane. Maybe a little pressure on Arteezy, but he will make it back as U9 and KP continue to push forward. Diffusal coming out next for the Juggernaut to go with the Manta style. Very standard item build on him as well.
U9's Juggernaut is always very impressive to watch. I mean, granted, this game, he didn't necessarily have the hardest of lanes because Arteezy keeping away. Oh, God.
Oh, Zai down bottom. Yeah, trying to TP out. They catch him there. Plenty of damage. And that'll be a full retreat for EG now.
Well, again, you know, it's a lot of committal from the side of Newbie. I think every time 2 or 3 heroes rotate to kill a support, it's probably just fine for EG. Like, they're not overly concerned. BKB now done on the Troll Warlord. I think the make or break, honestly, is either going to be the next Roshan, which is going to be up relatively soon, or it's going to be when Newbie eventually try to push that high ground. You know, how much can they make EG commit to defending? Because sometimes it's actually okay if you make the enemy team buy back on like 3 heroes, even if you don't get the tower, because of the economical damage.
Right. EG do have really good high ground defense as well. Great creep clear inside of the Wind Ranger, Ember Spirit. Good with magic damage, and now he's got Battle Fury, so kind of amazing creep clear in those small quarters. And of course, Magnus, Troll, a lot of just AoE damage, catch in general. Going to be very hard for Newbie to try to break high ground without finding a pick-off or 2 first.
That was pretty much the name of the game. In that sense, I'm kind of curious. Okay, so SCCC did get the Shadowblade. I was kind of wondering if he would.
Yeah,
just
but the smoke broke. Zai saw it. He breaks that smoke, stops the whole gank.
It was a nice timing, too, because they knew that Roshan was going to be up, so they wanted to go for a smoke, you know, posturing, make sure that you can get the next Aegis, give it to U9, have someone actually able to hit the tower. That's kind of like the next big hurdle here for Newbie. Again, they don't kill Roshan super fast, and they don't siege particularly well. It's just their team fight presence is so insane that EG always just look at them and go, well, it's not really worth the risk most of the time. But fresh BKB is going to incentivize EG to smoke up.
Yep, and they've got the Riki to lead the way. The mobile ward. But will they find the catch is the question. Kaka lingering in the mid lane. Also, a Yule's picked up on the Earth Spirit now. Zai scouts him out. Smoke gets broken, and it is going to be the Earth Spirit that they catch first. Fast kill there, but now the Riki, the turn. He gets into the tricks of the trade. KP actually walks into the silence. Still holding on to the Ravage, relatively healthy. Guardian Greaves up, has to use him there, but still a 1-0. EG get the support, and Zai is able to survive.
Yeah, it was an okay pick. It's going to delay Roche. I still don't think that EG are going to feel super comfortable going for it themselves, because they know the Tide's alive, and that's going to be... that's kind of the hero that, if for whatever reason KP dies and doesn't get a Ravage off, which I don't think will happen, but if it does, for whatever reason, that's EG's time to shine.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Blink Daggering and be coming up next for the Tide. He's picked up just a Hood of Defiance for some additional survivability, and about halfway towards the Blink.
Yeah, he had the blink queued for a while. I thought he was actually going to go it before, because he had like the arcanes and the mech and the hood. And I thought perhaps he would go for the blink dagger before finishing Greaves. But I guess he's just valuing, you know, staying alive more than just being able to blink in. Because again, he hasn't needed blink. Yeah, because every single objective that newbie go for, EG are just watching them. Oh, stun's going to miss there from SCCC. It was a nice attempt. I think if he hit that, actually would have killed Sumail.
So Roche's respawn, as we talked about, EG scouting it out, keeping eyes in the pit. Not being too eager themselves to commit. I think really hoping that newbie will run in there so they can try to pick a fight. Mobility tools out on Magnus. Now he's got himself the Force Staff, and it'll be the Shadow Blade coming next. And a Solar Crest up on crit now. And, okay, maybe that Silver Edge on Arteezy is going to become a reality here, Draskell. You were talking about it to break the tide. And he does have the Shadow Blade.
Super good. Super, super good. You get one Lucky Bash and a Silver Edge on a as Troll, you will just put that tide in the ground. Like, there is nothing he's going to be able to do about it. And we did mention the lack of BKB control, so it's not like anyone on his team is going to be able to save him.
Yeah. Well, newbie still grouped up as 5. EG holding the high ground as Kaka goes rolling in to start off the fight. It's Faith up on the high ground. Arteezy pops the BKB but can't find any targets. Sumail gets locked down. He's taking a huge amount of damage and will actually fall. RP comes through, and it's a pretty even fight so far, but newbie finding the advantage as the Laguna Blade comes in to finish off Universe. There's the Ravage from Tide. Connects on 2. Might be enough to find this kill onto Arteezy. A buyback now comes out. Make it a double buyback as Sumail wants to get back into this party. And with the buybacks, newbie will get cleaned up. KP left all alone. And without the Ravage, are they going to be able to kill him? He's going to TP out. They don't have any more stuns. And he's there. He's free. Costly fight for EG, though. 2 buybacks used there. We'll take a look at the recap and see what kind of economic damage was done. However, EG will now move into the Roche pit.
Can we just talk about how much of a god-tier player Universe is for landing that RP like that? He hit the RP as U9's Omni Slash ended and just murdered newbie there. Like, sure, they had to commit a couple of buybacks, but EG go into that fight prepared, understanding it, you know, what's at stake and what they have to commit to be able to win this fight, because this Aegis was supposed to be newbie's chance to go high ground. And now EG have just completely taken away their opportunity to hit their biggest power spike and potentially be able to get a Rex. So now, the next team fight, you know, Arteezy could potentially have that Silver Edge. And even though the Ravage from KP came out a little bit late, I mean, they were going for the kill on Arteezy, but, you know, Zai's buyback, he blinked back in, got the smoke cloud onto SCCC, actually made, you know, Arteezy live through that. There was actually so much committal from EG because they knew that if they win that fight, they're putting themselves in a prime position to delay the game, which is the only thing they want to do.
Yeah, and 30 minutes tends to be that golden standard where all things equal, carries are going to start to take over and look pretty scary. Sumail as well as Arteezy are getting to that point. We've talked about the Silver Edge, but Sumail's next item, it's going to be the Orchid. Still quite a ways away. Looking at the teamfight recap, he was the one really hurt in terms of economic damage with the buyback in that last engagement. But Orchid going to give him a lot of lockdown and a lot of additional kill power as well. So if you're newbie here, Draskell, what's the play? I mean, without Roche in your pocket, can you afford to wait for the next Roche to try to break high ground? I mean, that seems like a pretty long time.
It is a very long time, and the Troll item progression is not going to get any slower, you know? He's going to have that Empower, he's going to be farming, like, all the time. He has enough money to finish his Silver Edge, too, if he decides that he wants it. But at the same time, you know, EG, they don't have to commit, you know? I mean, a late-game Troll Warlord lineup and an empowered Battle Fury Ember Spirit are going to be able to pretty much do, you know, whatever they want. They're going to be able to split up the map. They know that newbie has limited pickoff potential. That's their Achilles heel, is the fact that they are pretty teamfight reliant, and when they don't win the teamfights, their lineup feels very anemic. It's just unfortunate. You know, they really, really needed that second Roche.
Well, to credit your point, things will stall out a little bit. EG able to force newbie into a big defense up top. Actually, 4 heroes come to defense of this tower, and EG aren't even really here anymore. They've just backed out and going to continue to split push out the lanes. Diffusal coming on the way for Zai. Still a little bit of farming to do, but always a great item to have on the Riki. And there is indeed the Silver Edge out on Arteezy. And initiation onto KP. Just a couple of love taps. And EG will once again back out.
Silver Edge actually wore off. I don't think he
it didn't actually break him. It was close, but he used it just half a second too late. So Newbie on the hunt. But I don't think they're going to find much here.
Nah, they don't have all their heroes. Like, Zai's even showing bottom. That should be enough to tell you that EG don't really feel like fighting at the moment. And again, it's completely up to them. They don't have to take any unnecessary risk. They can just sit back, chill. You know, if you look at the itemization, like you were talking about the Ember Spirit going for the Orchid, no one really on the side of Newbie has an item that would be considered a save, unless you want to count like Guardian Greaves, right? I guess KP's making a 4-staff, but that Orchid is actually going to offer so much because when they break the tide, they can Orchid him as well. And it's kind of like what we saw people doing to Abaddon at DAC. They would get Silver Edge and they would get Bloodthorn and they would just melt him. Same principle.
I like it. Kaka initiated on. Arteezy sneaks up right behind him. Yule's Scepter does keep him alive a little bit longer, but will not ensure his survival. Dominating streak now out for the Troll as EG group up, and looks like they want to claim this Tier 2 finally in the bottom lane.
I mean, all things considered, even though I kind of favored EG's draft at the beginning of the game, Newbie have played a very solid game. Like, you can't really fault them for EG committing multiple buybacks at that Roche fight, and, you know, Newbie maybe just coming a little bit underprepared for the engagement. It's just, you know, Universe played a phenomenal fight when he hit that really good RP onto U9, and I'm pretty sure he hit like 1 or 2 other heroes on top of that, but the big thing is obviously, you know, getting the Jug out. And then there was like no more physical damage to deal with the BKBs at that point, so all things considered, I think Newbie have played very solid. It's just their lineup is running into inherent draft flaws, where you kind of got this lack of lockdown for a Troll that's continually just farming at an insane rate, and an Ember Spirit who's actually farming more because he's got Battle Fury and bots. You know, when push comes to shove, they have to make a choice, and the choice is, okay, we're going to go for a fight, or we're going to watch all the lanes be pushed in and really never have an opportunity to exert our presence on the map again. Yeah,
I mean, that last fight with all the buybacks and whatnot around the Roche pit, also enabled by just where it took place, the fact that they were fighting on the Dire Shrine. So for EG, it's kind of a no-brainer. They can buy back and get their heroes instantly right into the middle of the action, where, you know, even if Newbie wanted to use buybacks there, they didn't really have that same option. There's nowhere that they can TP to get right into the fight immediately. So Aegis despawns, 3.5 minutes until the next Roche, and it will be an MKB coming out next for the Troll Warlord. Already 3,500 gold towards it, so some big damage items coming out on Arteezy next.
Yeah, he's itemizing to directly counter U9. Like, that's the only hero he really needs to itemize for. With the BKB, he's safe against the Lina, he's safe against the Tidehunter as well. The only thing he really wants to worry about is being able to just right-click that Juggernaut down during an RP. And obviously U9's going for the Butterfly, so MKB is the obvious choice here. Smoke here from Newbie. Gonna find one hero. Hard to kill, though.
Yeah, Shadow Blade on Lina gives them some additional flexibility initiating off smokes like that. Not going to be the opening. Now, EG have continually stayed sort of grouped up around this bottom lane, acting like they want to push, but haven't really put that much pressure on in terms of moving into the Tier 3 tower, just constantly pulling Newbie back into a more defensive posture, as you were talking about earlier. Just constantly forcing them to run around the map, and most of the time, it's not really resulting in anything.
It's lane pressure, and it's compounded by the fact that EG also have a Riki. So when there's a Riki on the team and you don't have lane wards down all over the place and you don't have sentries all over the place, a split-pushing hero can quickly turn into you dying because Zai just happens to be there. If Sumail's pushing a side lane or, you know, whatever, maybe Arteezy's there too with his Silver Edge, and you just happen to be trying to push the lanes out by yourself, you just instantly die to that combination. So it's kind of like a double whammy, where, okay, we want to push the lane, but we can't push it alone. So we need the buddy system. And if we need the buddy system, we're playing inefficiently. And we really can only team fight. It's like a lot of things are just, again, it's kind of draft at this point.
Yeah. A game of chicken, as they say. Both sides just roaming around, waiting for the other to give them that opening to catch the initiation and then maybe get something off of it. Is this the opening? Sumail initiated on by the Yule's Scepter of Kaka. Follow-up stun, huge burst damage. And they will indeed catch the Ember Spirit.
That's
nice
a super
pick for
good
Newbie. They needed that.
That's like probably the best hero they can kill, just because of the speed at which he's able to push in the side lanes. It's like you see SCCC just walks down the lane as soon as that hero's dead. He wants these things out as fast as humanly possible. I mean, sure, Roshan's not going to be up for a couple of minutes, but it gives them some breathing room. Potentially is going to allow them to actually posture for the Roche Because if they can get their hands on the next Aegis and manage to win a team fight, they're still in the game. It's just there's so much emphasis on that particular fight. Oh god. If he gets a lucky bash. Attempted shackle there. Nice try.
Yep. Sentry wards coming down. Kakan now jumps forward, drops the Yule Scepter onto Crit. They'll use a Dust, and Crit will just look to TP home. He makes it. Laguna Blade from Lina, not enough damage. Now back towards the mid. U9 and KP, perhaps looking for something. Butterfly is up on the Jug. And MKB almost out on Arteezy. Still a couple hundred gold off, but very limited window here where that Butterfly will go uncountered.
Yeah, the other thing as well is, in regards to like lockdown, EG don't really have to worry about hitting reverse polarity on anybody but the Jug at this point. I mean, even if Rubik manages to steal it, I think it's going to be quite difficult for him to make it be useful in that particular engagement. Especially with Zai having the Diffusal Blade now. Like, Faith, he's freaking living on food stamps. He's got Arcane's Blink in a 37.5-minute game. So if Zai catches him in the fight, he's just dead. But Newbie, they are getting a lot of time on this Roche. EG are a little bit slow at the moment to react. The scan's going to come out. They realize that no one's at the shrine, so I think they want to just go for this. Okay, they see one hero. They're not going to be fast enough, though. They are not nearly fast enough for this.
EG finally smoke up, and yeah, Roche is going to go down. That's going to be the Aegis.
That
goes the way of the Juggernaut, and cheese to the Lina.
That is super fortuitous for Newbie. That is like a breath of life for their lineup. They absolutely needed that. Now they can actually look to take an engagement. You know, U9 with the Aegis. He's got Blink Omni ready. EG, though, are looking to try to catch them off guard. They're not expecting a fight right now.
KP could be the one that gets initiated on.
Oh, they saw him, I think. There's a gem on the side, so they saw Zai.
Oh, yeah. Okay. And Dire, they've got Sentry wards down here. A lot of Shadow Blades this game. A lot of ways to initiate on both sides of the coin. Tide blinks forward. He also has that Force Staff, as we see. Both teams being so cautious right now.
Yeah, this is basically what you would refer to in StarCraft as a contain, right? Like, they're just trying to make Newbie not move out on the map. They don't want Newbie to be able to get to a tier 3 tower because that actually puts them at risk of losing a Rax if the fight goes awry. Right. It is very, very scary for EG right now if Newbie are able to get across the map. I mean, there are actually no buybacks on EG at all, so it's even more scary.
Yeah, a couple heroes within just a couple hundred gold, but absolutely right. The Bloodthorn on the way for Sumail. He's got the Chrysalis sitting in the backpack. One of the big items we were talking about of controlling this Tidehunter, alongside that of Arteezy Silver Edge. He's hiding behind the trees here. They're still going to go in on this. Look how fast the Tidehunter dies with the break. Oh my, Arteezy completely baited it, staying in the fog. They steal the gem, and now Kaka, he might get killed as well. He has to use the Yule Scepter defensively. Sumail able to remnant to the high ground as U9 pops the Omni Slash. It's a 2-for-0 so far. He's going to heal up at the shrine, but Troll just shredding the Juggernaut right now. MKB doing too much work here, Draskell. 3 down on the side of Newbie. Jug with the Aegis going to be coming back to life, but silenced straight away. And he dies in the blink of an eye. 3 down on Newbie without buybacks. Devastating.
That was a prime example of what we were referring to when we talked about the Silver Edge combination with the Bloodthorn. And in addition to that, the Solar Crest too on crit. And just absolutely obliterating that Tide. There is nothing he can do. They're a little bit hesitant at the moment because they're unsure of the buyback status. But I feel like this should be a Rax.
They'll be excited to see the Juggernaut does not have it. 45 seconds, stuck in the grave, and he's 900 gold away, so that's not going to be changing anytime soon. This is guaranteed bottom lane of Barracks. Tier 2 towers standing in both mid as well as top, so EG will not get more than one lane here. But Universe catches one with the RP. Skewer back. It's a dead Lina. Another nice catch.
It's smart, actually, for him not to snap buyback. They have tier 2s in both lanes, mid and top.
Yeah.
So he's just going to save his money. He's got that Bloodstone respawn time as well. He did lose some charges on it, which is, you know, a bummer. But at the end of the day, he can't really afford to waste the buyout because they're going to need it potentially for mid to be able to defend that. God, it was actually so nice for Newbie to get that Roche, and then just to be, like, thwarted that heavily after you get the Aegis. It kind of...
Yeah. I mean, it was
kind of like
really
sucks all the life out of what they were going to do.
It was an amazing play from Arteezy, utilizing that little tree, knowing full well the Tide had the gem. That was really the only way he could find the break initiation like that. You know, it's hard to fault KP in a situation like that, sort of using the gem, trying to bait somebody into an aggressive position, but just getting caught a little bit unaware.
Yeah, I mean, they had vision control over the area too, EG. They knew exactly what was happening, so they knew full well what they were getting themselves into as soon as they jumped the Tide. And as soon as that Silverhead Shackle hits, you're just hands off the keyboard. That's it for you.
So Zai going to be the one carrying around the gem now. BKB queued up on him. Still actually only one BKB on the side of EG, and it is in the hands of the Troll. But that might change here in the near future. We'll see EG take a more aggressive posture. Maybe looking for an opening to initiate. Kaka in a precarious spot, but we'll be able to blink back. Zai scouting things out. They find KP. He force stabs into the silence, but they'll be just fine. Tier 2 tower up top, finished off by Arteezy all the while. And now it really feels like EG just absolutely in control. They'll finish off the shrines, get that little bit of extra money, and the map is pretty much now theirs.
It's been a pretty interesting game, to be honest. Like, watching the differences in playstyle in this game one between the two teams, especially again, you know, the last time these two teams met, Newbie won. So changing it up a little bit on the side of EG, getting themselves a pretty greedy hero in the Magnus as an opener, but also denying the Legion Commander from Newbie, as again, a lot of the Eastern teams are very, very good at utilizing the hero, and they were just much more efficient in their playstyle. And it's obviously reflected in the net worth on the heroes. I mean, sure, they're leading and they have a set of racks, but, you know, the net worths are inflated pretty heavily in favor of EG at this point, even on the supports and the off lane. So I'm looking at this as a perspective of the team fight versus kind of split pushy good late game meta. Team fight still really struggles a lot, even as well as Newbie played this. But it's going to be a smoke on smoke action here.
Who will catch who? Lina in the front lines, kind of breaks the enemy smoke, but it's Faith. Telekinesis onto Sumail. That's the target they want. KP with a nice Ravage onto 3. They destroy Sumail, but it's Arteezy with the BKB on, trying to follow up the Universe RP. Not really a great fight for EG so far. The buyback from Sumail will come, but it won't be enough to save Crit. Now U9 doing a lot of damage to Universe, but Force Staff does keep him alive. Zai slowed down by the Diffusal, looking for some blind, and it will actually keep him alive. EG having a lot of trouble finding kills in this fight. You see all the cores spread around, looking for targets that aren't Tidehunter, and they just can't find it. It's a big fight for Newbie.
You can see the difference of the team fight when they're able to kill KP and when they're not. And I mean, sure, that one was like very chaotic, and Arteezy actually chased the Tide for quite a while, even after KP had already expended Ravage, so wasted a little bit of time. The BKB as well, coming out in Alina, making it very hard to get disabled, and obviously blowing up Sumail like straight away as soon as the fight started, getting that Omni Slash off from U9 and making use of the the chaotic initiation that EG just weren't expecting.
Yeah. And getting another buyback out of Sumail, hurting his economy just a little bit more. I mean, he's got the Battle Fury, so he does have a lot of farming prowess this game. But, you know, looking at net worth, he's right middle of the pack where, you know, ideally he'd like to be pulling away. But that's 2 buybacks out of Sumail now this game. Both of them quite costly. Arteezy moving into Satanic too.
I think the important thing, though, is that, you know, buying back in that situation means that he's allowed to split push the lanes. And even though there is a bit more pick-off potential right now on the side of Newbie than there was before, like the Orchid is done now on the Lina, so they have that Shadow Blade into potential Orchid, which currently Sumail does not have a defense for. Like, he doesn't have a Manta, he doesn't have Lotus, you know, whatever.
Right.
So it's actually kind of scary for him at this point, because the Lina is coming into that state in the game where you potentially can solo kill somebody, especially once the full Bloodthorn is completed, because you do a lot of damage, especially with the talents that he's gone. You know, he's gone for the attack range, the damage, the Fiery Soul, increased attack speed and movement speed per stack. So he's transitioned into this kind of hybrid magic and right-click kind of hero.
So you think Sumail's going to need to alter this item build here? Maybe we'll hold that thought. Initiation now onto Arteezy. Follow-up, not quite there. KP blinks forward, but does not have the Ravage. Still on cooldown for another 5 seconds. Glyph now, used to defend this tier 2 tower. It'll buy it a little bit of time as Arteezy tries to finish it off, and he will. That is the last outer tower now for Newbie. Destroyed. Maybe trying to find something on the retreat. Dust from Kaka. Yules now onto the Riki. Universe looking for the skewer back, but can't quite get it. Tricks of the trade almost finishes off Faith, but Omni Slash doing so much work on the back line. Down goes Universe. Ravage connects on one. The other two heroes BKB, but EG still not really putting out much damage. They've only been able to kill the Rubik, and that's it. Sumail now stunned up in the front line. Double LSA from Lina. Triple C pops the BKB, starts laying in the damage. They do lose the Juggernaut, but Lina still alive on the backside, doing so much damage to this Troll Warlord. So many auto attacks flying in. Arteezy in a lot of trouble. Roll forward from Kaka, magnetize. That little bit of magic damage might be enough, but Arteezy, he's actually life-stealing through it. He turns and kills Kaka, and now he's going to head for the hills. Meanwhile, on the backside, Universe drops an RP. Skewer now back, and they will find the kill. EG somehow managed to clean this up, but it's another very sloppy fight. There was a buyback used by Universe there, so it's a 2 for 4 overall, but still a minor gain for Newbie considering the buyback.
Jesus, man, there were so many close calls in that fight, and Roshan is going to be spawning like almost on key here, about 12 seconds left. So during the preliminary engagement, Zai just ran at Faith, killed him with the BKB, obviously had to commit the tricks of the trade as well to ensure that he dropped. But Universe still died without popping RP, that's why he had to buy back. He still had RP after the buyout, and which is why they were able to kill SCCC at the very end. But KP's Ravage actually missed on Arteezy by like, I want to say a quarter of a second. Like if he had been even just a minute second faster, he would have gotten the stun onto Arteezy and he would have died before Satanic was popped. And that would have been a gigantic win for Newbies. They would have been the one taking this Aegis right now. And it could have been a completely different Dota game from that point on. I mean, I'm undervaluing, you know, how strong Newbies lineup is at this point in the game, but they just keep showing time and time again, especially with this kind of hybrid right-click Lina. Their damage output is still sufficient. They can kill heroes if they get the proper chain of initiation.
Yeah, absolutely. They give the Aegis to Universe this time. Arteezy low on inventory slots. Finish off the ward. Yeah, this Troll starting to look pretty capped out here. I guess Moonshard can be picked up at some point. And now we see the big one. It's the Refresher on the Tidehunter. So now double Ravage going to be available on KP for the next fight.
This is actually becoming... So like there's this weird bell curve for Newbies lineup, right? It's like really strong first 25, 30 minutes of the game. Then as soon as 10-second BKBs come out, it's pretty weak again. And then after that point, when Double Ravage comes out, and then there's only 5-second BKBs, their lineup hits another point in the game where it becomes really scary to fight into in a 5 versus 5. Now, EG can still adopt the split push kind of style, but there are also items being purchased on the side of Newbie that make it kind of scary to be split up. Like we talked about, you know, SCCC and his Lina and having the Shadow Blade, the potential Bloodthorn, and, you know, U9 having the Blink Abyssal soon. So there are actually ways via itemization that Newbie are going to be able to start forcing engagements that before they didn't have access to. And because EG still haven't won the game and it's 50 minutes, you know, every hero starts to become more dangerous.
Yeah.
And now the double Ravage is like, even with a 6-slotted Troll, if you get Ravaged 2 times, you're probably still going to die.
Yeah, I mean, the Bloodthorn is also going to be a huge asset in terms of damage output. Locking down the Troll, a double Ravage plus a Bloodthorn, they will actually have the damage to kill him fairly easily. EG might look for an initiation, but no, it's actually the other way. Kaka goes rolling in, and it's a suicidal Earth Spirit as they quickly turn and just bring him down. It's kind of an unfortunate
that auto attack
play.
range? He actually hit him from like 400, 500 range with melee form.
Yeah, it's kind of odd. Long time in the grave, though. It's 60 seconds and actually no buyback. Of course, EG don't know that, but pretty good window here.
I mean, I think they're going to be a little bit scared to just, you know, YOLO up the high ground. Although maybe they just assume that he doesn't have it.
Well, maybe they just want to try to force it. Arteezy goes up. Ravage comes out as the Omni Slash flies through, and the Troll is dead. There's the second Ravage, connects on the entire team. That's the reveal, and EG was not quite ready for it. They will lose 2. 3 remaining survivors, however, will make it back, it seems. Jug blinks forward, maybe catches crit, but Glimmer Cape buys him some time. Universe, all of his mobility tools on cooldown, but he will have Force Staff. Never mind, he's got the blink, and he TP's home.
My god, that was a beautiful Ravage. That was like, what, 4 heroes?
I think
2
so,
times?
yeah.
Yeah, they were definitely not ready for that one. To be honest, I'm not even sure if he needed to throw out the second one, but it looked cool. So, because the first one pretty much killed Arteezy. Like, he was dead pretty much before he hit the ground after the first Ravage anyway. But yeah, that was very, very nice. Duels here.
Oh, do they catch Sumail? Able to jump to a Remnant. He'll make it into the fog, and BOTs will be up here in 1 second. He'll be fine. But 2 items were revealed in that last fight, to be perfectly fair for EG. Lina had just picked up the Bloodthorn, like right before that started, and the refresher had been out for maybe 2 minutes, but I think Tide had sort of hit off the map, was mostly in fog, so probably was not revealed, or at least wasn't very obvious on the side of EG. So, you know, maybe less likely Arteezy takes that kind of a posture to chip at the tower if he knows those 2 big items are up. But now Lotus Orb on the Magnus. Much needed tool at this stage.
Man, it is really hard to hit towers against newbies lineup. Tidehunter is actually proving to be kind of the anchor, you know, no pun intended. But seriously, like he's keeping them in the game pretty much. Just the threat of the Ravage again at this late game stage where, you know, you might even contemplate having to buy like Refresher on Troll just to get 2 5-second BKBs, because otherwise you know, the magic immunity is just so low that you might not be able to win the fight in that 5 seconds anymore.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Refresher Troll. Don't know if I've seen that one. He does have the Scotty.
It's really nice because you get the double Satanic, and then you get the double BKB on top of that. So it's kind of like during that time, if you properly overlap everything, you pretty much can't die, right? Unless you get Abyssal or something like that.
I think double battle trance too.
Yeah, that's also pretty good. For the most part, though, it's really about just not getting disabled to death. Yeah, pretty much. I guess to another point, you can just rely on your team. Hope that the Glimmer, the Lotus, the Solar Crest kind of keep you alive, because you know Crit has all of those. He's got every single freaking support item except for a 4-step at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a pretty stacked Wind Ranger. I just recently hit level 20. Some extra spell damage. The stalemate continues here, Draskell. Hell of a game 1 for this best-of-3 series. Neither side looking like they'll be able to close this out too easily.
It's just got to be super frustrating for Newbie because they're like flexing their muscles in these team fights and it looks like super impressive. Oh, okay, Kaka's going in.
Oh, Shackle latches onto a tree. RP from Universe on the back line. Ravage is available, but it's a stolen RP. All these little skirmishes now breaking out, but it's a buyback from the Lina, and EG will start to clean this up as KP drops the Ravage, but Sumail is BKB'd. He jumps further forward, and they're starting to clean this up. Juggernaut, the lone survivor here as Tide goes the other way. It's going to be a disaster for Newbie, and they will not have any buybacks left. Just as we say that, Draskell, this is almost like a GG moment here. Juggernaut's the only one that has a buyback. What happened? That was such an awkward fight. Why did Kaka start it like that?
I'm actually a bit unsure. I mean, they had vision. I think that's the biggest reason. Like, they had the ward on the high ground, so they're thinking, okay, let's fight because we actually have a vantage point and we understand where everyone is. But yeah, they're just going to go ahead and tap out. The problem is that the refresher wasn't up. Like, if they had 2 Ravages, I'm actually almost positive that they would have been able to turn that. Because they would have been able to stunlock the Troll Warlord to death instead of, you know, him popping back right up to full health, being able to pop the Satanic and keep in fighting shape. He also got a Glimmer as well. But yeah, like not waiting for the refresher, I think that was kind of like the nail in the coffin for that team fight. But then again, it was like 2 minutes still away when the team fight was actually going on. It was like a minute and a half, I think, when the game actually was called. It's a Deso carrier, but the most important thing about PA against these particular heroes, you know, only one of them has an escape, like a true escape. I don't really count Ghost Walk because, you know, you just have dust. Doesn't really do anything. But that's the Wind Ranger, right? So now you have like this great gap close. Invoker hates playing against heroes that get in your face. Like Slardar is like the first and foremost comes to mind. You know, BK beats Slardar, Blink jumps you, and you're just like, oh, this is a nightmare. Same thing with PA. Pops BKB, gets in your face. Very, very hard to disengage from that. Very good chase potential. This is going to be like almost a complete 180 from the first game where it was team fight versus split push. This is like skirmish versus skirmish. Like lots of small scale fighting.
Yeah. Earth Spirit, 5th ban from the Evil Geniuses. Newbie will be looking for that fifth pick support, pretty much guaranteed.
5 seconds remaining.
This final choice for Newbie in terms of what to ban.
Reserve time.
What do they want to take out here? Looking at safe lane heroes for Arteezy.
Well, natural MKB or Silver Edge buyers, I guess, would be a go-to ban.
10
So,
seconds remaining.
I mean, Troll is still on the board, but it's going to be the TB, I guess.
Okay.
TB's a good ban as well.
Ooh.
Okay.
Bounty Hunter.
So the Bounty Hunter
I've not
is...
seen that in a while.
He's the replacement for the Ricky, basically. I mean, I actually read this question on, I think, Reddit, like today or yesterday. And people were asking, like, why people weren't picking Bounty Hunter that much. And the main reason why is because Bounty Hunter and Ricky serve the same purpose during the early stages of the game, except Bounty Hunter needs to expend mana to do the same thing that Ricky does for free. Like, he doesn't have that... He doesn't have that, you know, mana cost holding him down. So he's always able to stay on the other side of the map, never has to go back to base. That's like the main thing. So Newbie run out their lineup with a hero who's going to benefit all these small skirmishes by being able to get those pickoffs, you know, get the quick jump in with either the Phantom Assassin or the Ember, get your kill and get out, and then supplement that with track gold. So a lot of times these lineups inherently suffer from lack of being able to hit buildings, but the nice thing about Bounty Hunter is it's kind of like a lineup enabling hero because it gives you so much extra gold from getting kills that your item progression just eclipses the enemy team. And then it doesn't matter if your lineup's bad at sieging because you just have such a big item lead that you can just steamroll it. Whereas EG, they are going to pick a Silver Edge buyer. It's Slark. Yeah. Very, very, very good against Newbie's team. The PA can't really do anything against him during the mid-late game. He can dispel every single disable.
Damn good Slark game. Yeah, Searing Chains, no big deal. Frostbite, no big deal. Pretty much RP. The only thing that might give Slark a little bit of trouble if placed perfectly from the Magnus. But yeah, this is about as good as you're going to get for a 5th pick Slark kind of scenario. And I think smart.
Yeah, I love the Slark here.
Not to grab something super greedy like the Troll, because I was kind of going down that same vein that you were, but with the Invoker now, this will, you know, like Slark gets a lot more mobile. Once he picks up the Shadow Blade, he'll be looking for kills and looking to hunt, you know, utilize some of the Sunstrike power from the Invoker. So just something that'll keep this lineup maybe a little bit more up-tempo rather than a core that needs to farm for 30 minutes plus.
Well, I still think that he's going to farm a lot, because the hero just innately carries items very well. I mean, maybe not to the extent of a Troll in like the sheer man mode contest. Troll's definitely going to win that one, but you know, it's great because like you mentioned, it offers you that map pressure, and that's definitely what you want against the lineup of Newbie. You want that hero who feels like almost invincible in a way, unless you're getting, you know, 5 heroes sent at you. So it gives you a lot of flexibility in what you want to do. The only downside to Slark that he may not really even have to worry about this game is he's got a really bad laning phase. Like, really, really bad. Super weak, very easy to bully. However, you know, Newbie just don't have the heroes to contest him. So, it's going to be a pretty easy lane for him, I think.
Yeah, seems like it. KP on the Magnus. He's going to start with the Iron Talon, so it looks like he'll just be jungling from the get-go. Pretty similar to what we saw last game in terms of Universe Magnus. So, with that said, Arteezy might just be free farming on the Slark. They might just sack the whole off lane altogether.
Well, in the same vein, oh, nice D-ward here by Zai. He's going to get the deep ward down before the creeps even start. That's actually a pretty big deal. Makes it a lot harder for the supports of Newbie to feel very confident in being able to wrap around and get a dive on a tier 1. That ward gives you so much information when you're tower diving. Sees the TP into the shrine, sees heroes TPing into the tier 2 as well. Now it's going to be a hell of a lot harder to punish Universe in this lane.
Yeah. Nature's Prophet. So what does he have queued up here? Looks like just a Drum of Endurance. Okay. Nothing too crazy about that.
The phase drum.
One of the cool things, yeah, it's one of my favorite things about watching Nature's Prophet is the hero does have a lot of variability in terms of item builds.
Yeah, it's pretty much whatever the team needs.
Yeah. Is the Aghanims at all viable these days on the Nature's Prophet? Does that ever pop out?
I'm less inclined to like Aghanims, especially with the addition of like getting the +4 trees at 15. Because you just have so many of them already. And most of the time, I guess if the enemy team lacks wave clear, it could be really nice. But let's be honest, Ember Mag, they're going to kill all your trees. Every freaking time.
Yeah, it's just extra money going their way. That's a fair point. Obviously a very situational item, but one that always gets me thinking. So fairly standard laning stuff. At a newbie, U9 going to be taking the PA to the safe lane. He'll have plenty of supports nearby. And EG will have sort of a dual off lane. At least Zai going to be lingering nearby on the Wind Ranger. 2-on-3 lane right now as Kaka comes.
He can't leave Universe down here by himself, although he might just be dead anyway.
Yeah, even with Zai here, a lot of burst damage comes his way. Crystal Maiden couldn't get in range for the Frostbite.
Yeah, it was a nice attempt, but Universe started with boots, so he understands how dangerous his lane is, even with, having the Wind Ranger next to him.
Yep. And Faith here giving a shout out to IX Mike, the classic CM set. Very good. Not one you get to see too often. The honorable mention, as they say. Kaka now pressing forward, trying just to trade with Zai. Universe helping him out, putting a lot of damage into the Bounty Hunter. No stout shield.
Oh, Universe. So. He's next level in Kaka right now. He knows that Kaka runs to the left because the Bounty Rune's going to spawn, so he just TPs on it. It's like, nope, my rune.
Yeah, heads up play there. So how's mid going? Ember versus Invoker, fairly even. Small advantage for the Ember right now, but actually a 1v1 matchup. It feels like mid in this current meta is so much about the rotations. It's kind of rare to see two heroes just going at it man on man.
I think it's just because of the way that EG like to lane. They like force these static laning phases where they allow their individual player skill to kind of shine through. It's a really interesting way of doing it, to be honest, because Sumail is one of the best mid players, obviously, and then you have Arteezy, who's like one of the best safe laners, so ideally, oh god, Sumail.
Yeah, he's in a lot of trouble, and he's not even going to try to run for it. He'll just stand his ground, knowing he can't get away from that. First blood, drawn for newbie, and it will go the way of the Ember on SCCC.
Yeah, but as we were talking about before Sumail got ganked by Kaka there, if you can force 1v1 matchups and you're really confident in your individual player skill on your team to win their matchups, then yeah, like doing this dual offlane thing can definitely be beneficial, but it's already become very apparent that EG aren't going to be able to just sit down there and do whatever they want. They've already had to rotate, Universe to the jungle. They're going to move, Zai around the map wherever he needs to be. I guess right now that's just dual jungling. I guess he wants the Wind Run. If he's going to be the one sitting bottom, he kind of needs that escape from the PA and the Bounty Hunter.
Yeah. Well, he goes Shackle level 2, so I guess not. Okay. Go back towards
Well, this is what Crit did last game.
Uh-oh. Okay, this time he's got the Tornado, so SCCC will lose his Flame Guard, and this time Sumail survives. But another kind of close call here. A lot of pressure on this Invoker.
That's one of the things about Invoker that kind of makes him a little bit rough, is that it is pretty easy to gank him. Like, even just an Orb of Venom Bounty Hunter can cause a lot of problems just because of how little armor you actually have.
And right back to it again. He does not have the Tornado for another few seconds, but SCCC, he takes a Cold Snap. Now Universe and Zai come in. Shackle doesn't connect, but the power shot's there, and Zai does find the kill. So they find some vengeance. They help out Sumail with a big rotation and get the counter kill.
Yeah, really good stuff. I mean, if you look at the overall CS, it's pretty even between SCCC and Sumail. Like, they're both farming at roughly the same rate. I guess, obviously, Arteezy's farming great because he pretty much hasn't had a hero in his lane, which is to be expected. But it also means that Crit's getting a lot of pulls off. He's almost level 4 at 5 minutes into the game. So this Rubik in game 1, we saw him really struggle because of the Riki. This game, it's only going to be a Bounty Hunter, which is not nearly as terrifying because he can't just cloud you and put you in the ground. But yeah, Universe just being harassed up here. Oh, actually,
Faith actually
could be
comes
dying.
in with the slow. Does Kaka have this? Throws the Shuriken out. A few more auto attacks, they'll have it. He dives into the tower, but he is going to be punished. He dies first, and Faith shackled up by Zai. They're going to continue to chase him down, TP to the tier 1 mid, and it will be Sumail there ready to cut him off with a cold snap. Newbie punished hard for that deep commitment as EG pick up 2.
Man, these early movements from Newbie are really not doing them any favors. I mean, the first one was successful because they got the kill on Sumail. But, you know, after that, you think when you're walking into a Nature's Prophet, you're doing the right call because, you know, the Nature's Prophet normally TPs to the counter gank. But when you're ganking him, he can't. But even going for Universe, they still get turned around on. Yeah. It's really kind of struggling so far. I mean, they are farming very well in their lanes, though. That's kind of like the saving grace right now for Newbie.
Well, it's sort of a wash at the moment. It's interesting to look at the net worth, where, of course, Arteezy is number 1, just having a complete open lane to free farm. All 3 of the cores from Newbie doing pretty well, but then a huge drop-off after that, where the supports of EG are getting so much more out of this laning stage than the 2 supports of the Radiant. So right now, Crit and Zai helping level out that disparity. Though, as you were mentioning, the cores of Newbie all getting pretty much what they want. PA now getting a lot of space in lane. Still a little bit behind that of the Slark, but absolutely recoverable here, no doubt. Universe only level 4.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to be seeing a lot more than just like supports running around for the preliminary part of this game. Like maybe first 10, 15 minutes or so. Because you really want... Like, RP on the Magnus is obviously up, but he's still quite a ways from his Blink Dagger. The Ember is going to want, like, at least 1 item, I think, before he starts to do anything. And then you have a PA who pretty much can rotate whenever. So I guess when U9 feels like he wants to get on the more aggressive side of things, he could just TP and go for a gank. If they have Dust, for example, like, they can jump the Invoker really easily mid.
Right. The jungling Magnus, man. 2nd game in a row, we've seen it. And, I mean, we're 7 minutes in. He's got Arcane Boots and 700 gold. Really not bad farm on KP for the stage. Number 2 on net worth overall. Actually, really good. He's only like 100 net worth behind the PA. And this guy's been free farming in lane for 7 minutes.
Well, in the same vein that we talked about in game 1, where no one was really able to pressure Universe, same thing is pretty much for KP here. When you pick defensive supports or heroes that don't have the capability of just walking into the enemy team's jungle, heroes like Magnus, Legion Commander, you know, anyone else who can hit jungle creeps, Axe is another good example, they're going to get a lot of farm. That's just the trade-off that you're making, and I'm sure that EG recognizes this, so
yeah, oh, no
this
doubt.
is just the speed of farm that you get when you are not interrupted in the jungle. And I think that's one of the major reasons why, in this game, Newbie just decided to first phase ban Ricky. They're like, that hero just puts way too much of a wrench in our early game, we just can't deal with it.
Yeah. Well, Kaka grabs himself a bounty room. Arteezy, pretty basic kit so far. Power Treads, Aquila, almost level 8. Kaka still doesn't have track quite yet. Always a big tipping point for bounty hunters. So this is around the stage when he's going to want to stay in lane a little bit and maybe try to leech some XP. Now U9 makes the rotation up top. Pressure onto Arteezy, but he will pounce back to safety. You know, interesting lane rotations, though, as they now put KP down bottom to get some safe lane farm.
It makes sense. If Universe is down here, they want a hero who has some kind of wave clear. Just to kill the trees and stuff, pull the creep wave off the tower. He's also got an escape. He is walking into Rubik, though.
We'll be able to skewer back under the tower. EG not going to dive for it. Kaka now coming in the back line. Do they have any detection? They do have Dust on Crit, but no sentries. Ooh, I heard a Shackle. It connects onto the Magnus, but follow-up damage not quite there. Still 4 heroes from EG lingering. Interesting to see both teams now rotating their position 1s into the respective off lanes to try to make a play.
They just want the tower. They don't really care about killing the heroes. They just want to make sure that the tower goes down. And I mean, in reaction to this, that's why I was mentioning it's good to send KP down here because he's actually very hard to dive. He's got a disable on his ulti. He can kill the creeps. He delays them from hitting the tower. And he can also skewer away if anything bad happens. So this is like the best possible hero to rotate in this position that is of little consequence, really. Because he'll be able to get his blink no matter what, even if he does die. So EG rotate 4. KP just existing there and Kaka like giving him the information by being invis is enough to just deter 4 heroes of EG from pushing into tier 1. That was perfect play from Newbie.
I mean, not even deterred. That tower's still flawless. They didn't even hit it once. They saw the Magnus and pretty much just backed out. Arteezy picked Picks up the regen rune. He'll have his Shadow Blade coming. He's got it queued up. And back to farming we go. Sumail, of course, working on the Hand of Midas and the Invoker. Still pretty far away, though. Well, okay, not that far away, but really wanted to say it's not the best timing. We're looking at like 11-minute Midas, maybe 11 and a half. Not the dream.
He bought a full magic wand and a raindrop though. And
okay,
rules,
true.
So he's still farming pretty well. He's a little bit behind SCCC, but as soon as he buys the Midas, he'll be able to close that gap.
And maybe they can set something up. New B make the rotation. They've got a couple smoked up heroes behind Kaka. The triple remnant forward. Sumail gets obliterated. Now crit initiated on. It's a 1v4. The tower helping him out. The Ember has to retreat from all the tower shots. A stolen Flame Guard could maybe do some work here. Now Universe jumps forward. Pops the Sprout, turns him into trees, but U9 will be able to blink strike back to safety. Arteezy looking for the dive, wants to finish off Faith, does find it with the Dark Pack, but KP with an RP catches Arteezy, skewers him back into the tower, pounce away, but he has been tracked. They'll have the vision, and he is punished for that commitment to get the Crystal Maiden.
God, that was incredibly greedy. That was like popping your Shadow Dance to tower dive a CM. I mean, granted, he didn't see KP's teleport because he TP'd like while the trees were still alive. Still, though. Yeah. Really, really greedy choice to do that.
I think 1,500 net worth swing, by the way, also. So newbie, getting some much-needed momentum after that.
Did he dispel the track before he died, or did he die before? I don't actually know. But if it's 1,500, I'm guessing that he didn't dispel it, because that's quite a bit of money.
I don't think he did. It looked like he got tracked right before he died.
Yeah, so, you know, all things considered, newbie are going to be quite happy with the situation. Their smoke was successful. They got the kill on Sumail, and the triple remnant in from crit was a nice touch, but unfortunately he kind of missed a little bit because he did it like straight away, and then he managed to get Flame Guard and not die, which is also pretty good, but unfortunately they weren't able to really get anything big out of the turnaround there, and he's going to get spotted by U9.
But telekinesis keeps him safe, steals the Stifling Dagger. Nice steal for the Rubik. Sort of. Annoying spell to harass with.
It's really good, actually. Because Rubik has a huge mana pool, you know, respectively.
It's like 15 mana. My God.
Yeah, PA has like tied for the lowest int gain, or no, not tied, but a little bit higher than the lowest int gain in the game. I think Trolls is lower. Faith, in the meantime, gonna get picked off there.
Missed that one. Sorry about that.
But yeah, it's actually pretty nice for Rubik to have dagger.
And now down bottom, U9 initiated on crit, maybe showing off the dagger. Telekinesis first. Looks like they want to give the kill over to Arteezy. He will find it, but now KP skewers forward, throws out a shockwave, brings crit low, but won't be able to get the kill, and just heads back to safety. So after all that, they do get a kill on the PA, and of course that CM across the map. It's kind of a 2-for-0 globally. I think EG definitely pretty happy with that.
The kill trades in this game are going to be something we're going to be seeing a lot. Like, between the Bounty Hunter, the PA's mobility, yeah, that's going to be kind of the name of the game. It's going to be less about, like, the flashy RPs and stuff like that, like in game 1 where it was a lot about the Ravage from KP. This time around, it's more just about farm efficiency around the map. You got an Ember and a PA that constantly want to be empowered, and you want to make sure that you're keeping up with the farm speed right now, VG, because they have the heroes to kind of eat up the map, and they do get the tower in the meantime, so... EG kind of...
Yeah, they've got the tools, but they've also got the Hand of Midas. They've got another one coming out on Universe, so that's going to be double Midas going their way also. Even more farm, Draskell. What have they been calling it here? The Midas Major?
I mean, people thought that when they changed Midas and no one was going to buy it, and I just smiled. I'm like, you don't understand. You don't understand how badly people do not want to hit tier 3 towers in this patch. Like, you remove the shrines from the base, maybe then people will stop buying Midas. But until that point, they're going to buy that item.
That's a great item on the Prophet. And he spends a lot of time moving around. So some natural synergy there, and definitely one that makes use of that attack speed. So not a wasted item on him by any stretch. Arteezy very close to the Shadow Blade now. He's picked up an invisibility rune and just scouting around, maybe hunting for a stray Crystal Maiden or something, but will not fish his wish. Instead, newbie grouped up about the mid lane. Let's see what they do here. There's a smoke on Crystal Maiden. No, I'm not going to use it quite yet. Oh, never mind. I spoke too soon. It's a Blink Dagger on Magnus. Looks like they'll try to reveal it with a smoke. Let's see what they can get. Zai looking like the likely target here at the mid-tier 1. And Kaka actually scouts out Sumail up on the high ground here. Can KP get there in time? He dodges the tornado. Yeah, but won't be able to find the Blink RP.
There's a lot of waste of time here from Newbie. They're not getting anything out of the Blink yet. They lost their tier 1 in the safe lane. Like, honestly, I think it would have been better to just go for the solo RP on Zai, kill him, and then just claim the tier 1, which is what they may do here.
Oh, Sentry Ward comes down. They find Kaka. It's a great little pick off there.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Meanwhile, mid, Glyph comes out. Pressure on the tier 1. Zai still trying to defend. Shackle shot does connect onto SCCC. Not enough damage for a kill as he remnants away, but still, they put a lot of pressure on. Meanwhile, on the other side, Crit dodges the skewer. He'll be okay. And now reinforcements on the way. Power shot brings Faith low. They do not have the shrine to heal up at. They'll lose the Crystal Maiden, but they also lose the Rubik. Now PA stuck inside of the trees. Pump fake on the RP. He still has the available. Arteezy gets left behind, but he does have the ultimate big crit. RP catches him, but they aren't going to have the damage to finish him off. It doesn't look like. He doesn't have the invisibility to survive, and U9 actually does as he blinks forward.
God,
great setup
so
there from
actually.
KP. Yeah, that was a really lucky crit to start it off.
He daggers him. He takes the DD and turns around and just boom, 600 crit. I think, you know, had it been just a normal auto attack, there's a good chance that he wouldn't have died. But I suppose you could also make the argument that he did hit him like 4 or 5 times in total. So he probably would have gotten a crit within those auto attacks anyway. So big turnaround there from the side of Newbie. They claim the tier 1 of VG. They get the Slark kill. The RP was committed, but hey, more than worth it. Again, it's not about like these big, huge RPs. Just get a kill.
Great use of the RP as well. Now another setup onto Kaka. Sunstrike connects, and they've got all the damage in the world. Zai finds the kill with the power shot.
I think at this point, it's more just about, you know, how much can Newbie do with the track? I think that's the main thing. I mean, sure, it's going to be nice to have a bounty hunter on your team for information gathering, but you really do kind of want to be, I think, fighting a little bit more. Because Sumail is still pretty easy to take down at this point, right? Like, he's got the Midas, he's going straight into the Aghanims, no defensive items really on the side of EG at this point. There's Midas on the Furion. The PA is actually so strong. As soon as you hit that timing where you have, like, Deso, I guess he's going for the Vlad's next on U9, and then he'll have that BKB. When he gets to that point, he's going to be, like, about as close to unkillable, I think, as you can get. And then he can just jump whoever he wants. If he's carrying Dust, he'll be able to kill Sumail. They don't have really any BKB lockdown. I mean, they can sprout, but as long as he has the quelling on him, he'll be able to just get out of it, or he can just blink.
Yep.
So I think that Newbie have this really strong opportunity.
Slark going for the Silver Edge pretty much straight away here to break the PA. Absolutely needed. With all those items plus 50% evasion, yeah, there's just literally unkillable. So this will at least give them a tool. Now down in the bottom lane, Ember Spirit initiated on. A lot of lockdown from EG, but do they have the damage? Power shot from Zai does about half of his HP, and they do find the kill before he can drop down a Remnant. Now Faith initiated on, but eats through the trees right away. Fast fingers, he's picked up the Quelling Blade. Smart choice. Without the Quelling Blade, I think he actually dies there. That's a life-saving Quelling Blade.
He was way dead if he didn't have a Quelling there.
Yeah.
Sunstrike came in like immediately, so he doesn't dodge that. He's gonna
the power of a hat.
Pretty much die. Dude, I actually think that if you're playing a support with no escape against a Furion and you don't have a Quelling Blade when you have inventory slots, you are just not playing the game correctly. Like, you need that item.
Yeah. There's a test to do right there, folks. Free MMR from Dr. Draskell. Aghanim Scepter up on the Invoker, by the way. So things coming together a little bit more for EG. Newbie maybe thinking about Roshan.
Look at Universe, man. He's just like, he knows that Newbie are trying to posture for Roche, like you were mentioning. Like with the Vlad's Deso and Empower, that's more than enough. Like the PA can actually solo Roche at this stage, even though he only has 2 points in a Blur. So Universe is like, okay, you want to go for Roche? I'm going to just take your tier 3.
Yeah. It's a smart choice. Roche falling pretty quickly, though. A few more auto attacks from this PA, and he's going to be a goner. EG starting to move in, acting like they want to try to make something happen here. Sunstrike will fly through, and it actually gets the kill on Roche. Yeah, snatched by the PA. So EG get the gold for Roshan. Huge play from Sumail.
That was very, very well timed. So I guess Universe didn't really get the full tier 3. He got a little bit hesitant because around the Roshan pit, they have one ward on the high ground, but they couldn't actually see to Newbie's side of the map. So because the ward didn't see far enough, he didn't feel safe in being able to hit the tower enough to potentially threaten it. I think you know, if he watches the replay, he'll be like, ah, I could have probably gotten that. But it's very, very scary to push like that when you just don't have the vision.
Absolutely. Now bottom lane, Arteezy. Silver Edge up. He's going to be surrounded. He does have Sumail behind him, but Kaka starting to scout things out. U9 and Arteezy bump right into each other. He gets a crit immediately. Arteezy has to use the ult earlier than he'd like, but PA taking so much damage from Sumail. Still just barely alive. KP comes in, does not use the RP. It's a pump fake. Aegis procced. Now Sumail in a little bit deep. SCCC doing a lot of damage. They will bring him down, but now that Arteezy's back, they finish off Magnus. Arteezy, though, deep into the tree line. He doesn't have any survivability tools here. He does try to leap into the trees. Is he actually going to survive? They can't find him. He's going to regen up, but crit will get brought down by U9. Very awkward fight there, but ends up a 2 for 3, kind of a 3 for 3, as they did lose the Aegis on EG. But I think Newbie fairly happy with that overall.
Yeah, there were 2 tracks. So even though Kaka died, like, immediately there were some preliminary tracks being thrown out. So because of the gold change, like, that makes it, I think, worth it for Newbie. Maybe not, like, the biggest bang for their buck in regards to the Aegis usage on U9, but it's enough to be satisfied. Because he's still, you know, remaining in the pretty close to the top 3 net worth at the moment. Arteezy really wants this. I think with a Sunstrike, it might be enough.
He's thinking about it. He's doing the math. He pulls out the calculator, the break to get things started. Now Universe comes in, and this PA just gets melted. That's a fresh Orchid on Universe.
I didn't realize they had Orchid already. Okay. He is super farmed.
Now this tier 1 mid in a lot of trouble. There is no glyph available for Newbie. But SCCC charging forward with the Flame Guard on. KP, Skewer onto Universe, thinking about the RP, but still holding on to it. Sunstrike comes in. Now the RP gets used. Connects on 2. Nature's Prophet does finally fall. Without the PA, their damage feels a little bit weak. The meatball flies in. They bring down Faith. They bring down KP. And this Ember Spirit barely survives as he makes it back to the shrine, but not into the clear yet. Cold Snap doing some work. Arteezy trying to chase him down. Power Shot falls short, but the Dark Pact is there. And he finds that last auto attack. It's a huge fight for Evil Geniuses, and now they will be able to claim that tier 1 tower mid.
God, the stolen RP there, like, you just set up the Tornado and the, like, Deafening Meteor as well on those 2 heroes. Like, sure, SCCC didn't die during it, but it killed the other hero. Yeah. And, like, the SCC actually played that so unbelievably well to live that long, because he gets the Remnant up to the high ground. He realizes that Sumail's auto attack is literally in midair, and if it hits him, he's going to die. So he has the foresight to Sleight of Fist the Ancients to dodge the auto attack after the Remnant ends, but then still dies.
PA mid. Shackle does latch onto that creep, but they don't have the follow-up. Newbie have enough resources. Crit left behind. That'll be a track kill going the way of Newbie. But more importantly, they keep their PA alive, at least for now. Arteezy, he comes in as U9, gets a little bit greedy moving into the Ancients. Artur does get the kill with the break, but now can he survive this? He has the ultimate. He turns onto Kaka, lacking on some detection, but now Universe joins the party. Magnus going to be in a lot of trouble. They don't even need the Orchid. EG still continuing to find the better of these exchanges here in the mid lane, pulling further and further ahead. It's now a 10,000 net worth lead for this Dire squad.
They're just getting so much more out of the map right now than Newbie. Like, as soon as the Silver Edge was done, they just realized that, you know, this is our timing. We can't allow U9 to get to that BKB, because that's the huge power spike for Newbie that we talked about. You know, if he gets to those items and EG haven't really influenced the map in any meaningful way, then yeah, I think that Newbie can very easily walk away with the game. We saw what happens when he gets a little bit lucky with some RNG. He's going to kill whoever he goes on. So the fact that EG are getting this much in this stage of the game, before those really key items are coming out on the PA especially, it's like the best scenario for them, because they're denying so much track gold away from Newbie, just consistently winning the fights. You know, up until this point, I really don't, like, I haven't felt the presence of the Bounty Hunter that much outside of the fact that he's just getting a little bit of bonus gold for his team.
Oh, down bottom, we're going to see Universe in some trouble. He drops the Sprout, almost keeps him alive, but it is not enough. Newbie closed the gap, they cut down the trees, and they'll find a pick off there. Much needed for the PA. Honestly, U9's momentum has really slowed down. Been dreaming of this BKB for a while, and now finally getting close. Pretty much just a recipe away. But not quite this snowballing PA that we were anticipating could come out. Sumail now getting very farmed on the Invoker. Midas paying some dividends. He's got the Yules, he's got the Blink on top of the Ags. starting to feel pretty comfortable as Arteezy finishes off that tier 2 in the top lane. Free tower for him. Or is it?
Yes.
Kaka on his way in. Crystal Maiden on her way in. I don't think they can stop him. And meanwhile, Faith just gets soloed by Sumail. So, okay. EG continues the reign of dominance. Arteezy goes in again up top as U9 pops forward. And this time maybe biting off more than he could chew, but no, it's Sumail with the tornado. Arteezy still ready to fight, reinitiates. Crit joining the party, some remnants forward. They will finish off SCCC, give him a taste of his own medicine, but it's an RP again. KP sets it up, brings down the Rubik, but they just don't have the resources here, Draskell. Newbie are dropping like flies, and in the end, it's EG that come out big, losing only a support, almost gaining a team wipe for themselves. They ping the high ground. They're going.
At this stage, I actually just feel like Newbie are getting outplayed in the fights. Like,
yeah.
They go for Arteezy. For such a long time, he was actually being spotted out by Kaka, who had a gem, right? He had a gem, he was spotting out Arteezy. He had to have known that his Shadow Dance passive wasn't on. So he was baiting it the whole time. He was baiting it knowing that Sumail would be in the vicinity to throw out a tornado to potentially save him. He TPs, cancels his own teleport, realizing that they can actually turn it. Gets the hit onto the Ember Spirit, and then the immediate Orchid to follow up from Universe to make sure they get the kill. And like you mentioned, like not having enough in the tank, it's because they killed the damage-dealing hero pretty much, and then almost U9 as well. Nice duels here.
Poor Magnus. He's still not going to be able to survive through it, though. Just sets it up for the power shot. Is now Bounty Hunter getting pushed back as well. He'll get brought down. Double Remnant forward. Finishes off Sumail as U9 blinks in. But where are the reinforcements? EG still have a lot of heroes alive. Faith channels the freezing field, but one more right click, and he's going to pay with his life for it. Sumail will actually buy back. They finish off the barracks mid, so that's 2 lanes of barracks down. EG not done yet. They just head straight bottom. They force the buyback out of the Ember Spirit. Universe heads back home, but he will be able to teleport back into this fight. Tier 3 tower down bottom falls, and this is the last lane of barracks before Megas. And it looks like New B running out of resources. It will be a dieback for Sumail, but we'll call it space created to try to finish off the barracks. They'll leave the range still standing. That is the fresh BKB on U9. That's a 10-second charge, now on cooldown. Crit getting low, but able to make it back. They're pursuing pretty far out of the base. And this Ember Spirit, he's getting damn low. Arteezy will finish him off. Yeah, they get the Rubik, but at what cost, as they say? U9 gets the crit on Universe, but indeed does pay with his life. There is a buyback available on the PA, but not for the Ember. And with that, Newbie call the GG. EG take it 2-0.
My goodness. That game escalated quickly, as they say. It was like not a lot of fighting into, okay, there is just non-stop fighting. And I guess it's you come to expect that given the draft that EG and Newbie brought here in game number 2. I wouldn't actually say that I felt in game 2 that EG outdrafted them super hard. I just felt like they outplayed them super hard.
Warcraft 6 kind of counters Dragon Knight 6 when he wants to group up and push towers. Clockwork can kind of port in or hover around the area, and they have that nice Sunstrike setup too. So pretty good pick there. Nice counter to what DC want to do. DC's lineup is very, very 5-man push oriented already.
Yep, their last pick probably going to seal the deal on that. I like this last ban on Ursa. I think that's something that could have done a number against DC, as they're all going to be sticking together a fair amount. Now Liquid get to ban out one more core against DC. In terms of what Mason's been running here, it's been a lot of Weaver, Jug still available, still a really good core here, although would make the lineup a little bit melee focused. Yeah, I mean, what else could DC go for here that would just kind of really throw a wrench in Liquid's plan?
Well, they definitely want to. They've got a couple ways they can play this. I don't imagine they're gonna go for like an all-in push against extreme fight. Like, it's really hard to high ground heroes like Invoker, Warlock, Earthshaker. So I think that they might go for some sort of late game carry that does have a lot of push potential. But I don't know. It really depends on how they want to play this. Like, they could go for like the Vlads on a bat and skip the Midas and kind of all-in push, but I don't feel like that's very strong. I feel like Team Liquid have the tools how to deal with that. So I imagine this game's gonna go something like DC, try to get some early towers, and then they'll farm it up. Alright, out comes the Razor. Very good hero in lane, especially against heroes like Abaddon, Dragon Knight, even Cremaden. These heroes all have single target stuns. They need to click their abilities on Razor. Razor likes that.
Yep. Also going to be some good use out of that static link is DK, if he's not in his dragon form, and Abaddon just kind of have to run at you and chase you down, so should be able to get some good damage off of that. DC now on their last pick. I mean, we could still see a Naga, but I don't know if that's really the game for it. What do you think?
I think it's unlikely that it would be a Naga, but Mason does play Dragon Knight, so it is possible that Abed might play a hero like Naga Siren in the safe lane.
We'll see. They are definitely taking their time with this. I think the Razor was a little bit unexpected. And again, I really like that read here from Team Liquid. The single target stuns, the static link. He's going to get a lot out of this and can easily just take fights and push things out with his ultimate here.
I wonder if DC will try to aggro in Shaker Warlock support duo, assuming the Clockwork's offlane. And they don't really want to lane. Okay, here comes the Weaver. Good matchup against the Razor, one of my play heroes, one of his favorite heroes.
Yep, it's actually his most played in the last 30 days, so lots of practice on this.
Yep, I think they're going to aggro with the Weaver just to give Abaddon a better matchup because they definitely do not want to cripple their Abaddon with this style of lineup.
Yeah, so I mean, just in terms of lineups, who do you think is coming out on top here?
I think it's hard to say. I think Liquid might be the better team overall, but DC have a pretty solid strategy, but it's just, I don't know, it's always so hard to call from this point because they both have lineups that have their obvious strengths. Team Liquid definitely excel in the late game with their Invoker and massive team fight. Razor also has pretty good matchups against some of these heroes, but if DC can get ahead in these lanes, they could definitely snowball extremely hard because heroes like Invoker, Warlock, Invoker needs lots of levels, lots of time. Warlock has a very, very long cooldown ultimate, so yeah, it's pretty lane dependent, in my opinion. If DC can get off to a good start, secure Roshan, hit some towers, I think they can definitely run away with this one. But of course, Liquid, very experienced and good team, so just have to see.
Yeah, who are you most excited to keep an eye on this game? Like, which hero, which player do you really want to just keep zoned in on that? You know, their performance is going to be particularly great.
Mr. Harry Potter, of course, Bulba.
Our Abaddon should be pretty interesting here. I mean, you talked about the variation in his builds, and I'm pretty excited to watch this game. Again, this is going to be a best-of-3 series between DC, aka the old Onyx squad, the great NA Hope, and our buddies Liquid. So this is it. I'm Android, that's Brax. We're going to start things off with a quick pause, as is Ceremony, and let's talk a little bit about these lanes. I mean, what should be going well? What's going to be really difficult to deal with?
If DC do choose to aggro with the Weaver, I think that'll be an extremely hard lane for Liquid to deal with. Razor, not the best hero against Liquid, or sorry, against Razor, and Earthshaker, not the most lane presence in the world either. Actually, okay, it is the support Shaker and offlane Clock.
Yep, J
So
gonna
yeah,
be playing
pretty
that.
much Weaver's lane is gonna be pretty good if he's aggro. My client is actually bugged, so I'm
Alright, we will miss you. I think there's a couple of bugs going in and out here. We've had a couple of wonky replays, but shouldn't be too much. Again, we can just go through and Talk about lineups here on the side of DC. We have got our boy Bulba on the Abaddon. It's going to be Abed playing that mid DK. Crystal Maiden, our support, going to be played by Demon. We've got Mason on this position 1 Weaver. And finally Dubu, going to be snapping up that support Monkey King. Over on the side of Liquid, we have got up here Kuroki, going to be playing the support Warlock. Our offlane Clockwork, played by Mind Control Invoker. Up in the mid lane, Miracle, going to be trying his hand at that. Support Shaker over here, like we talked about, played by GH. And finally, Razor. A lot of weight on Matama Man's shoulders, but if anyone can pull it off, it's him. So, everything's getting started. Looks like we've got a deep ward placed in, some dire vision going down, seeing Mason scoot about. Radiant just getting a ward here, making sure there's no rotations in from Mind Control, but everything pretty calm right now. Brax gonna be coming back in, and we'll hand it over to him.
30 seconds.
I thought I made a big error, but I'm back.
What did you do, like leave the lobby?
No, my game was stuck on player perspective because I was watching a replay. So I watched a different game, like a random game, and then I switched it there, and then I came back into the game, and I was worried I couldn't reconnect to the game, but... Alright, looks like...
Great story.
Thank you, I'm full now. It looks like DC are opting to just Iron Talent their Abaddon instead of playing him against the Razor,
The battle
and instead
begins.
just secure the... I imagine Weaver is going to get like a head start in the lane, and then CM and Monkey King will decide to rotate up the top lane once Abaddon feels like he's ready. But, nope, they're choosing not to challenge the lanes for now.
Bulba getting off a pretty nice block mid, and yeah, I mean, again, Abed on this DK up against Miracle. We talked a little bit about it in draft, but what do you expect to happen here in terms of power spikes, levels, and farm?
I expect DC to play heavily around Abed's level 6 when he has that Dragon form and that stun. He can start the pressure Invoker, hit his tower a bit. But until then, it's pretty Invoker favored. He has a lot of damage on DK, especially when he gets to like level 3 and 4, brings out the Alacrity. So, I mean, it's not a fun matchup for DK.
Yep, gonna be taking a little bit of damage there. Goes for the first point Breathe Fire just to help potentially secure some CS, leaving him a little vulnerable into level 2 and he can get that Dragon Blood. Down bottom, it's gonna be 3 heroes versus Mind Control. I mean, can Clockwork withstand this, especially really aggressive heroes like Monkey King? They're going to want to keep up the harass. Is this something Mind Control can lane against, or does he have to bail out?
He can definitely lane, but it's not going to be the most comfortable lane for him. DC has stacked the hard camp, so once Weaver starts pushing this lane in, they can keep denying him experience and waves and pretty zone him. You see Dubu has skilled up the Jingu Mastery. This is a ridiculously hard spell to lane against once he gets that stacks going. Pretty much no offlaner can man up through it. So, but you know, Clockwork, one of the best offlane heroes at finding his experience. He cog back the wave and keep pulling it back, but this is when it gets kind of tough. It's gonna be hard for him to really move out in lane, and GH is actually going to snipe on the courier. He's smoked up with boots. Can he actually get this?
One more, man, he's chasing it.
Oh
Yes, he
God.
does. He gets it down, GH, with the smoke and the boots. The move speed was just barely enough, and he gets exactly what he wants, which means crippling Abed here, who, yeah, he needs shoes of his own. There is going to be GH going forward, traps him with the fissure. Miracle, not really going to be able to find a kill off of this. Does have the Sunstrike ready, but with only 2 points in Exhort, it's not going to be doing a whole lot.
Alright, so he caught the courier by only having 5 moves.
That's fair.
If he like pulled out a Monkey King ranged auto attack for that last one too.
Yep.
Mind Control actually gonna catch Demon here.
Demon has that one freeze, just trying to cut his way out of cogs. This time the Sunstrike will come in, and the combination with the fissure is more than enough. Mind Control snaps up the first blood, so a little bit more money going his way, some good experience as he ticks over level 2. Very nicely played.
Dubu returns the courier snipe action on the mid lane actually. He was hiding behind the lane, disguised. He actually manages to snipe that one too.
Yep, now picks up an Invis Room and potentially trying to turn things onto Miracle, but that's a tricky kill as Invoker's playing pretty safe and can keep some good distance between him and the DK.
Invoker does walk up. He could potentially die, especially with Dubu hitting his level 2 now.
Miracle just going to be walking back up, going to be starting to stack up the Jingu Mastery, but Dubu just walks right away, just ticks up to his level 2. So we'll see what he grabs next. Meanwhile,
GH's presence in the bottom lane has actually pretty much forced out the supports from deep left Weaver to solo ever since he got that nice CM kill.
Yep. I mean, Mason's farm isn't suffering too much. Weaver, one of those heroes that can keep himself safe. Meanwhile, Miracle in the mid lane, going for the Sunstrike, trying to get some hit onto Dubu, but Dubu going to be running back. The Cold Snap now going to wear thin. Miracle just keeping himself safe, salving up, so no bloodshed mid lane. But yeah, back down bottom. Weaver, I mean, it's not going to be as powerful of a lane as it was before. They're not going to be able to continually chain kill mind control, but Mason will still farm, will still get his levels very quickly.
Yep, but all of a sudden this lane that looked pretty difficult for Clockwork looks pretty easy now. He's having a good time. He's picked up 10 CS.
Yep, already level 3.5 for himself. Up in this top lane, Bulba just playing very safe, almost level 4 for himself. Just staying way far back, making sure there's no possibility that Matumba Man can just run him down.
Abed is very far mid lane, but Invoker doesn't have too much mana to work with, but they could potentially block Abed off on the cliff. Looks like it's quite unlikely, but I'm more worried for DC here. They're one lane that was supposed to go very well for them, but not going so well. Abaddon has a horrible matchup against the Razor. He's not going to be able to do a whole lot there.
Yeah, DC, I mean, the good news is their Weaver's getting farm, and now with the supports coming back down to bottom, they might be able to find a kill on mind control. Meanwhile, up top, Abaddon in a ton of trouble. Bulba trapped in by that fissure, trying to make his way towards the shrine. Meanwhile, Matumba Man just soaking up all of that damage. It's just rolling forward. Only needs a couple more auto attacks before Bulba is done. And that's going to be a deny. He actually gets off the deny with his miscoil, so well played Abaddon, but still means this lane is left defenseless, and this tower probably going down as Matumba Man gets the most out of that extra damage.
Yep, tons of extra damage with the Ring Bassi as well.
Ooh, okay.
Harry Potter out of the game. He wants out. Let's go to the next game, guys.
Invisibility cloak as he just removes himself here, but yeah, we'll hopefully have a reconnect pretty soon. Kill score 1-1 in terms of, you know, last hits. Razor's doing really well for himself. DK's getting a lot out of the mid, though. Actually given a fair amount of harass to Miracle. DC definitely have a more tricky road ahead, as you mentioned. Liquid are getting farm on all the important heroes it's important to get farm on. But what does DC's path back into this look like? What is their mid game going to be?
They definitely still have, like, all these heroes that are really strong at fighting together. DK, he's tanky, Abaddon, shields, and their 5-man is just really, really strong right now. It's strong before Liquid get damaged. Once they get damaged and they can cut through these tanky heroes like DK, they can deal with the elusive Weaver, that's when it gets a bit troublesome. But Bulba TP's back up to the top lane, and GH just pulls the creeps away. He's got a ward behind the tower. Bulba might be in some danger if he can fissure block him off.
GH gonna be moving
looks like
forward.
a free tower.
Fortify comes out, but of course you just fortify because why not? There was a shrine used here in the bottom lane, so all these supports now fresh up with mana. They might try to go in and maybe catch out GH off guard, as he is just going to be jumped on by the Monkey King, grabbing that Primal Spring. Going to be stacking up the Jingu Mastery as well. Now Abaddon moves forward, and this looks like it could be a big kill. GH just going to be healed up by his Warlock, but it won't be enough. That's going to be Dubu snapping up a kill there. They go for the Boundless Strike, and now Matumba Man in some trouble here, gets frozen, and will go down. So Demon getting credit for that one. That was Liquid just playing a little bit sloppy there.
Bit of a strange play there, but you know, DC there to capitalize. They get a lot there. Actually, they
Smoke
get much
up.
more than they should. Yeah, they're definitely awake. Big kill on the Razor. That tower is all of a sudden not dead. And Abaddon's getting close to level 6. You know, the worst thing about that is when you TP out and then you die. Now you have 80 seconds left on your teleport cooldown. You gotta make the long walk of shame back to your lane. It just feels pretty bad.
It does indeed. DC sending their supports here, just kind of poking around the jungle. Looks like they might find Matumba Man as he walks back through, but lacking the resources to take him out. So just going to be a regroup towards this top lane, as DC picking up a little bit more momentum, actually cornering Kuroki back under his tower. And with the rotation of the supports, they might be able to take this. Monkey King jumping all about. Meanwhile, Matumba Man does find the leash onto Abed. Abed just continuing to press forward, but without any damage.
So much damage.
Yeah, this is going to be really difficult. Abed now hitting for a whopping none. Sunstrike coming forward. Man, Demon is just in a world of hurt. Trying to play Ring Around the Rosie. Is he actually getting away with this? Wow, he cuts a path to freedom, goes for the TP, and Liquid just don't have the catch. They don't have any AoE vision.
Yep, Jimmy bringing out his classic maneuver there, the tree juke into the TP. And now they've forced a lot of rotation. Mid lane Miracle.
Going forward, they catch him with the Boundless Strike. Miracle's going to go ahead and invis himself, and Well, there's not a whole lot that DC can do about that. Just going to be using Abed's Dragon Form to pressure this tower, and Fortify comes out nice and early. Just going to be trying to mitigate the damage done to that. Support's still hanging around the mid lane. Dubu is very low mana, so can't go in for any more boundless strikes or anything like that, as GH pokes his head forward, ready to initiate with a fissure if needed, but seems like it's just going to be a bit of a stalemate around this mid lane. Although with Razor TPing in, it seems like Liquid really want to make a hold here.
Demon's in some trouble here. He's got no TP available. He's gonna get linked up as well.
Alright, this time it seems like Demon might be super dead. He's running away. The Sunstrike comes in. Demon gonna try to juke, but Miracle still grabs up the kill for that. So easy pickings on that position 5 support, but all the core is still staying safe. Down in this bottom lane, Mason still farming away, top of the last hit chart and the net worth chart as well.
Yep, and now a bit of a wasted Dragonite ult. They've only gotten, they got about 500 damage off that DK ult, but they can't really do anything else now. Good response from Liquid. They take that tower, TP in the forces, they're able to catch out the Crystal Maiden, and this looks pretty, I don't know, this game is weird. Right now, Warlock's on level 4, but he has the space needed to, like, just sit in a lane and farm. There's no real threat. Razor can rotate wherever he wants to go, going for that Hand of Midas. I imagine he's going to wait for that before he really goes or does anything. And this game just plays around this Dragonite ultimate for DC right now.
Yeah, this has been called the Midas Major, and we're going to see no exception here. We've already got a couple of Hand of Midases queued up, so...
This Major is just a giant plug for Midas mode.
I'm pretty excited. Yeah, Midas mode coming soon to a tournament near you. Anyway, Miracle going to be surrounded upon Radiant, really getting their supports in here. There's going to be dire pings as they see Monkey King hopping around. Might be trying to go in and slap him down, but they got to take a real educated guess there to clip him. So, Fissure going to be spent out onto Abed as well. Cold Snap comes in, going to be hit by the Meteor. Even with 2 points in Dragon's Blood, he is super low. Not quite enough damage to kill him off. Is he going to walk into the Sunstrike? No, he jukes it around.
So close.
Takes a flare, but it's not enough to kill him. Abed's still alive, and well, these 3 supports wasting a little bit of time as well. Mason finally leaving bottom lane, scooting in, going on to Kuroki, who they know still does not have an ultimate. There's going to be that fissure to block out Mason, but Kuroki still taking a ton of damage. Dubu goes in a little bit too far, all alone, will be killed off, and now Mason is going to try to find his way out of this fight, but he might actually get caught here. They've got Fissure up in 1 more second. He will scooch his way across the river as the rest of DC is going to be regrouping mid, so Liquid getting everyone together in this mid lane while Abba's still pushing top. So it should be enough to find potentially a kill here. The Fissure comes in. Sunstrike onto Abed, just barely not enough.
Close.
This guy has got a Guardian Angel looking after him. He keeps living with just a sliver of health.
There's definitely some favoritism going on somewhere in the world here. How is he alive? Nice haste turn there, but man, that was a great fissure from GH. Blocks off Mason there. Dubu jumps in with no way to really get reinforced there. Just wasted efforts there. But it looks like DC are eventually going to chip down this tower.
Another meatball clips straight onto Abed. Demon, okay, all right.
Tower
taken a little bit too far there. Now there is going to be another fissure clipping onto Abed here as Dragon Form wearing thin. They drop out the first Chaotic Offering, but Mason runs right away. This tower left at 25 HP. An easy deny if they can find it. Mason, Sunstrike going to be off the mark. He makes it up to the high ground, snaps up a rune, and well, mid lane tower is going to be able to go and get denied by Earthshaker.
Yep, this is all space for the mastermind Harry Potter himself playing the Abaddon top lane. He's going for the Vladimir's Offering build, the team-based, you know, they want to group up, push. That's what it really shows from them. And even though the Tower Mid was denied, it's still a pretty big victory.
Dubu gonna escape the Sunstrike just barely and finally makes it up to the trees. We'll be able to escape death for now, but this tower's not looking too healthy.
This tower is not long for this world, and Liquid are making their way down.
Yeah, Abed coming forward. The Boundless Strike does clip onto the Razor, but a fissure and now some damage deal. Abed has to try to run, but yeah, again, with that static link being the range that it is, it makes it very difficult. So yeah, Razor now with an extra 141 damage from that static link. That is so tricky to deal with. Demon caught out here. There is going to be a Dragon Form from Abed trying to protect his teammates, but Jimmy's already done. Nice. And Abed is going to get stunned by the fissure, dragged onto by the hook shot, stuck in the cogs and killed off. It's just going to be Mason versus the world, but he can't quite do enough damage with the follow-up from the Boundless Strike. They will be able to find 3. All right, they're turning this right around. Mind Control going to be TPing out. They don't have any stuns for that, but a bloody engage will still go the way of DC.
Yep, and that's a tower defended to get the deny off on the tower if they want it. But meanwhile, Kuroki, sitting top lane, farming his nifty hand of Midas, is almost there. And he says, thanks, team. Space created.
Yep. Warlock finally getting some time to himself. Abaddon getting very, very close to that Vladimir's offering. I mean, how's that going to change things for his team? Is he going to start to really stick together with him, or is he still going to try to do his own thing?
He'll probably use it to try to open up the map and take some of these tier 1 towers. I imagine that they'll group up, try to get some of these out of the game. But all this fighting has kind of left Ovid in kind of an awkward spot. There's no mid tower to take anymore. He pretty much, like, it's so awkward for him to farm now. You know, he wants to get to these towers, push, but he doesn't really have an item completed yet. He's almost, well, not really almost at the armor, he just has the gloves. He's not going to go back for a hand of Midas and keep farming in this game, but he's starting to slip down in terms of net worth.
Demon.
Where he'd like to be.
Oh, his Crystal Maiden's just chain dying. It's so unfortunate that she's just, you know, caught out on her own. They might be able to turn this into a tower for DC, though. Kuroki hanging out behind the tower has that chaotic offering ready. Monkey King's TPing out. Abed wants it and will be able to get it. No deny coming out from the Warlock there. Fight mid lane about to break out as Miracle just really wants to push this lane. Bulba's there to defend, though. They will get the static link off on him. He's going to immediately pop the borrowed time and run back. A static link on cooldown for almost 30 seconds. Can DC find their window here? Looks like they're going to play safe.
I think the Rocket Flare scouted out the Monkey King freeze, so they're pretty wary of his positioning now. And Weaver's split push in the bottom lane. He does have a TP, so if they die, he'll probably respond and proceed to clean up. But Kuroki does have his ultimate up now, and Team Liquid are giving him the old wraparound, looking for heroes under the tower.
Yep, Mind Control's hook shots have been pretty gosh darn good. Dubu hanging out here. Does have that Wukong's command, and with so many heroes in a small radius, it might be time to use it. Dubu is actually just going to chill, as there is a unfortunate another kill on Demon in about 30 seconds. So Crystal Maiden 1-6, definitely not having the best game of her life, but is opening up some space for teammates to push in. Abed feeling pretty safe top lane. This tower mid finally does fall after several minutes of Liquid's pressure.
Come on, Jimmy, you gotta stay alive for that aura, man. That's why you're here.
That is true. CM has 3 points in aura, but hasn't been alive long enough to really get that impact going. Monkey King, yeah, pinged out. And they are just going to drop the golems. It breaks all the trees, and now Monkey King is stunned for a zillion years. The Sunstrike comes in, and Miracle finds another one. Good combo there from Liquid, just using all the resources at their disposal. Golems are now down, but I think you'll take that for a free lane and some Monkey King death.
Yep, we got 5 kills on Miracles and Rogue now. He's got tons of Sunstrike kills this game. And Liquid are totally fine just dropping the ultimate like that, because DC are a team that need to group up, so once they can get these kills on these heroes behind like that, it makes it really difficult for DC to do anything afterwards. They need to get these lanes back. Kuroki's in quite some trouble.
No, I think Mason's the one in trouble. There's going to be Weaver just slapped down. No chance to time-lapse. Warlock, I mean, he may go down here. Kuroki gets hit by the Boundless Strike, is going to get burned by Abed, but his Golem's still up. Wukong's command comes out after there is no one left in the circle, so Dubu not going to get a whole lot of use out of that. Mind Control now on the run. Fissure holds back too. Very nice play there from GH, and well, he's just going to be escaping. Mind Control using the cogs to break up the fight. Will he make it back across the river? He sure will, as Bulba runs in and does get that mana burn going. Demon barely lives, is able to split the difference in that Sunstrike with Abed, but that could have been another death. At least Demon's still up and running, got that aura going.
That's right, supplying his team with mana. He's kind of like the water boy, you know, at like a football game. Don't worry, guys, I got the drinks. That's what it kind of feels like.
He's got the smokes, he's got the dust, he's got the ward. This is a position 6 Demon right now. Just trying his best, but, you know, if he can make space for his teammates, it's going all right in terms of overall net worth. You got Weaver doing really well for himself, Mason, very close to that Lincoln Sphere.
Yep, it was a nice Weaver pick up there. They have the Fissure into the Sunstrike combo, and there's enough damage to actually finish Weaver. He has a very tanky build this game, too. Mason went for the Treads instead of the Bootless build. So he was sitting on 1500 HP, and not the easiest target to bring down, but they were able to do it there before he could get off his ultimate.
Big rotation in. DC just going to all smoke up, and they've got their lines drawn in the sand. They want to just charge in towards this tier 2, and if they can find a kill on Matubba Man, that would be super ideal right now. This Razor getting a lot of space. Dubu just jumping around, and he's going to be Primal Springing down. This Razor is looking mighty dead. He's got a bunch of heroes behind him, but
Jimmy.
Invoker can just solo down a Crystal Maiden with 1 Sunstrike. There were no other forces of damage on her. It was just the Sunstrike that kills her.
570 damage does 90% of crystal.
That is difficult to deal with.
They can rocket and sunstrike the fountain and kill him at full health.
We'll see if they get that combo going. I mean, there's only so much you can get out of just chain killing a Crystal Maiden. Eventually you gotta deal with these cores, but sure is helping Liquid's net worth out here.
Yep, they do get the Razor for that, so DC are up top pushing this, and looks like Liquid do want to take this fight. Razor's up in 2 seconds.
Yep. Mason here trying to do his damage. Still hasn't picked up the Lincoln Sphere. Hasn't really found any time to himself. He's now just been moving with his team since leaving that bot lane, so hopefully his big item will come out off of this and he doesn't get killed right before picking it up. That would be so bittersweet. Hook shot off the mark here, so Mind Control has to play it safe for a minute. They lost a big initiation tool. So it's just kind of a wall. Liquid trying to form some sort of barrier against the damage from DC. Meatball comes out, Fissure clips onto the DK, but it's all just casual damage now. This static link is going to be doing a lot as Matubba Man picks himself up another 100 extra damage. The tower does fall to DK, and that's going to be all that DC were looking for. So they just TP out, take their freedom, and run with it.
Yep, nice tower kill from DC. That hook shot would have definitely led to a big team fight. Abed has the juke shoes on, does not get hit by that one. And I think DC kind of get lucky there. I think if that hook shot lands, they're going to be locked into a team fight that they might not want to take. There's so much damage right now from Invoker. He's extremely, he's got his maxed out points in Exor right now. Sunstrike hits for a ton of damage, along with the Meatball. Yeah, and that's also the Warlock ultimate that they avoid fighting into. They get out with a pretty big win there.
Yep. Getting pings here as Dubu's just keeping eyes on Miracle. I mean, Miracle's getting really out of control. He had such an early Ags, and Blink picked up very shortly, unless he gets killed here, but oh, he ghost walks, will be dusted, so he's just going to bail out on the ghost walk. Boba trying to keep up the chase. Sunstrike comes in. Wow, okay, Miracle. You could just take out a full health Monkey King, that's fine. Now he's going to be still running for his life. Does pop out the ice wall, and Abed going to be slowed down. Nice EMP, going to be burning up all the mana in the vicinity, but Miracle does still go down. He forces out mass rotations in from DC, so at least buying his team time as they're able to take this bottom tower. That's some space created right there.
Who's ganking who here? Miracle makes it out with the kill there, and now all of a sudden Liquid will push the block back.
Abba comes in immediately, just going to get all his health drained, and yep, forced into that borrowed time. His ult's going to be down. He does no damage. And wow, okay, hookshot in as Abed thinks he can take on the entire team. But I don't know about that, buddy. It's not looking so easy. That's going to be a 2-0 as Dubu pops out a pretty late Wukong's command. And he's just trying to stay in the circle. But GH manning up on him. Dubu somehow lives through it. Razor going to be going down. And Dubu is still alive. Crystal Maiden going to be ulting. Dubu, my god.
What?
Somehow able to live through this with the mischief. Oh my goodness, Monkey King. Sunstrike not going to be on the mark there. That would have been a great way to end things out, but unfortunately, Miracle has to settle for not getting all the kills he wanted in that fight. Well played there by DC.
Yeah, it really looked like Team Liquid had everything they needed to win that fight. They got the massive static link damage off, and Abed even dropped in that fight extremely early, but Wukong's command, even with no items, did so much damage. Sunstrike number 2 gonna miss.
Invoker's just hunting. He knows that Dubu's somewhere nearby and really wants that kill, but looks like Dubu will finally take the key to move back into his base.
Okay, so we've got some big items coming up with DC. Weaver has his Lincolns and almost Desolator completed. Abed is pretty close to PQB. He's about halfway there, not that close. Jimmy working on his Sage's Mask, extremely close to that medallion pickup.
He'll get that Sage's Mask eventually, man. It's a big save.
It is, though. It's medallion. It's good.
Yep.
And Bulba's halfway to Relic, so not bad.
Yeah, Abaddon's had a lot of space to himself this game. I mean, I feel like Abaddon offlane is just considerably... undervalued. You leave him alone for a long enough time because the rest of your team's getting active, and then all of a sudden Abaddon just runs at you with like 4 items, and it's really hard to get him down. But yeah, I think Razor has been pretty effective. You just go in, Abaddon tries to run at you to get that curse going, and yeah, you just static link him, and suddenly he does nothing.
Yep, it's definitely a good counter to the hero. GH actually just picked up his Blink Dagger on the Earthshaker, and they were setting up a gank on the bottom lane. But they did have a nice Observer Ward that just died, so Mason avoids that gank.
Miracle now with the Arcane Rune on top of the freshly picked up Blink Ags Invoker. Miracle is just ready to kill. We'll see if he can find anything. Crystal Maiden gonna get pinged out. Unfortunately, Sunstrike can't take her down all the way from full health. They gotta get some damage before that. Miracle a little late to the party here to smoke, but the rest of his team will be backing him.
Yep, he's got an Arcane Rune here ready to fight, so if they do find an engagement, it could be pretty bad here for Team DC.
Monkey King just trying to push out this lane, trying to force back some rotations, make some space. DC have got to know something's going on, because this lane is real pushed, and Liquid aren't rotating back to deal with it.
Yep, this is quite the obvious indicator here that Team Liquid are grouped up on their side of the map.
You can see the drawings on the map that DC are drawing. They know exactly what's here. So, again, Monkey King just being a brat, pushing into that tier 3 tower, and Liquid eventually are just going to go home empty-handed. They'll clear out the Radiant jungle, or at least use their Midases and try to push.
And that's pretty big for DC, actually. 400 damage onto a tier 3 tower like that for free.
DC, I mean, they're taking their sweet time if they want to defend this tier 2 bottom. It looks like it will be a free hit. Razor going to be snapping up the gold for that, and he now has his full Sange and Yasha, so Razor's now going to be really speedy and difficult to deal with. He can get into pretty much any fight with those bots, and he can just keep running at you, getting the most out of that static link. He's not quite tanky enough to be that like big frontlining Razor that we used to see in the old meta, but the Tumpa Man's still playing this fantastically.
He'll definitely get there, get a bit of a rocky start. He's got 4 deaths to his name, but ever since he picked up those boots of travels and Hand of Midas, he's been farming pretty well.
Miracle here just going in. Will be grabbing himself his own Lincoln Sphere as there's a fair amount of single target coming out of DC. I mean, Miracle's getting pretty crazy out of control. 13,000 net worth for himself. Compare that to Weaver, who spent most of the game free farming. Not even quite at that point. Although Weaver is going to be pretty hard to lock down. They are going to be able to get off that time lapse and just walk away. So failed gank coming out. Everyone going to take some bugs. Tornado coming back in, but they can't turn this. They go for the fissure, but just going to be a quick TP out. Monkey King comes forward. They actually cancel the TP with the Boundless Strike, and Mason finds himself a kill. Well played.
What happened there? GH just like didn't get the chain stun off there, and Weaver just got his time lapse off before any real damage came in. It just looked so weird. You know,
it looked like they just
committed the Echo Slam for it too. They really wanted it.
Yeah, they didn't quite get that communication going on how they chain stun Mason, and he just ended up turning it right back around, courtesy of a nice rotation in from the Monkey King. Dubu, again, goes for that Hand of Midas, a bit of a greedier build than we see on a lot of MKs, but he'll get there eventually. Now has the Basher queued up, so going to start to transition into more of that core role and getting a lot of that Wukong's command.
Yeah, I think the Midas on Monkey King is very, very good. He's a hero that does a lot when he gets these small items, and if he can just make it to Basher, then his next item after that, he can be extremely strong in these team fights. And this game does look like it's going to be quite a long game. I don't see DC being able to break open Team Liquid's base anytime soon. Invoker is very high level. Shaker has his Blink Dagger up. Also pushing into Warlock is not an easy task at all.
Yeah, DC now grouping up. I mean, they're pushing out this top lane over and over, but the tier 2's down. They've still got tier 2s to deal with in mid and bottom, but it seems like top is their go. They want to clear out this jungle, and now Mind Control just kind of skirting behind this patch of trees. Mason's going to ping him out. Mid lane, though, you got 3 heroes roaming together, and this could be a good spot to move in and on. Looks like DC will get that call to kind of wrap around, leave the jungle. Roshan.
I wonder when these teams are going to start looking at because they both kind of need it to get to that next step in their game. You know, DC really can't walk up the hill unless they get an excellent team fight ahead of time. There's just too many big team fights, ultimates, and abilities from Team Liquid right now.
Yeah, Liquid's high ground is a little crazy. It's really good if all their heroes are up, but you get 2 or 3 heroes in a pick and suddenly their racks are just wide open.
Radiant's completed now under Abaddon.
Everyone posturing up to go into Roche is, yep, Elba's going to pop some smokes, and he's going to go ahead and take a static link. They will hold him in place with that fissure, but the rest of the team are moving forward. Matumba Man, even with a zillion extra damage, getting very, very low, has to get forced to freedom. Mason showing off that new BKB, wants to move forward and find the kill, and Kuroki needs one more hit. Doesn't get that geminated attack that he needed to get the kill, and now looks like Mason's in trouble here. Does go down. That bug just crawls a little bit too far forward. Golem's spent, and they're going to be able to push this lane a fair amount. It looks like Liquid were thinking about Roche, but now, after killing off the Weaver, they just want to go straight forward for tier 2s, but Dubu gets off a really nice Wukong's command, followed up with that Boundless Strike, and now Miracle's in some trouble. The Monkeys, can they finish him off? They do! The Invoker goes down. That's a pretty big bounty going the way of Dubu, who almost gets finished off by the Flare. Oh man, Matumba Man is just a little bit too low to finish him off. Dubu still taking damage from the Fatal Bonds. It looks like Crystal Maiden finally comes in and helps Aved find a kill onto GH. Kuroki eventually gets credit for the kill onto Dubu as he dies from Fatal Bonds. Matumba Man continues to walk away, but it's looking like this Roche is going to remain unclaimed until everyone respawns.
Yeah, that was excellent Wukong's command. They all got baited in, ran into it. Miracle actually died to the last monkey at the very corner of it. It was really unfortunate.
He was tased in freedom. He was just right there, but the monkeys got in one more hit.
Yep, but now Monkey King has a basher.
That's going to make the next Wukong's command even nastier, and we'll see if Liquid learn their lesson about not grouping up and not getting baited in, pulled too far towards the towers.
Dire's bottom tower is
So,
under attack.
I mean, who's in a better position to take Roche on? It looks like DC are making their way towards the pit, but again, Invoker will be up in 8 seconds, and quick Sunstrike could really turn this around.
Yeah, they feel like now that since Warlock's ultimate's down and Earthshaker's ultimate is down, they should contest Roshan. But Team Liquid still do have a lot of spells at their disposal. Tornado, EMP, Clockwork, Hookshot, all these abilities make it very difficult for DC just to do Roshan to turn in their face. They're going to have to try to bait some sort of team fight, make Team Liquid commit or something that they might not want to. And Bulba's going to get damage going this lane. He might get something to talk to what he does.
Yep.
That's pretty big.
Now hitting for not a whole lot. Matumba Man ready to go in. 175 extra damage on him, and that is Roche in the can. They're going forward, melting his armor, but DC, they don't want to let this go for free. How quickly can they really get in the area? They scan it out. They know this is a multi-hero effort. Now, oh god, they get the hook shot onto Dubu. He's going to be leaping away. Now Clockwork stuck in here, trapped in the little neutral pit. Earthshaker going to be focused down. Mason able to snap up that kill and chasing away the other two cores. Mind Control on the cliff. Demon's going to be dancing and will get the kill onto the Clockwork. Deafening Blast comes in and holds back the Dragon Knight. Crystal Maiden does have to trade her life for that. DC still really intent on taking this Roshan. Meatball coming into the pit, and this could do a serious number to the rest of DC's cores. A Wukong's command comes in just to zone, as they just really want this Roshan. Finally, they find it. Mason picks up the Aegis, and they're going to keep pressing forward, even through the ice wall. They will get the kill on Kuroki.
Alright, successful fight for DC. They claim the Aegis and some kills. And Dubu's bringing out the bad-mannered paws.
No, I don't think that's a BM pause. I think that's a someone tripped on the router cable pause.
Well, that's the guys. Quick, disconnect. I gotta pause.
As a professional NA player, you know the deal, right?
Of course, that's what happens all the time when people's door. They're laughing at you.
All right, so DC, again, we can talk a little bit about their backstory here in this pause. The former Onyx squad getting picked up, just a bunch of NA players getting into it, qualifying for this major. It's going to be their first shot at a really big event for this squad together, at least. Of course, Mason's already been to TIs and whatnot, but yeah, I mean, DC, they've got some polishing to do, but since the formation of Onyx, these guys have really come together to playing cohesively, and they're taking games off of Tier 1 teams. What do you think is so crucial to their development, and what really sets them apart from other, Tier 2 NA teams?
I think they have a pretty solid foundation of how they want to play the game. They understand each other pretty well, so it's easy for them to, like, when they go into the team fights, you can see, like, it looks well. Everything looks really good. Everyone's getting force-staffed out. People are, playing these team fights properly. They're baiting people into the Wukong's command instead of, waiting and not using it very well. I just think that they have a good leader in Dubu. He has ideas, people trust him, and they all understand how each other likes, how they want to play. And I think they have these basic building blocks for their team, and they also have quite they have some very individually skilled players in Abed, of course, and all these other players are also very, very good. Abed kind of he's not really new, you know, he's played on teams for quite some time, but he's always been in the Southeast Asian scene. He's a bit more, I would say it's like a sleeper scene, you know, we don't really watch it a whole lot. They're definitely very good players. Their TNC came out of there, and they look fantastic right now. But, I don't know, it's just a combination of their teamwork, and they have a solid idea of how they want to play the game. And I think that's important, because sometimes as teams win and lose, they lose their foundation of how they play the game. They start to not really trust it as much. Maybe they don't believe in someone's ideas, or perhaps there's a player they doubt their skill level or ideas or work ethic. Something kind of brings like animosity into their atmosphere, and it's just a big downward spiral, and that's what kills teams. So I think they have a good idea of how they want to play. They stick to it, and win or lose, they still go for it.
All right, sweet answer there, Brax. That was really nice. So.
Thank you. I was reading that off my note cards.
Anyway, DC grouping up for a push down bottom. This tier 1 tower gonna get fortified, but finally will go down. Invoker's actually TPing in for this. Looks like he's gonna blink immediately away. Tornado comes in. They do clip Invoker with that Boundless Strike. They get vision on him before he goes invis, but GH wants to turn this right back around. A Deafening Blast comes in on top of the Echo Slam. Wukong now forced to turn his tail and run, as Invoker will get killed off along with GH. Clockwork's TPing in, and Matumba Man goes straight forward, trying to suck down Abed's damage, but Matumba Man gonna get chased by Mason. 3 heroes dead, trading only for a Crystal Maiden. This is huge for DC. Mind Control forcing himself into his own cogs, hookshotting himself to freedom on top of Mason, but I mean, even if Mind Control gets out, that is still a huge win for DC. You could tell Liquid had the confidence in that fight to go in and try to execute, but I just got outdone, and now Mason finally forced to retreat. Can't kill off that pesky Clockwork, but they're going to start tapping on tier 3s here.
Perhaps they had too much confidence in the way they wanted to defend it. They, Miracle ported in, blinked in, and he was just in such an awkward position. He couldn't cast his spells in the most optimal way. Got disabled, and he just died at the very beginning of the fight. And that's the lane of racks for DC.
Look how quick those racks melted just with the damage coming out of Mason right now. This Weaver's been a little bit quiet. Had a couple of deaths in lane, but now really starting to come online. Top of the net worth chart, surpassing the Invoker. Weaver going to do some damage to the shrines. I mean, that is a full lane of racks taken in the blink of an eye, and all it took was 1 Invoker kill just to be able to shut Liquid down completely. DC, can they do that again, or will Liquid learn from their mistakes?
I think Miracle's like, shit guys, I'm sorry, I threw a little bit, I promise I won't do it again, and pretty much, as long as he doesn't die at the very beginning of these team fights by porting in like that it was pretty cocky. I don't think a player like Miracle's gonna make that sort of mistake again, but the game's still gonna go on for quite some time. Invoker, 3 more levels till his level 25 power spike, looking around the map with his Ghost Walk. I think as long as Team Liquid managed to stay alive, their high ground defense is still insanely good.
Yep, just going in, getting those little picks is going to be super huge. Smoke in. Abed, I mean, he pings something out. He knows that something's a little bit afoot. Miracle is right on their heels. Bulba, meanwhile, just going to be taking a ton of damage, forced into using his borrowed time, just trying to get the most out of it by miscoiling his teammates. Hookshot comes in. Jimmy trapped in the cogs along with Abed. He has his dragon form available. We're going to have a little pause there.
Not again.
As it did really seem like they were asleep at the wheel. These 2 heroes get hook shot into the cogs, and they just kind of stand there. So hopefully some connection issues are going to be resolved, and yeah, hopefully that won't result in too many deaths.
Oh, this is such a shame. You know, this game is so tense right now. Lag. Ugh.
That sucks from Matumba Man. You know, he's really a player of sympathy. Brax, as
I think it's
as a
hard
pro
not
player.
to smile saying that sucks as they die. Definitely pretty hard not to smile there.
So hopefully that's going to be an isolated incident as we move forward. It looks like this team fight is going to be... Bulba has mentioned this before. There was a similar situation in one of their series last night, so... Try this again as everyone has reconnected. Oh, nope.
Kroki asks for the go. All right, so we have got quite the pause going on here.
All right.
We've got some unhappy video gamers here with the internet situation. So It's a story time, I guess. That's what this is.
All right, Brax.
Time for me to dust off the old 50 Shades of Grey in the closet and read it on stream.
That would be great. I don't think you should do
That
that,
would be
though,
great
for the
if I
sake of
had
your
one of those.
career. I think at some point we bought a copy for Mott to read on one of the Moonduck videos, but I don't know where it is.
You don't know where it is because he keeps it in his room and reads it every night.
That's probably it. Keeps it under his pillow, gives him good dreams. Anyway, what is your... What's your best tilt story? Where you go into a pro game, something happens, and you just can't get it together.
I have no idea. That's like the worst subject to ask me.
Okay. You give me
'Cause
one.
I am an emotionless robot when it comes to playing games.
That is fair. All right, I'll give you that one. All right, let's get some story time going.
Alright, so you guys are probably pretty familiar out there with Team Digital Chaos's Bulba. You know, he's been around the block, he's been playing Dota for quite some time. Back in the days of Dota 1 when people, you know, everyone played for fun. It wasn't about the glory, the money, it was about being the best and beating your friends. That's pretty much all it was. It was pride back then. There were no gigantic prize pools. There was like one LAN a year, and you would spend more money on your plane flight there than winning if you actually got like first place. So nobody like, you know, it just wasn't serious. It was in its infancy. It was all for fun, and this is where Bulba began. First, his name was Sam Sosale. Actually, yeah, it was Sam Sosale. Wait, was it Sam? No, it was Sam Baird. This is the first generation of Bulba. He created fake aliases online, linked random people's Facebooks, saying that it was him. He really wanted to be a white guy, first of all. Because every dude he linked was like some athletic white dude that he found on his school's Facebook. And that was just him. That was the life of Mr. Kanishka Sosale for quite some time. He went from being Sam Baird to Sam Spalding, and to the man we know today, Mr. Sam Bulba Sosale. And that's why you might see pictures of Bulba online, and he's always wearing the same outfit. It's not because he, like, you know, lacks the wardrobe, or he lacks the money, or that's just his style, or anything like that. It's just because he's trying to remember his identity. He doesn't want to become Sam Baird again. These were some dark, dark days. This is when Bulba was a gigantic flamer. He would sit there, and he would make you question your existence because you frostbit the wrong creep. It was just a mess. And so, that's Bulba.
That was a beautiful story. What happened for Bulba to blossom into the beautiful flower he is today?
He joined Team Evil Geniuses, and he played at TI3 there. And then he was like, uh-oh, I have to make an appearance in real life now.
He has to, you know, be a real person. Okay.
And that's when the mask came off.
Oh, God.
Oh, Jesus, they're done with this game. Get me out.
So hopefully either PGL communicates with us or we get some ping from the admins letting us know what's up if we're going to do a remake or have the players switch rooms or something. Because, again, I know internet hasn't been a persistent problem for DC. They were talking about it yesterday. So
this is quite the unfortunate situation. I mean, just look at how the fight started. They got jumped, everyone's asleep because they just can't play the game. It's like they're playing without their hands right now. And I don't know, I mean, what can you really do at this stage of the game? It's not like you can remake and play the game over, or Team Liquid can say, hey, you guys can walk away scot-free, we won't touch you. That's not how the game works. All they can do is play the game at their lost team fight.
this is truly Gabe trying to handicap DC because he's scared of what they can truly accomplish.
No, don't tell me Gabe bet on Liquid.
You heard
It's
it here,
not for
guys.
the rares.
Oh no, my career. Anyway, hopefully we get underway. We've got the lone Mason sitting here watching his team burn. Okay, let's talk about what's going on the map right here, because again, there was a hook shot onto two. Crystal Maiden and Dragonite caught in the cogs. They were lagged out, so they couldn't respond immediately. I was wondering why DK didn't immediately Dragon Form or BKB, but how did DC recover this fight? They've clearly had some time to look at the screen, figure out what's going on. What's the best way back into this? How do they salvage it?
Well, they can only salvage it by kind of cutting their losses and trying to survive with as many people as they can. Mason is going to run away. He has the BKB, so it's pretty unlikely he'll get caught since the hook shot's down. Jimmy, he just force-staffed out of the cogs, so he's pretty dead. I imagine Clockwork is going to try to run from. Maybe Abed can BKB and stun the Clockwork, so Crystal Maiden survives, but I'm pretty sure that Invoker's just going to run him down. Crystal Maiden's dead. Weaver's alive. DK might die just because these heroes are so speedy. The Razor runs at like 500 and something moves to get 521. Invoker can also run him down forever. Monkey King might just throw down the zoning Wukong's command to try to save Dragon Knight, but he kind of doesn't want to do that. He wants to survive as well, so this sucks. They're just dead.
Is this where DC just has to cut their losses and everyone that can get out, and don't even try to take the fight?
Yeah, definitely, but I don't know how many people will survive. Mason probably survives for sure, but Abed's probably going to go down here since Razor and what's his face? Magician Man Invoker are very fast.
We've got all of DC now back online, reconnected to the game, but we'll see. Got one more second here. Dubu just trying to get his mind together, trying to figure out what he goes for here. We haven't talked a whole lot about the Monkey King's build. I mean, he picked up the Basher. We talked about how that's going to really amplify the Wukong's command, but also a Shadow Blade, so we can really get those sneaky ults going.
Yeah, that Shadow Blade helps him sit at the edge of his Wukong's command.
Come on, Matumba. Oh my.
Yup.
Brax, how was your day?
My day was fantastic. I'm here talking about Dota at like whatever odd hour it is right now. It's great. Doesn't get better than this. 4 a.m. Sitting here at a pause screen.
Yeah. And
Oh no, not the thumbs down. This is some serious. This is getting pretty deep.
what's
You guys
the
don't wanna flame
nastiest
them?
emote? Like, what is the most ferocious, bad-mannered emote you can put in chat as a pro player? Well, everyway, we are underway in a fight here. Razor going to be TPing into a super low health creep. What on earth was that? As DC are turning this around, they get off the Wukong's command. There will be a Sunstrike to finish off Demon Miracle. Now on the run, a Dust is going to miss. DC somehow get together, turn this fight into a pretty okay thing for themselves. They do have to lose that Crystal Maiden like we talked about. Bulba also was dead right at the start of that pause, but they managed to turn things for an Earthshaker and get the rest of their heroes out.
Yep, not bad at all. They managed to get the Earthshaker kill there. DK finds him in the trees, gives him the stun. He's dead. And of course, Jimmy gets sniped by the Tornado Sunstrike. Honestly, it just kills him at full HP right now. Like, it's a sad life for Crystal Maiden right now.
Yeah, like, I don't even know if you call that a loss. DC technically had more bodies hit the floor, but I am astonished that they managed to salvage that. I thought it was going to be way worse.
Razor TP getting cancelled on the creep there was definitely big. He's got 500 HP, Shieldless Guard, Sanjin Yashi can chase these people down forever.
Alright, so back to it. What is the most BM emote? I'm curious now.
Curious
Yeah.
about the emote, not the game.
Well, we were all deep into story time, and then the fight broke out.
I think they're all kind of, they all kind of suck. I guess the Pudge one.
Okay, that's fair. Anyway, back into it. We have got lines drawn in the sand. It seems like DC, they want to go in and pressure this top lane. Again, they already took out a successful lane of Rax here. You got Supers pushing in bottom. Matumba going to show himself in the mid lane, going on to Abed. They get the static link off, but Abed should be able to force himself back. It's going to be 3 heroes cuddled up underneath the Warlock ult. Bulba is trying to sit there and tank it for the team. He's got his Blade Mail rocking, but I don't know if it's going to be enough here. Crystal Maiden, of course, already dead, and now Bubble trapped without his ult. It's looking dangerous, but Matumba does have to back off. It's just going to be GH and the Golems finishing off the job. Miracle snaps up the kill for that. Mason goes in and finds a sneaky kill on GH on the back lines, but now Mason forced to go and solo up against Invoker. They're just going to cut ties, walk their separate ways, and in the end, it will be a 1 for 2.
Yep, so much damage there stolen from the Razor. He had like plus 221 damage there, along with the Alacrity. He actually almost killed himself on the Blade Mill. Thank God he didn't. That would have been a very, very sad way to go out.
Yep.
But we have some 25s coming out in this game. Invoker picked up his 25 AoE Deafening Blast, actually.
All right, we
And
are
the,
pretty used to seeing the Tornado, but that's going to be a big way to break up these team fights.
Yep, it's much less effective against these heroes that already have BKBs. but maybe he's hoping he can push the Monkey King outside of his ultimate. And Weaver is also about to hit his 25 pretty soon. That plus 200 Chikuchi movement speed turn into a race car.
You think there's any chance that Mason goes in for the 35 magic resist against a team with an Invoker?
Definitely not. I think the Chikuchi movement speed is way too good. It like enables you to sell your boots, so you actually have 6 real items later on in the game, and you can kind of just keep your boots of travel as your 7th slot in your backpack to TP around.
Weaver goes in for the Hearted Tarrasque, definitely not messing around here, just wants to be tanky enough to live through these fights.
DC are playing with the Rax advantage right now, so Roshan is definitely something that they have a bit of an advantage over with that constant bottom lane pressure. They can play on the opposite side of the map and really make Liquid walk around.
Yep. Roshan, see when it's going to be up. About 10 more seconds till we see if it's a long or short respawn, but no more than 4 or 5 minutes for that guy, and obviously DC in a better position to take it. But Liquid, I mean, if they actually get their act together and go for a nice smoke, you've got Invoker now at that huge deafening blast, they can have a good Roche fight if they get this off to a good start.
Yep, Roshan is definitely scary. They have the big AoE ultimates, Warlock, Earthshaker, even Invoker spells. Pretty dangerous for DC to fight in that kind of an area, but if they have control of it already, then it helps them position properly in the trees to land that big Wukong's command. Kind of come from different angles.
Look at that tornado, just catching out everyone here. Lincoln's popped, disarm onto the Weaver, but he's just going to be scuttling away. Liquid do not want to let this tier 2 go down. That's going to be way further loss of control over the Roche pit. Now they are going to be able to clip the Weaver back. They get him into the EMP, so mana burned up, but Mason can just sit back and let that Crystal Maiden aura do its magic.
But now Team Liquid smoked up looking for something.
Yeah, probably just going to be poking their heads into the Roche pit. Still another minute till it spawns. They'll be at least in a good position to go for it. It looks like they want to go for some kills as well. Matumba Man just charging in onto Bulba. Bulba's going to shield, but still a lot of damage being stolen. They hold Bulba in place. Well, Matumba just goes to work. Look at this, it's raking up. Over 200 going his way. Now Bulba going to be popping into that ult. They got a really nice Wukong's command going down. Kuroki channeling up a fairly solid upheaval as Abed sits in the Wukong's command. They will be able to get 4 heroes down. Kuroki, one of the lone survivors, just using his golems to try to kill Bulba, but it's not going to be successful. They trade Crystal Maiden for 5 heroes. Liquid are down now for a minute. Invoker dead for over 80 seconds with no buyback. This is a free Roche, and I don't even think they're stopping for Roche. They're going straight in for this mid-Rax.
Yep, they're definitely going to force some buybacks here. Invoker just dies again at the beginning of the fight. DK blinks on him, stuns him, someone breaks the Lincoln Sphere, and he just dies in one stun pretty much. And the Wukong's command in that position there, Bulba managed to bait back the entirety of Team Liquid into that nice little choke point where they had to run through the entire Wukong's command, and just did so much damage. Even though Monkey King doesn't have the highest net worth, once he starts picking up these items, he really starts to really feel it in these team fights.
Yep, you got Earthshaker up. Earthshaker is the only one alive. Yeah, he's got a Blink Echo, but I think he's got to play this a little bit safe. Clockwork now coming back in. Bulba's got his ult ready if he needs to. DK just jumping forward. They want to keep Liquid dead. Earthshaker going down for a minute with no buybacks. Buybacks are few and far between. They're going to be taking out the second lane of Rax. It sure is. DC, they just pick up that momentum even after a very quirky disconnect and pause in a fight that looked like it could be lost. They get themselves together. Mind control now trapped in the trees. Abed is hammering on the cogs. There will be one big last hold from Matumba Man who moves forward, draining down a lot of damage out of Dubu. He's still waiting for those 12 seconds. That Wukong's command is going to be huge. Meanwhile, Clockwork locked in under Demon's ult. Demon's still alive through this. It feels weird with Crystal Maiden not dead, but you know, that'll take care of itself. Yeah. He's going to be going down eventually. Mason still trying to fight with the last bit of his life. Abed moving forward here. He's tanky. Matumba Man going to get stunned up by the Dragon Tail. They're burning him down. They will get the Razor. Immediate buyback onto him, but it looks like they're trying for Megas. It's going to be tricky there. Mass TPs come forward. Abed may have overstayed his welcome here. Does end up going down as we've got just a splash of spells coming out of Liquid. So DC, they're going to back off here, accepting that they may have stayed in a bit too long.
Team Liquid managed to hold out their base, but they've lost so much of their base already. They got one side of Rax remaining, no tier 3 towers left, and it's gonna be, they just, I don't know, these fights are so strange. They keep like chasing this Abaddon with Blade Mail on into these choke points where Wukong's command comes out, even Crystal Maiden ultimate comes out, and Weaver can find his way into the back lines. He kills Warlock in like 3 hits, even the Shaker dies extremely fast.
Weaver
So
now
hard.
full Bloodthorn on him, so Mason, he can go in, he's got that disable, he's got his own heart, so he can stay in these fights a pretty long time. And again, still Aegis, still has not been popped, going to be up for a little while longer on him. So this is time for Liquid to actually get out of their base, to get active, and they've got a couple of minutes before they're really going to start feeling the pressure of these 2 lanes of super creeps, but they've got to go in, they've got to push, they've got to get a lane of racks or at least a couple kills here, or it seems like they might just fizzle.
One thing they do have going for them is that Dragon Knight does not have buyback at all right now, so perhaps Team Liquid can force a team fight that DC don't exactly want to take.
Seems like Liquid gonna play this one safe, just trying to clear out the exterior towers, get all the tier 2s, make the creeps have to work a little bit harder to get out. But big smoke in, it seems like DC, they're trying to end it all here. Mason, with that extra scoochy speed, is just going so fast. They're finding mind control here. He's going to force himself to freedom, eating his way out of the cogs. There is going to be many, many things to hold him in place. Dubu going back in, has to be a little bit careful there. Hook shot out. Liquid spending a good amount of spells just to get out safely here, but no blood.
Would make it out, but well, their heroes aren't the worst in the world for dealing with these super creeps. They have 2 boots of travels on their heroes. Earthshaker can also start to clear out some of these players if needed. And yeah, I don't know. There's just so many things that they can't deal with right now. This Dragon Knight has 60 armor. So once his BKB is up and he like dodges the meatball damage and everything, he probably is not going down in this fight. The only way he can actually die is once his BKB is out, he gets hit by all these spells. But of course with the Blink Dagger, he can kind of get in there and force them to fight them, especially with that Bloodthorn. He can now pop the Invoker Lincoln Sphere. Miracle just picked up his 10-second BKB, so perhaps he can use that in the next fight to stay alive a bit longer.
Yeah, I think it's going to be down to DC's initiation. If they go in, if they can continually find those backline picks, we saw Blink in, Blink Dragon Tail coming out. That'll be pretty nice for them, but Liquid, again, they've got good high ground, and now all their heroes are up. This is going to be a very different push than we saw just a couple of minutes ago, and they're smoked up. They want to get aggressive. They want to take the initiation here. They're leaving their base, and it seems like DC are going to get surprised by that. They start things off with a really nice Echo Slam. Golem's going to be dropped out on top of that. They kill off the Monkey King, and now Abed getting all his damage drained, trying to man-fight Miracle, but it's not working out. Abed going to be going down, and Bulba popping on his borrowed time. Meanwhile, Kuroki will get focused down by Mason. It's on Mason to turn this fight around and get out of here, as Bulba probably going to be finished off here. Mason's going to BKB, getting in there, going deep, trying to get down Matumba Man. Couple more hits, it'll be done, and they will be able to get him with the Mist Coil from Abaddon. With Bulba's last breath, he takes out Matumba Man, and now Mason goes in, shows off that new Bloodthorn, goes in onto the Clockwork, but won't be able to finish him off. Instead, goes for the retreat. The Deafening Blast clips the Weaver. Can they finish him off here? He's going to be able to go time-lapse himself to freedom, and Mason should be able to TP back, has it in his backpack, so very messy fight, but Liquid holds. Liquid get a 2,700 gold lead from that. XP is going to be huge as well. Mason's going to go back to full health as that Aegis expires, but he's still going to TP out, not going to take his chances.
Yep, nice play from Liquid. They realize, hey, once they get in our base and they jump us first, we're not going to win in this fight. We need to smoke up, set up a defense outside of the base. They jumped the Monkey King there and killed him before he could do anything, and they're able to get to their key targets. When they get to jump like that, then it's easier for them to actually get their BKBs off at a good moment, Invoker get all the spells off convincingly there. They had a nice ward up on the hill, and that's just what they needed to take the fight.
So Liquid still alive, still kicking, about 10,000 net worth in favor of DC. Experience is actually going to be slightly in favor of Liquid, looking at overall levels. Lots of 25s coming out for our cores. Bulba, the last core, going to be ticking that mark. And what does he go for here? Is he going to go for the big boy shield or strength?
It's pretty much always the shield. The shield becomes ridiculous once you get that talent. 500 HP on such a low cooldown, and once he finishes that Octane core as well, it's such a low.
Yep. Warlock going to be picking up his level 25 pretty shortly as well. And is he going to go for the Magic Immunity Golems?
This
one we see a bit more of a split on.
Yeah, it's definitely game dependent. I think he'll go for the armor this game just because there's a lot of physical damage coming out from DC. But it feels like one of the less important 25s this game. Don't really feel like it's going to be quite that impactful, but Team Liquid, they're smoked up. There's a refresher now on Miracle and Broker. They know exactly what they need to do to win this next fight.
Looks like they're going to go for the same exact maneuver, wrapping around the same way, and we'll see if DC are going to learn from their mistakes earlier. Flare being sent out, there's mad pings, both teams know where the others are, but it's a bit of no man's land as no one wants to cross that threshold and be the first one to be jumped on. Mason going to be scooting forward. Again, still has that BKB, 6 seconds, it's wearing a little bit thin, but he's going to move in, tries to initiate onto Earthshaker, but GH just blinks right out.
Yep, Team Liquid are looking for some heroes like Monkey King where they can jump. Heroes that really need to set up in these team fights. They don't want to jump the Weaver or the DK like that. They're really tanky and it's not going to do very much for them because they just need to catch this Monkey out. If they have to take that team fight inside the Wukong's command again, they're just not going to win.
Yep. Liquid, I mean, you can feel they're starting to feel a little bit of pressure from these 2 lanes of super creeps coming in, and super creeps, I mean, they scale pretty nicely as the game goes on. We're 15 minutes in. How late does this have to go before super creeps become something that Liquid can't deal with?
3 hours.
Alright, pray for us.
Yeah, unlikely. But, you know, DC, they're a bit more hesitant this time. They're giving their respects to Liquid here. They know that this isn't going to be the best thing for them. They're going to wait for Roshan, play it safely, perhaps farm up a new item or two. Mason sitting on 5,000 gold, but he does have an empty slot available since Ditch's boots things. That excellent level 25 Shikuchi movement speed talent.
Alright, things get intense. I mean, DC, they can taste the freedom here. They can taste this game being won, but they just gotta go in. They gotta finish off this lane of racks. They gotta get just a couple of picks. It's getting really difficult, though. When all of Liquid are up, their high ground is stupid good, so it seems like Roshan is gonna be the play. Got Courier scouting out the pit for the Radiant. You got Dire with Sunstrikes and Rocket Flares, keeping everything scouted. Mad pings from the Courier here, and well, Roshan will be up in about another minute. And that's going to be looking good for DC to take, unless Liquid really get their act together and leave their base exposed.
Yeah, I think it's quite dangerous for Liquid to leave their base. Once they journey out into this uncharted territory, they're going to be running through wards. If Team DC decide to take any team fights on their vision, it's going to be extremely bad for Liquid because they won't be able to jump the heroes they want. The only real way that they can win a fight convincingly is if they're able to jump the Monkey King. These other cores from Team DC are just really tanky.
Yeah, it's getting tough now. Everyone getting 6 slotted, everyone really getting up there. Looking at buyback, we've got most of our cores having it, and Invoker just picks up enough money for it now. Mason needs another 100 gold for it, so he's got to play this one a little bit safe. He's going in for that butterfly here and should have it up pretty nicely. Now, Rocket Flare goes in, does scout the Roche respawn, so Liquid know what's up. But it looks like DC, they are all over this, and look at this thing melt. Wow, okay, that was a very quick Roche for 15 minutes in the game. Aegis still unclaimed, will finally be picked up by Mason. Looks like DK backpacking the cheese, gonna let it age a little bit.
Mason picks a butterfly now. He's got his BKB in the stash. He can switch that in when his Aegis runs out. Do it during the respawn, so there's actually almost no downtime.
I mean, DC, it feels like they're just trying to close it out, but they realize, you know, just going in, running into the same lane in the same way may not work. Is the Aegis enough to really break that cycle up? Is Mason going in more aggressively going to be what it takes for DC to crack this, or do they need to shake up their strategy?
Well, they'll definitely need to start the engagement somehow, or else Invoker is just going to throw these spells out and really push back the wave. They're hoping that they can get engagement off. They're smoked up here. If they can chain stun this Invoker, they can definitely take this fight.
It's all about tactically breaking that high ground without letting anyone know where you are. All of Liquid have moved back. You had some pushing out the bottom lane, but they have since TP'd in. And they're ready to go for this high ground hold. It's really difficult, Liquid trying to anticipate which lane's going to get pushed in, and it looks like Demon maybe thinking about going in, jumping on Kuroki, and that's going to be the jump they need. They go in, quick Dragon Tail, and my god, that Warlock is just punched to bits. Matamba Man goes in, they'll be able to get the static link off onto Abed. Abed getting a lot of damage stolen. Man, Matamba Man is not messing around, just popped everything for that. Eye of the Storm on cooldown. Matamba Man's stolen damage is still going to be doing a lot of work here. Crystal Maiden caught in the cogs. She's going to be dancing with her last breath, but will end up going down. But now we got BKBs coming out of DC. They're going forward. They get the kill on the Warlock. That was another dieback coming in, and well, they go forward. Looks like GH will end up dropping the gem on the deck. There is a disarm on this Dragon Knight, and that might just be what it takes for Miracle to get him down, but Bulba still chasing him out. The Sunstrike going to be off the mark. Meanwhile, top lane, Monkey King keeping his eyes on the prize, going in for those megas. Got Miracle now running back in with that Ghost Walk, but Abed wasting no time going into GH. That is a dieback on the Earthshaker. Matumba Man gets killed right in the footsteps of his base. It's Mega Creeps now, and Liquid, they're buying back on the Razor. They're giving it all they've got, but this is definitely their last-ditch effort. Weaver crawling around into the base. It's a godlike streak for Mason, and it's looking good for Team DC. Going in, Razor, he's stealing up the damage, but he will end up going down. Invoker buys back in. Mind Control trying to bait everyone out of the base, but with Mega Creeps, it's so difficult. DC, they still got all but the Monkey King alive. Eventually, they get down the Clockwork. The gem falls as well. Buyback comes in from the Clockwork. Tornado clips onto the Dragon Knight. They will be able to combo him down with a Sunstrike, but yeah, Mind Control still just trying to zone. The Ancient now exposed. This is Liquid letting things drag on altogether a little bit too long, as that's a rampage for Mason. GG finally comes out 53 minutes into the game after a hefty pause and some serious back and forth action, but DC will take game 1 of their series versus Liquid.
Yeah, well played both teams. Game was definitely back and forth.
Sure was, Brax.
Yeah, I can't remember the game after that pause. Jesus.
Shaker needs his blink before he's going to have a huge impact, so I feel like the first couple levels of this game, or the first 10-15 minutes, are going to be DC trying to get active, trying to move, try to push out lanes, take towers, go for smoke ganks, and Liquid just want to apply the brake pedal and farm for as long as possible.
Yeah, I think DC are going for, or even more, they saw the Spectre. It kind of like plays into what they were already going to, this is like their default playstyle. They have this strong 5-man team that's very capable of taking these early engagements, taking these towers, and Team Liquid picks Spectre, one of the better late game heroes for sure. But Spectre is a hero that cannot just AFK farm till Radiance. You have to be able to fight, to be able to get these haunt kills and get involved in these team fights, because once the push comes from DC, it's not going to be very stop at all. Team Liquid are going to either need to be able to take the engagement or split push, and they don't have the highest tower damage heroes right now. When the split push does come out, if that is their response to it, they're not going to be able to trade as effectively as DC. They have massive amounts of physical damage. A battern give attack speed to your entire team as well. Vengeful Spirit, Shadow Fiend, already very high physical damage. I actually have no idea what I want to play here with Miracle. Maybe they'll go back for something like the Ember Spirit, but it's not very good into the Abaddon and Shadow Fiend. This looks pretty worrisome, actually.
Yeah, there's still the option to go back in for the Invoker, but again, that has its limits. That has, you know, a time frame where it needs to come online. And late game, it's a beast. And if Team Liquid can actually push this out to 40, 45 minutes, Spectre is going to be a big problem. Doom is going to be larger than life. But
10
it's
seconds
going to take
remaining.
time to get there. And DC, they're going to get active very early. Hopefully, Abed
5
can just
seconds
start out strong with
remaining.
a Shadow Fiend and carry his team like we've seen before. So, Vengeful Spirit, is that going to be our secondary
Reserve
support
time.
or the core here, you think?
I imagine it's going core, but I could be wrong. They might decide that, hey, pick something else to help secure a bit of a late game because early game looks pretty good right now. But we'll have to see. Spectre, very, very good against Monkey King. He can find him in the tree, go on him right away, try to kill him off really quickly. But yeah, Team Liquid, they're gonna have to find some way to fight, way to take these team fights.
Yeah, I mean, do they have to sit? How can the Spectre get online faster? We've seen kind of people departing from that Radiance build, going into the Vanguard Diffusal build to get Spectre up and mobile right at level 6 when she has the Haunt, but it's still really tricky to get her active, especially when DC are going to be jumping around. Monkey King can probably start things off and get some good initiations on her. Abaddon should be giving her a little bit of a problem there, just constantly chasing her down and popping shields, and wow, DC go in, so it will be that core Venge.
Core Venge with those Witch Doctors, more sustained to help their push.
They
The
are
Witch
going to be
Doctor
pushing
heal,
so quickly.
it's gonna come pretty quick, and that Witch Doctor heal, very, very good at dealing with all this outspam and the Spectre Radiance for
10
when it does come
seconds
out.
remaining.
I think Team Liquid, they aren't
5
going to be able
seconds
to
remaining.
delay the push by outspamming them. They're gonna need something to help take the fight because there's just so much sustain from Team.
Reserve time.
Does an Invoker work here, or is that a little too passive?
It still falls into the same category a lot of time.
Yeah.
So it's probably not something that they'll want to go for. You never know. Maybe they feel like they can get away from it. They actually did have an Invoker with the Doom and Spectre Tricore yesterday. Possibility.
What about something real nasty? Okay. I was gonna say Viper, but Tinker works as well. I mean, I guess that's a little bit of split push, so when DC are all wadded together chasing someone down, Tinker can eventually go off and do his own thing in another lane. Also, can be a pretty good fighter if he gets up that Aghanim Scepter. Getting that blind out onto all of DC's very right-click heavy heroes is going to be nasty, but I'm liking DC's draft just a little bit more. It seems more straightforward to execute.
Yeah, it's very clear what they want to do. Team Liquid, though, their team fight is not weak at all. Doombringer can get very tanky, very quick in the game. Spectre's Haunt gives you so much information. One of the very few spells left in Dota. A lot of the time when they nerf the heroes, like when they nerf Mirana, Arrow gives less vision, Orb gives less vision. All these spells start to lose vision. Trolls,
10
Whirling Axes
seconds
no longer give
remaining.
vision. And Spectre is one of the heroes that still retains
5
that vision.
seconds remaining.
And it's so important to play these fights because it lets you cast your spells better, lets you position better, lets you know where your key targets that you can actually go on kill are. But Tinker is definitely going to have to put in quite a bit of work this game, but very skilled player himself, so just have to see. I think if I think no matter what, this game is going to be very hard for Team Liquid, but they're a very good team and they can definitely pull it off.
Yep, not going to be an easy one, not necessarily like, oh, DC just completely dropped the ball and drafted 5 nonsense heroes. This is a pretty cohesive draft coming out of both sides, but yeah, it's going to be a matter of can DC get that early momentum they need to start their push off? Can they get a couple of really nice early kills, early ganks? Demon smoked up, just going to run right into GH here, so... Yep, this is it. Again, game number 2 in a best of 3 between DC, the former Onyx, and Liquid here. This is going to be determining seeding. All teams want to be getting that gold seed, that top slot, as we move on to the main event. So, yeah, this could be a 2-0 for Team DC. Do you think Liquid can take one, or do you think this is just going to be a difference in skill?
I mean, it's still anyone's game. But we can see like the drafts are so different. They're kind of like opposites. You know, one team wants to play this extreme late game, and the other team wants to really group up and push. But their late game also isn't bad. Shadow Fiend, Venge Core isn't even the Abaddon. They're not horrible in the late game. They're actually very strong. But they just offer more power at different stages of the game, right? SF, lots of physical damage, can hit these buildings pretty early on, wave clear. And Team Liquid just need to wait to they need to find a way to be able to take these fights for when DC come to their towers, because if they concede everything, that opens up Roshan for Team DC, and of course their lineup is extremely good at that too, with the high physical damage, minus armor, a bad attack speed. That's when it kind of gets out of hand for them.
Alright, so game starting off, just a 1-1 split with the runes, nothing too fancy. GH poking around, pops down some vision here, just gonna be keeping eyes on the shrine. Quick pause coming out. Hopefully DC aren't having any more lag issues or Liquid aren't taking their place, but everyone getting set up here. In terms of lanes, what are gonna be the ones to keep your eyes on? What's gonna be the most challenging lanes to execute?
I think that Team Liquid, they definitely want to secure their safe lane, but DC do happen to rotate down Witch Doctor or Monkey King. It get out of hand pretty quickly, so we'll just have to see how they manage that. I imagine Monkey King's gonna sit in the safe lane for now. He's a nice tree. He's gonna zone out Doom, make him jungle a bit, and then maybe level at like 3 or 4 minutes, he'll probably go down to the bottom lane. As we can see, Witch Doctor starting in the off lane with our Harry Potter batting Bulba.
Yep.
Yeah,
I mean,
the mid lane is actually very Tinker favored. Shadowfiend. Especially nowadays, people don't really go for these early March levels because the jungle is a bit more split out, so they focus a bit more on laning.
yeah, definitely going to be difficult for Shadowfiend to get in there and avoid harass and actually get his souls stacked up, so might be a bit of a slower start for Abed, but we've definitely seen him come back from crippling starts and turn into this godlike beast, so can't tap him out no matter what kind of laning start he gets. Down in this bottom lane, like you talked about, Witch Doctor just keeping his levels soaked up, Bulba sponging a little bit of damage, but with GH and Kuroki here splitting the XP with the Spectre, it's going to be a while till the man actually gets those levels up. Fisher clips onto both, but again, Witch Doctor and Abba aren't too concerned with that. Back towards the mid, Abed just going to be eating up a tango, getting himself back to health, and yeah, still struggling to get some souls for himself. Finally finds one.
It's not an easy matchup for sure. So, DC, they're doing pretty well in this offlane here. Liquid are spending a lot of time trying to zone out the Witch Doctor. If they can ever catch Witch Doctor, he will die. He's not tanky like his Baden friend. But Matumba Man is still farming pretty well in the lane. It's not total free farm like Mason has in the safe lane, but it's still pretty good. Spectre, you definitely expect this hero to get kind of shut down. He's pretty abusable in these early parts of the game.
Abed with a little taunt out as he makes up to his high ground. And yeah, talking a bit about the offlane, we do have Mind Control just going to be spending most of his time in this jungly area, maybe poking his head into lane. But Mason on the Venge, getting a lot of free farm. What's, you know, for Liquid, what do they have to watch out for? What's Venge's threshold going to be where they might say, you know, we have to gank this Venge. This Venge is getting out of control.
Well, it'll never be that. It'll always be we need to secure our Spectre some way, but in order to do that, they'll have to go up to Venge's lane, probably. Venge is pretty in control of this lane. She's going to get her early items and be really hard for her to deal with. I think Liquid are just going to entirely focus on Spectre's lane, trying to give him the best possible lane setup he can get, but it's going to prove extremely difficult when DC get their levels up and they start to rotate in. But as I say, that Bulba might be in some trouble here. It's frozen up.
Yep, he's getting low, trapped on one side of the fissure. Want to keep an eye on the Doom as well. He's getting low in the jungle, but Bulba, yeah, one more hit. It will be first blood going the way of GH, and Primal Spring comes down as Dubu actually abandons his chase onto the Doom. TP's down bottom, just trying to hold this, but just going to be soaking up a little bit of free experience as Bulba's now going to TP back in, but that's getting Spectre some good XP for herself. Ticks over to her level 3, but things going all right in that bottom lane for Liquid.
Yep, nice kill there on the Abad. And that's definitely what they need to take control of their safe lane. They need to keep pushing Abaddon out, keep killing him, but now DC have rotated in and they've got their tri-lane here to kind of mess with Spectre.
Yep, Monkey King gonna take this slow and steady. Has his level 3 just from soaking experience off of that Doom in the jungle. Keeping things annoying and pesty, and now mid lane there is gonna be a rotation forward. They got the Witch Doctor in the area, so maybe if Miracle pushes up real far, could fall victim to a cask, but for now, Abed content just to finally get some last hits, have only 7 to his name compared to the Tinker's 15. Miracle definitely having a very fun time as Tinker.
Yep, Mind Control has kind of taken back control over this top lane. He's got the excellent Satyr creep there, and he can actually lane just fine at 18 CS. Very well.
Yep, there is going to be a smoke gank of these 2 supports coming in towards the top. We'll see if this is going to be fruitful here, as again, Doom, even at only level 4, is still pretty hard to kill. So, dude, we're going to be moving forward. They start things off with the Venge stun. They got the Wave of Terror as well, cutting through his armor, and now they just got to keep him in place. Don't have any more damage spells, but the right clicks are going to be enough. Meanwhile, yeah, that's all they need. Down bottom. Bulba potentially going to go down here again, is only level 3. Fissure traps him back. Crystal Maiden coming in from the back looking for the Frostbite, but is going to have to retreat as he's taken too many tower shots, so it looks like Bulba might get off with a warning this time. Or not, as Crystal Maiden runs right back in. They go for the Nova, they get the Frostbite off, and now there will be a TP in from the Witch Doctor. They want to try to hold this. Fissure comes in, clips onto both, and Bulba's going to be able to chase back the heroes for now.
Really trying hard to keep this Abaddon in check down here. A nice TP in, saves him pretty much. The Abed, he's off to quite the rocky start. Tinker, not a fun matchup as you said earlier. And it just gets worse and worse as levels get up on the Tinker, and he pretty much will want to head out into the jungle. And once that happens, DC might lose some pressure in their offlane. Dude is actually level 4 right now. Very high.
Middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, he's been hanging around. He really kept on top of the Doom when the Doom was farming the jungle, which is where he got a lot of his experience. Doom, about 5.5 now, getting pretty close to that level 6. Can Mind Control go for a solo kill once he picks that up, or is it not going to be powerful enough?
It's probably not going to be powerful. He might go down.
Yeah, Boundless Strike comes in, Jingu Mastery's up, and one more hit means Mason secures his first kill of the game. They're going to transition right into tower pressure. And we got a TP in coming from Kuroki, just holding everyone back with his Q, but it's going to be, again, good pressure coming out of DC's top lane. Mid lane looks real good for Liquid. The Tinker got what he needed, and Abed is still a little bit crippled. And bot lane, Bulba, he went down once, but there is still some good pressure onto the Spectre. She's not feeling free.
Yep, especially with that CM rotating top lane. They know Crystal showed up there. Pretty much free reign for them.
Coconuts bouncing around. I mean, what's going to be the go point here? Clearly DC have a lineup that want to get active and want to push early. What are they waiting for? Is it levels? Is it going to be first round items?
They pretty much want to take control of the safe lane, and then once that frees up, then that means Monkey King can fully rotate down to the bottom lane. Venge can also follow, and they'll look to make some play in the Abaddon lane, so they can try to kill the Spectre, force him out, and break open the tower. But for now, they just need to keep scaling, getting their levels. Team Liquid are doing a good job at defending their offlane tower. The tower is still very, very healthy. Doom has good levels. He did go down there, but he was trying to pull the creeps off so he wouldn't get denied a bunch of experience. Probably the worst thing. Mid lane, though, Miracle going for the solo kill. Goodbye.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, okay, Miracle just goes right in. Abed really having a tough time here. Miracle just going to keep bottling up as we are missing kills left and right. I apologize on that as Mind Control just lets loose here. Again, only level 5. Doesn't even need to spend Doom for that. Just going to be a quick pick on the Monkey King. So all of a sudden, Liquid picking up some momentum. Mid lane, they've got GH postured up, going in for that aggressive Fissure. Witch Doctor potentially could be trapped out here, although with Shadow Fiend TPing back in, they've got to get this kill quickly, and it looks like they will be able to do so. Max Point and Laser just chunks him right down.
We got 2 early kills on our Tinker already.
Yep. That's a really good start. I mean, a farm Tinker is nothing to sneeze at. You can come online pretty early, and Abed is just having a really tough time up here in this mid. Up. First Haunt gonna be going in. There is a Doom on the Venge. She can't turn things around with a stun. She's just running for her life. The Spectral Dagger on top of her, and she's just gonna get sit back and chained up. Finally, this Venge will go down. Demon's gonna be burning as well, and well, Dubu jumps forward looking for something, but it's just gonna be him versus the world. They got the Jingu Mastery up, but yep, Miracle meanwhile continues his kill onto Abed. Abed is just chain dying here, and Miracle's off to a great start. Smoke gank up, and this is going to be pretty big. Bulba gets some space down bottom to push, but there will be a TP back forward from Mind Control. He's going to be salving up and right back to pressuring this lane.
This Doombringer here was extremely strong at this stage of the game. 1100 HP. He's got a ton of health regen from that Scorched Earth, and he can run at everything right now.
Yeah, kind of beating Abaddon to his own game.
Yeah, exactly. And in the mid lane, we have the Tinker pretty much dominating the mid lane right now. SF does not want to be in this, especially with the Roaming Shaker. Even Haunt can come out to come kill him. He just wants to push the wave out, farm up the jungle. But I don't know if DC want that to happen because they want to keep pressure on all these lanes so these supports can kind of move around. Venge needs in some lane to be strong so she can TP in to reinforce it and play off that.
Down bottom, we are going to have a Primal Spring jumping forward. Kuroki is super low and does get killed off by that Boundless Strike. It's just a lowly Crystal Maiden, though. They might be able to turn this into a Tier 1 tower, but it looks like there will be a TP up, because they want to defend this Earthshaker coming forward. The rest of Liquid trying to get in there and get aggressive. And they're just going to be able to zone him back as Tinker TP's in. Already with Boots of Travel. Man, this guy is farmed. 9 minutes in. He's ready to leave his lane and continue that pressure.
Yep, he's only got 1 level in his March right now, so he won't be farming extremely fast, but it's still so annoying for Tinker just to casually Boots of Travel into your lane, nuke you over and over.
Yeah. I mean, how do you control this Tinker right now? It seems like Miracle with that max level laser is the burst damage that Liquid so desperately need. You see there, 1 laser takes Abed down to half.
Tough to deal with. But later on in the game, they'll have things like Bench Swamp. Monkey King gives vision over the trees, so hopefully they can use some of these tools to kind of set up on him. Abaddon also here that can kind of just charge through the march and not really worry about it, but Liquid are doing extremely well in all their lanes right now. There were a couple deaths early on, mainly on the Doom, but now Doom working towards his Hand of Midas. He's got his early levels. Once Doom gets these levels, he gets so tanky so quickly, and I don't know. They just have what they need right now.
Yeah, Mind Control just chasing back Bulba. I don't think there's any real depth coming out there. Here we go. There is going to be Haunt coming forward. Yeah, that is a very dead Shadow Fiend. Abed, he just can't stay alive. They are focusing so many resources to deal with him. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Bulba just completely forced back. Did have to spend his borrowed time as Mind Control. It's just all up in it. TP gets canceled by the Boundless Strike, and it looks like Mind Control has met his match here. Jinku Mastery comes out. Is he actually juking this right now? Dubu gets vision back and will jump down the Primal Spring. Does him in. Bulba finally able to find that kill, but that was a little bit close for comfort there.
Yep, definitely. Of course, there's tons of TP rotation. It's not the worst thing in the world. He was running under the tower, forcing Bulba back. Does pay with his life for it, but again, they're not too upset about that. You know, the rest of the heroes are farming. Crystal Maiden has her level 6 right now. Earthshaker has some alone time in the top lane. That is Arcane Boots working towards the Blink Dagger. And we expect Vengeful Spirit to be one of these heroes that makes the rotation right away, but Venge pretty much confined to this top lane. Definitely not something he would prefer, but it's the way the game's playing out right now.
Yep, definitely the Midas Major here, as pretty much everyone has one queued up. Down bottom, Kuroki is going to be solo defending this tower, and Bulba's got to be a little bit tempted by that. Very, very squishy Crystal Maiden, but Bulba can't get too crazy without the help of his teammates. There will be a smoked up Monkey King, now with his level 6 available. Although, TP in from the Doom, making things very tricky to initiate on.
They know Venge isn't top.
Oh, there they go. They actually get the Frostbite onto Dubu. Crystal Maiden immediately hops in with that freezing field. It's going to be zoning back the rest of DC. Venge gets doomed. There will be the net creep up onto Monkey King, but a really nice death ward by Demon might just be enough to take out Mind Control. They get the kill. GH looking to man up on the Witch Doctor, but Witch Doctor turns that right back around. Meanwhile, Miracle snaps up a kill onto Dubu, so yeah, Monkey King goes down, trading for 2. Beating that Tinker, though, is so dangerous now. He's really getting a streak going for himself. 4-0.
Tinker and Spectre at the top of the net worth charts, exactly where they want to be. Spectre is so farmed actually at 1700 gold already at this stage of the game. Very dangerous.
Yep, look like she is going in for that Radiant's not going to play the more, get online fast build of the Vanguard Diffusal, but she thinks she can get the Radiance at a really viable time, and based on how the game is going for her so far, that's absolutely true.
Yep, should come out at a pretty good time this game. DC make a move to the bottom lane, but it's a bit spotted because of Team Liquid. They have a ward up top, and that spots that, hey, Venge isn't here, they're going to make a rotation down there. Kuroki places a ward out in front of the tower, sees the rotation, and they take a fight. They lose too, but the goal that DC wants is they want that tower. They want to be able to take control of this map, open up their map, and then it gives them more places on the map to farm, but they're unable to do it.
Tower is under attack.
Yep, Tinker, meanwhile, gets 3 points up in his March of Machines. He's having some fun pushing in this top lane solo. Abed gonna be scouted out here. This poor guy, he's just trying to live so hard. He's got 3 deaths already. GH dropping the fissure, and it looks like Abed will be left to his own devices here. He has picked up max souls, so the next Necromastery finally doing some work for him, getting some more damage. And should be able to start his steady climb back into the game, still much lower on the net worth chart than you'd expect from him. Down bottom, TP in. Bola could be in some trouble there. Kuroki just going to be moving forward. Look at the damage coming out. The burst is crazy right now in Liquid. Bulba's ult now evaporated down for a minute. Mason's going to be rotating in, looking to get aggressive here, just Midasing a creep. Going to be just biding his time as the March of the Machines start to roll forward.
Yep, that's so
Dire's
unfortunate.
middle tower
Comes
is
down
under
to
attack.
rotate, looking for a play, and then the wave just gets...
Double damage Doom in the mid lane. Demon maybe looking to initiate with the Paralyzing Cask, but mind control, Spidey senses tingling, just backs off to safety. And DC, they just can't find any openings here. Liquid are playing so safe, and they've laned this near perfectly.
This lane's going to be extremely well for them now. And DC, they should feel really pressured. You know, they need to make the moves happen. They need to force these towers down, but every time it happens, Tinker there to march it out.
So, I mean, what does this look like if the game pace continues just like this? It seems like Liquid, they got the lanes that they needed. DC having a couple of failed ganks. They've got some kills to their name, but Tinker's still getting out of control. Spectre's farming incredibly quickly. How did DC turn this around?
DC need to try to do what they're doing now. They're grouped up, looking for these kills over the tower. They're both probably going to fall here.
Sparing no
this tower,
expense.
Yeah, this tower has been completely surrounded, and this is the kind of tower Tinker can't. Once it's been surrounded like that, it's way too dangerous for him to try to march it out. And this is how DC will start their game going. But of course, Spectre is so close to that relic already. 3,000 gold at 16 minutes in the game, and they're just going to trade towers.
Yeah, tier 1 for tier 1. Still some really good net worth going the way of Liquid. You got top 2 on the chart here. I mean, usually Spectre takes a little bit more time to top the chart than this. She's already 6,500 net worth at 16 minutes. Like you mentioned, Relic Gold's getting very, very close. And, I mean, we're probably looking at like a 22 minute Radiance if she keeps up this pace.
Sounds about right. And as it looks right now, there's just... DC will not have the items or the farm, or like the levels at all to deal with this Radiance Haunt. Witch Doctor pretty much just sitting on his boots, Raindrops, TP, Monkey King, same story, trying to build up to that Midas. Even Venge isn't that tanky yet. Shadow Fiend, Haunt is gonna do so much damage. Pretty much only the Abaddon is really safe from it. I don't know, this looks pretty grim at the pace it's going right now.
Yep. I mean, DC could definitely still blast this open with a couple of nice team fights, a couple of nice rotations. If they kill off the Tinker once or twice, if Spectre has a couple failed ganks, if they can burn some ultimates. I mean, DC are definitely still in this. I don't want to count them out just yet at 17 minutes, but it's a much trickier game to execute now that their lanes went a little poorly.
Yep, they're definitely not out, but the clock is ticking.
Yeah, I mean, what's going to be the cutoff point? What's the point where it's going to be like, all right, DC just can't get anything. Liquid can just run them over.
If they lose the team fight when Radiance Haunt comes out, I think.
So that point's coming up pretty quickly there. Spectre already with Relic Gold now, just needs about 1,000 to finish off that Radiance, and it's going to get pretty nasty. Matumba Man got a lot of freedom here. 3-0-2 on the Spectre, already with an urn. Got the phase boots, the poor man's shield, and yeah, Radiance not too far off as Miracle just goes in behind the tower. They will end up trading as, wow, that was an optimistic TP from the Venge. Matumba Man finishes her off with one hit. So
Nice Haunt there, pretty much lets them get the 2-for-1 trade.
Yep, I mean, getting down the Tinker is super important, but trading for Mason's Venge is not exactly what you want to do either. Vengeful Spirit, at least.
They killed the decoy. The real carries here.
Regen rune denied by Demon, making sure no one's getting healthy. Now Bulba just charging through the forest, gonna get lots of pings from his teammate. They go in, we'll be able to find this ward. It's gonna be some nice vision taken out, but is it gonna cost Bulba his life here? He's going to get blasted low. They're holding on to that Doom. Bulba's just sitting back, and it looks like they'll let him off with a warning. DC continue to get aggressive and continue to try to push this, but all of Liquid are waiting at this mid tower.
Not wanting to commit there into the Witch Doctor cask and all the monkey nonsense that comes out afterwards.
Yep. Monkey King still dreaming of that Midas. Has the gloves in his backpack and still about 1,000 gold off the recipe, so... Gonna be a bit delayed in terms of overall items. We've already got one Midas on the Doom. We've got Relic, now Inspector's Courier, so flying that in. So things are about to get a little bit nastier here for Liquid. That Radiance is looming very close.
Yep, Doom with his +80 Devour bonus gold talent and Hand of extremely fast now too, even without hitting creep. If he would just devour it off cooldown and Midas, he would still keep up and farm with all these heroes. This is pretty scary. Radiance is pretty much complete now. It's coming out on the courier. Haunts up in 20 seconds. Witch Doctor saying his prayers. He's about to fall over when that thing comes out.
Yeah, just one Radiance Haunt can totally demolish Demon. Vengeful Spirit's going to have a tough time dealing with it as well. She's got the Dragon Lance up, so does Abed, but the items are just feeling a little bit lackluster right now. Shadow Fiend still not even, I mean, just barely breaking that halfway point on the net worth chart.
Dagger on Shaker now too.
Yeah, you got Blink on Doom, Blink on Shaker. This is going to be a very big fight from Liquid when they're ready to hit that trigger. Smoke up, getting ready. Spectre now has the Radiance, has the Haunt, and they're ready to take a fight here, if nothing else. Just soak in a tower that's falling on its own.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
So moving in. Tinker with a Blink as well. This team is very mobile.
There's not a whole lot of catch when besides Monkey. But Monkey, I'm sure he'll be sitting on the sidelines waiting for Tinker the entire time, but if that Haunt comes out again when they go on Tinker, it could be very, very dangerous.
Oh, Abed. He's going out for the rune, but as soon as he retreats, he's going to walk right into these heroes. There's going to be the first Radiance Haunt going in. They top it off with a Blink Echo Slam. Yeah, this is exactly what Liquid wanted. Bulba now trapped under his own shrine. Dubu running back as well. Bulba has to pop his ult just because of the urn. There will be a Wukong's command trying to zone everyone back. Spectre taking some damage. Dubu just kind of skirting around the edge of the circle, but will be killed off regardless. It's going to be an 0 for 3 as they're going to keep chasing down Bulba. A heat-seeking missile not quite going to do the job, but a blink in from Mind Control with that Infernal Blade will be able to get it done. Mind Control TP's out. Everyone going to be safe on the side of Liquid as there are 4 casualties on DC. It's looking like DC are just losing a lot of steam as this game moves into the mid-game.
Yep, that was 4 kills when the Haunt came out. Nobody on Liquid died at all. I guess DC do have Roshan potential. You know, perhaps they could smoke up and just run at Roshan, because DC or Team Liquid don't have any cooldowns right now. They used all their ultimates to take that team fight. That's perhaps the only opening I see for them right now, but it doesn't look like they're going to take it. I don't know. This is tough. This is what you're thinking about the next game.
Yeah, again, DC have that 1 game advantage, so it's not all on the line here. They still get 1 game to redeem themselves if they can't bring this one back, but, well, they're not tapping out till the bitter end. But looking at that net worth, it is just spiking. And this is on the back of a Spectre and a Tinker that are getting absurdly farmed and show no signs of slowing down.
Building into that Crimson card, just trying to tank up as much as possible, play that frontline role.
Tinker now has the Aghanim Scepter queued up, so going to make that laser even more lethal in these team fights. It just seems like DC, they had a really clear game plan when they picked this draft. They wanted to get mobile, they wanted to have successful lanes and early rotations, and that just didn't happen.
Yeah, it just didn't work out. Liquid had a lot of control over their safe lane. They were able to kill off the Abaddon. Mid lane was extremely rough for Abed, and they couldn't help him too much. He kind of just had to do his own thing. And then Doom, once he got levels, he was actually very scary in the offlane. Doom and Crystal Maiden able to pretty much kill anyone in that.
Yeah, it feels like Mind Control kind of tried to play on this Doom the same way an Abaddon would, and it's being more successful than the Abaddon right now. Abba has his own Radiance queued up, but wow, they are going all in for this. Spectre's going to be getting ready to go. Monkey King just jumping away. There's a Doom spent out on Mason's Vengeful Spirit. This core Venge just feels like a support, feels so flimsy right now. There will be a TP out. Dubu gets back to safety. They aren't able to go and get vision for that Frostbite, but still, Liquid now get free pressure into this lane, probably going to be able to turn it into the full tier 2 tower, with Natema Man just sitting back, farming casually, and already has that Manta queued up as his next item.
Yep, he's accelerating through his items extremely quickly right now. Tinker may get caught here. Looking to jump on a tree, but definitely does not want to tank the march. Not a lot of HP on him. They just can't do a whole lot, I guess. Abaddon is getting close to his Radiance at least. Almost at the relic for now.
Yeah, I mean, how much can this Abaddon Radiance change this up? If he's sitting with his teammates, if he's soaking up damage, if he's proccing missed chances, is that enough to get DC back in this?
Alone it's not, but it's definitely something. Gonna go in their favor. I'm looking for things that can potentially help them get to that level where they can take fights, and they're very, very far away from that for now, but Radiance is definitely a step in the right direction. Monkey King almost has his Midas, he's about halfway there.
He's been working on that thing for
like,
so long.
Yeah, 10 minutes to have like, the same gold.
I mean, is this just not a great time for Monkey King to try to get that Midas? Should he have just bailed out a couple minutes ago and gone for the phase boots, gone for that core transition a little earlier?
I think he needs so many items of Midas.
Oh, here we go. Wukong's command coming in. They're doing a fair amount to the Doom. He's going to be popping off that new Crimson Guard. Doesn't make it outside the circle. GH going to be blinking away as Miracle is ready to keep the spam up, popping out the heat-seeking missiles. And yeah, this is getting pretty tricky to deal with. Doom goes down. DC, they're all still up, and they will be able to do a fair number onto this tower. We'll go down. Jump back in from Dubu. A little bit crazy there, but yeah. DC, they go in. They finally show some signs of life. We haven't seen a whole lot out of Abed here. Again, had a really difficult lane, went 0-4, and now a Haunt is just going to bring him down again. Okay, that's a godlike streak for our Spectre. That Radiance Haunt just came out and started decimating Team DC. Looks like Venge is going to be going down as well, finished off by the newly completed Dagon on Miracle.
Yep, DC, they actually, it was a nice maneuver from them. They forced the bottom tower. Liquid wanted to defend without their ultimates, hoping they can get away with it, but Dubu, hiding in the trees there, was able to give vision of it, and they just ported into a Wukong's command. They got some kills there, but of course, Spectre, Haunt came off cooldown, he pressed R, and everything happened.
Yep, Bulba, meanwhile, just gets exploded top lane. That was just something Tinker can repeat over and over and over again. Just the Dagon spam, it's only going to get worse as the Dagon gets upgraded, and yeah, the burst is just so ridiculous here. What's DC's plan against it? It seems like they're not quite tanky enough to live through any of these pushes.
Yeah, they just don't have the farm or the items. At this stage of the game, they're kind of just scrapping together whatever kinds of farm they can get, but Abaddon, he's not going to be getting tanky for a really long time. Witch Doctor, same thing. Monkey King, same thing. He just got his Midas. All these heroes are just going to kind of melt to the Dagon right now. They need to hope that they can get another fight like they did at that tier 2 tower where Monkey King was able to scout these heroes coming in. Perhaps they can set up on a tinker like that and they can sort of gank, but they need to make sure they bring the numbers or else Spectre's just going to Haunt and then kill him again. They are going into the Roshan, but Haunt is up in 25 seconds. Kill Roshan extreme quick with the Wave of Terror. There is no medallion up yet, but they have negative armor. Liquid, they might know this is happening. They do.
Yeah, it seems like they're sniffing it out. GH goes in, Fissure hits onto 2. There's going to be heat-seeking missiles blasting around. They do end up losing their Earthshaker. Wukong's command comes forward. They trap Matumba Man in the circle, but he just walks right out. Monkey King getting low, killed off. It is looking pretty good for Liquid right now. Doom going to be sitting forward, gets the Doom off onto Abed, who just can't do anything. This poor guy is just being victimized here. Bulba pops his ult, he'll heal back up near full health, but then after that's over, he's a dead man. All of DC are dead in a 5-man wipe, trading only for the Earthshaker. Looks like Roche is theirs for the taking, but yeah, Liquid are quite ahead. About 20,000 net worth lead at the 27-minute mark.
These are heroes you definitely do not want to play with or play against when they're ahead. Spectre, Tinker, Leaking Monsters, even the Doombringer.
Yeah, here we go.
Called.
Yeah, it seems like DC just kind of, you know, that they don't want to waste any more mental effort on this game, realizing it's just 99.9% of a lost cause. So gonna be looking towards game number 3. It's all coming down to it. These teams in the Kiev major group stages trying to seed themselves nicely.
They also have strong teamfight heroes as well, but if it gets reset by the Song of the Siren, it definitely favors Team Liquid.
All right, last ban coming out. They take out the Darkseer. I mean, I guess anticipating that maybe they might roam the Clockwork as a position 4 and they just want to keep their lane stable, but, well, not going to be an option anymore. And Liquid get one more ban against DC. Probably going to be taking out one of those mid laners that Abed desperately needs. I mean, what can Abed go for here? We talked about the TA potential. If that gets banned out, what's the next best choice?
I think TA looks a lot less good for DC now that Naga Siren came out. TA is extremely bad against Naga, does not handle illusions well at all, and the matchup in the mid lane is actually very hard against Alina. It's just in the mid game where TA does well against Alina. So I don't think they'll go for that. Maybe they'll try to go for something along the lines of they could go back for the Invoker, SF, these kind of heroes, but again, Lina, strong matchup against these heroes, and they have the roaming potential from Crystal Maiden and even the Clockwork if it is support, because right now, DC's heroes, they don't really want to roam. Monkey King, he's not the strongest roamer anymore. Alright, out comes the Ricky. Okay.
That is a bold choice. I like it. DC last pick here. We have seen Abed go in for a little bit of Tinker recently in the last 30 days. Is that something that could do well here, or is the push already taken care of?
I think Naga Siren is one of the biggest Tinker counters in the game, because they play the exact same game style where they want a lot of time to get to their items, and then he doesn't deal with Radiance well. He can nuke Naga illusions out and everything, but it kind of reveals his positioning, and Naga can song and just go on him. It's just not good. And out comes the Ember Spirit.
All right. Nice choice here. So we have all our drafts for game number 3. This is going to be the last game in this series, the last game of the round 3 mid in our Swiss style bracket. These teams looking to seed themselves nicely in for round 4. Based on draft alone, who are you liking?
I think I like Team Liquid's draft a lot. They have a lot of ways to take team fights. They have Clockwork Hook into the Ricky Smoke, Lina setup as well. Naga Siren can even start these fights with the Song of the Siren, drop the Ricky Cloud on top. And I just think they have what... This is like a Team Liquid draft. You know, they have the Naga Siren, they have these heroes, Crystal Maiden. It just looks like their kind of draft.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty difficult. I mean, what's Digital Chaos's game plan to execute this cleanly? Because clearly Liquid got what they want. They've got a clear plan on what they're doing and how they're laning. DC's best shot is...
So DC, they can play a lot off this Legion commander. Legion's really strong in the offlane against what they have. Also, their team fight is not weak by any means. It really is just a matter of who gets the initiation first. Spectre can haunt to kind of set up these team fights so Legion can duel off. Warlock can drop the rock. Ember Spirit, tons of magic AoE damage along with Warlock's Fatal Bonds. It's just one of these games where it just depends who gets the fight, who starts first.
Alright, so we are starting it off. This is going to be a very interesting match. What lanes are you looking forward to watching? What do you think is going to be the bloodiest, the feistiest?
Definitely the mid lane. Lina has a pretty good matchup against the Ember Spirit, but Ember Spirit with some roaming potential could do something. Monkey King, not the greatest roamer anymore, of course. He typically likes to sit in the safe lane and zone. Crystal Maiden, though, very, very good roam. Of course, the Ricky as well.
Alright, so Spectre versus Naga. I mean, if this does go really late, if we're still talking about like an 80-minute game, who's looking stronger there? The Ember and the Spectre versus Naga Siren and Ricky, who's going to be 6-slotted at that point?
Slick-slotted Ricky?
Yeah, he can do it. I believe in him. If this is like 90 minutes, you think Kuroki won't get 6-slotted?
No, I think he'll be naked. He'll have like... Well, you never know. It depends what kind of farm he gets early on in the game. But, I don't know. It's really hard to say because Spectre and Naga, once they're really farmed, they kind of do the same thing in these team fights. But it just comes down to how much farm these other heroes can get. How much farm Clockwork can get, Legion Commander can get, Lina versus the Ember Spirit. Like, if Warlock and Monkey King are extremely poor in this game, they're not going to be able to do anything to this Naga Siren. They won't even survive these team fights. They'll die to just AoE nuke damage. Same thing with Crystal Maiden and Ricky, though. Even the Clockwork, when Haunt comes out, very hard to deal with.
Alright, so starting things off, we got Kuroki just poking around. We'll find Bulba over here in the jungle, but may go for a Rune Steal. Not going to be anything too crazy. Got 3 DC heroes down here. Do you think Mason's actually going to need this tri lane, or is he going to be left alone as soon as the game starts and these guys start rotating?
They'll definitely just hang around. They don't have really anything else to do. Warlock doesn't want to leave the lane until much later. He might go top to help LC, but I don't know. It just seems unlikely. Monkey King can probably solo zone. They're making a movement on Abed.
Yeah, he's in some trouble here. Definitely going to get denied the rune. It looks like it will be picked up by Matumba Man. And Abed already chunked down to half health. Going to have to tango up and gets frostbitten here. Potentially first blood. They don't quite have the finish for it. And Abed will just use that Iron Branch tango. But already starting out at a deficit. Doesn't get that rune and has to be very careful about Miracle harassing him. Lina laning is just so scary. Her range is ridiculous.
Yeah, he's up against this tough Lina matchup too. The hill, or the creep walk, is on his hill too. This is not a good start for Abed. He's going to have his salve delayed, or tangos, whatever sort of regen he's bringing.
Oh, up top we
start.
are going to have Bulba snapped up by the Frostbite. Going to have to play a lot more defensively here. We've seen Bulba's Legion Commander before, and you know, it's pretty brave. It goes into these fights, it kind of tanks the wave a little bit, but Bulba's going to have to be very safe here.
Yep, both offlaners having kind of a pretty hard start here. Mind Control, Clockwork, he can always find his experience, but how much farm can he really get in this lane when Monkey King is a little punch courier, hitting him over and over?
Yep, he's
Why is it in the game?
It's a cute little mechanic. Look, he's a tree. But
You said and the tree's gonna kill you.
it's okay. Anyway, Mind Control, like you mentioned, not going to be getting a whole ton of farm, just has to 1v1 with Dubu, and Mason should have a pretty safe lane down here unless there's going to be rotations in, so Clockwork just going to be all about the levels, trying to soak whatever farm he can, but he's all about that level 6 and then wants to rotate.
If this mid lane is extremely hard for Ember now, especially with that start. He has to use all this regen at the beginning, and the Flame Guard doesn't do a whole lot in this matchup.
Going to be forced back. I mean, this is really tough. Up top, you've got Bulba getting slapped down to a 3rd health, just going to be going and tangoing up, and that's the last of his regen. See, he's got a magic stick queued up, but still going to be a while before he can fly that in, and Naga going to be free farming as well. That seems like it's real dangerous for DC. What's their best option to deal with this? Just kind of stick it out and hope Legion Commander can get something?
Well, Legion is getting to the point where she's got a level 2. Ricky's going to move around because he wants to get these bounty runes. He can lane a bit better now, especially once he skills up the overwhelming odds, so he has no threat of dying. But he's just dipping out into the jungle for now. Maybe Monkey King will make a rotation up into the top lane. He's actually jumping on the mid lane here. Miracle might be in some trouble.
He's just going to walk back uphill. Abed doesn't have those searing chains yet, so yeah, he procs the Jingu Mastery, but Dubu can't really do anything about that. We do have Ricky kind of crawling around the mid lane, maybe thinking about a courier snipe, but a courier's nestled safely in base right now.
Yep, Mind Control's offlane looks a bit easier than Bulbous for now. Team Liquid they're putting a lot of pressure, where they were, at least in the first 2 minutes, on zoning this Legion Commander. But now, once LC gets leveled, it's kind of inevitable. Ricky wants to roam around to get these bounty runes, kind of see what he can do across the map.
Down here we got Kuroki postured up. I mean, maybe looking for some harass onto Demon, but more just keeping eyes on the situation, making sure nothing's stacking up too nicely. So, well, chasing in. They're going to be pinging it out, but Demon walks safely back under his tower. Overall momentum still looking good for Mason. Our last hit's going to be led up by the Naga, who's just gotten, again, a really free lane as Bulba has to play super, super safe. Now down bottom, there is going to be a scan here. Radiant know that there's some dire heroes crawling around. Kuroki making his way in.
Spot the Ricky.
Yep. Mason just zoned back by Cogs, burns up a little mana, but altogether he's fine. Meanwhile, mid lane, Abed still having a lot of trouble. Last game and this game, his mid lane was just really punished. I think Liquid allocating the appropriate resources to make sure that he's shut down, because he's really a huge part of DC's momentum.
Yeah, Abed just to level 4 and Lina's 1 creep away from 5. That's just the price he has to pay for Monkey King leeching his experience. But he's got the nice shrine. This is a tough matchup, big time. And Lina not afraid of Monkey King at all. Monkey King is actually going to go back down to the bottom lane. Yeah, good lane setup from Liquid so far. They look like they're winning all of their lanes.
Looks a little bit similar to game number 2, and of course we saw in game number 2 Liquid just balling out of control because they had a free farming core, and well, Naga, similar story here, just kind of chilling. Matumba Man already 32 last hits at 4.5 minutes. He's going to have that Iron Talon flying in, so the jungle is going to be even quicker, the farm just going to accelerate. what's going to be the go point here? What is Liquid waiting for until they get real active and real scary?
I imagine they're just gonna keep trying to farm as much as they can. Naga Siren wants to get to that Radiance. Clockwork level 6 is their obvious first, like, go button. You know, they can pressure a lot with the hook shot, especially
Top
in the
lane.
mid lane.
Bulba getting body blocked in. Matumba Man trying to keep on top of her. They got Riptide up in 1 second. Oh, Bulba turns to go back in, and that will be first blood. GH snaps that one up, and well, it's going to be feeling real good for Liquid there as down bottom got some more harass as well. Mason just being healed up by his buddies. Oof. Dubu snaps up the kill onto Miracle. Abed gets low, but very nice. They're able to turn that one into at least a good trade, taking out the mid.
Yeah, Miracle was playing very aggressive, and Dubu was there on the trees ready to jump, and they're able to kill him there. Very nice. That's exactly what Ember Spirit needs to kind of get what he needs out of the lane. It's still going to be a tough matchup, but once he hits his level 6, there's a lot more kill potential on this Lina, and she'll have to be a bit more careful.
Yeah, Abed unfortunately, empty bottle, no more regen, has to walk all the way back to the shrines behind the racks in order to get back in. Now,
Demon down bottom lane gets caught by Mike. He's in big trouble.
yep, Dubu going to be TPing in as well. They will be able to go ahead and get the kill on the Warlock, but Mind Control might be in some serious trouble. Kuroki is going to jump in, but then just bails out, leaving his friend for dead, as there's just no way of salvaging this. Mason going to be able to go and get the kill on that, so Spectre now starting that snowball, just getting that free farm, and now starting to roll kills into that as well.
Yep, Monkey King's actually in this, and he has 3 stacks for Chiku Mastery. They might be able to make a play out onto mid lane here. Abed's about to hit level 6 in like 2 creeps.
Yep, killing Miracle would be real nice here. They got the Boundless Strike to start things off. Still no Wukong's command, only level 4. Now Miracle going to be taking some damage from the Sleight of Fist, and that's going to be the go. They just need a little bit more, and they can't get it. There's a TP in from Crystal Maiden cancelled, as Miracle is going to be just fine, backing off and playing safe. Meanwhile, down bottom, Mason, low health and no mana. May have to back off from this lane just a little bit. Mind Control going to be hitting that level 5 pretty soon, and almost has what he needs to out of the lane.
Yeah, Clockwork getting really scary in this lane now, hitting level 5 already, 2 points into the battery assault. And with the Ricky roaming down, if someone gets trapped in cogs with the smoke screen on top, it's definitely death for them.
Got GH trying to chase in. They will eventually get the net onto Bulba. He's able to purge off the net, but gets dropped right back into the frostbite. Makes it back, but isn't going to be able to give any contest to that free farming Naga Siren, who's starting to be a real issue. Almost 50 last hits onto the Naga. Why is that sorted like that? Oop, there we go. Yeah, she's going to be 3,300 net worth right now at only 7 minutes in.
And she shows no signs of slowing down anytime soon. DC unable to really pressure Naga Siren at all. They're trying to deal with their own safe lane right now. Clockwork getting a ton in this lane.
Yeah, it looked tough for him. He got killed once, but since then hasn't been giving away anything.
Came back and got the solo kill off onto the Warlock. Very good for him. Warlock only level 3 at this stage of the game.
Yep, certainly no ult. There is going to be Ricky moving in. Maybe they can go for a kill into Demon here, and they're going to go ahead and try. Silence off, and Boundless Strike won't be coming in. Cogs trapping too. Kuroki getting low, right into the jaws of Mason, trying to run for it. Meanwhile, there is still going to be a kill coming out of Mind Control. He finds one and might be able to find another. Dubu, he goes down the rocket flare. Going to be coming in just in time. Mind Control is so low. The Cogs to hold back Mason, and there's no mana for the Spectral Dagger. Mind Control lives through this gank. He actually is able to go in, get what he wants, and come out alive on the end.
Oh my god, Mason wasn't expecting the stick, didn't stick on him, and Mind Control makes it out with his life. They're big plays here in this bottom lane.
Yeah, that is exactly what Clockwork wanted. Shows off that level 6 in style. He's going to go heal up, and now Liquid can get a little bit more mobile. DC still waiting on their big team fight abilities. Obviously, a long time till that chaotic offering comes on.
And Bulba with the dual win up top, but he does go down to Matumba Man.
Yep, Matumba Man getting pretty big. Naga Siren really uncontested for top farmer. Spectre, again, has had a free lane, but Naga is going crazy.
Yeah, her net worth is really starting to skyrocket right now. She's got so much, like compared to, out comes the Haunt. Miracle.
Yep, Miracle in a lot of trouble there. It was a pretty big commit for that Lina kill, but definitely worth helping Abed just retain control of his lane. He had a really tough time starting out, but hasn't died yet. Cut close a couple of times, but he's starting to get where he needs to be. Has that Veil queued up. So we'll see Ember start to be having a little more impact as the game moves forward.
Yep, this is going to be such an early Radiance for the Naga Siren. We saw last game, Radiance came out at like the 20-minute mark, and it was still so impactful. This is gonna be like 14 faster than that.
Boo-boo. Keep an eye on Matumba Man. They do have Legion Commander in the area. Matumba Man's very low mana. Does have just enough for that Song of the Siren. We'll see if he's going to be casting it here. Seeing 2 heroes in the area. There we go. Just going to be a Song. Waiting for the rest of her buddies to come forward. They do have GH now ready with that Freezing Field. Looks like they're going to try to fight this out. The Freezing Field comes in, but immediate Boundless Strike onto GH. The net does hit onto Dubu. Going to get purged off by that heal from Bulba, and he's just going to be hopping away. So I guess burned an ult from Liquid, cost a couple of resources. Meanwhile, down bottom, oh man, Mind Control again, almost living here, trying to make it towards the Shrine. The Urn will finish him off though. Spectre grabbing up that nice early Urn, and well, now that it's filled up to 2 charges, he's feeling all right.
Yep, nice early Urn pickup there from the Spectre, guarantees him a kill. That also will help him farm in the jungle later on, keeping him nice and healthy.
Back towards our mid matchup, Lina gonna be level 9 now. Still just sitting in, getting the farm he needs to. Ember Spirit also level 9, getting very close to that Veil. When does Ember Spirit want to start moving around? He's already got some remnants going for himself, but hasn't really left mid lane yet.
Yeah, he wants that Veil before he really moves. But in the meantime, they can't come to him. They can still take some Miracle just like this.
Yep, Searing Chains come forward, and that's all they need to hold him back. Miracle goes in for the Laguna, tries to take Demon out with her, but Demon's going to be living through this, and that's feeling real good. Meanwhile, up top, Kuroki just trying to keep eyes onto Bulba, who finally enjoys some free lane farm.
Yep, Naga Siren heading to the jungle. 2,500 gold now for our Naga. Spectre sitting on 1,200, but of course Spectre does have these other smaller items.
Moving in, it looks like Radiant getting active here, hunting for the Naga Siren. We're going to see Naga Illusions farming this up, but seems like this is the real one. They ping her out. That's the call. Remnant forward. They get the Searing Chain. Slap down with the Boundless Strike. Matumba Man just trying to run, but it's not going to be enough. And Abed now on a killing spree after what seemed to be a absolutely terrible lane. They're going to be turning this around, trying to get a kill on Miracle as well. And they keep up with him. They go in. They drop the Golems just to make sure they get that kill. And it's super worth as now DC pick up the kill lead. Starting to get their cores stacked up in net worth as well. This is feeling great for DC.
Yeah, Mason almost killed off the CM there. She was 1 hit from dying. Mind Control did rotate into the mid lane though. Let's see what he can do here. But yeah, DC just making great moves. They were able to catch out Naga Siren without his sleep cooldown up. That was the Arcane Rune usage on the Ember Spirit too, and now all of a sudden he's got a Veil. The Ember's the big winner in all these team fights, you know? He got his ass handed to him in lane, and now all of a sudden he's right back there. Lina looks like she's really struggling now.
Yeah, that's a pattern we've seen before from Abed. As long as his teammates are there, as long as he's able to go and style in his opponent, he can usually come back from a bad start. Up here, we are going to have Kuroki crawling around. Matumba Man's going to make his way into lane. Bulba going to be jumped on here. Does get netted, but we do have Wukong's command coming in from the trees. Boundless Strike connects on 2. Mind Control goes in, cogs up Bulba, but Bulba just going to keep fighting this one out. Maybe going for the duel here. Might be a good play, but no, Mind Control will get the kill. The monkey not going to finish him off. He's 1 hit from death, and is going to be able to earn himself back up as Dubu just kind of sat back and watched that one happen. Didn't want to poke his head forward. GH, though, will be the sacrifice. Pop into the ult. Rocket Flare comes forward, getting Dubu low, but they're not able to find the kill. Net finally does connect, and oh man, the silence onto Abed. He's running for his life. Boundless Strike helps him out, buys him some space. Heal from the Warlock will secure his escape, but no! They're going to go back in with the Song here. There's plenty of Liquid bodies in the fight. They just got to make sure that Ember can't get out. With that smoke cloud popped in, he hops back to his Remnant, but gets hit by the Light Strike Array. Good prediction coming out of the Lina, and Abed finally falls. That's going to be a 4 streak ended, and almost 400 gold going straight to the Ricky.
Yep, Team Liquid bringing it back there. Nice kill on the Ember Spirit, and all of a sudden Mason is the net worth leader here.
Yep, Spectre's been, you know, quietly farming down bottom. We talked about Spectre versus Naga just getting free farm, but DC really turned their attention to this Naga, keeping her on her toes, even when she's off in the jungle, and Spectre's just been chilling.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yep, Miracle has definitely fallen a bit, but Team Liquid, they're looking up top. They do have the hook shot out.
Yep, Monkey King just going to be jumping out of danger here. Mind Control might go for a lucky shot. Going to get pinged here. He's actually in some really dangerous territory. Might get punished for this. They're going in. He's got his Rocket Flare going. The Smoke Cloud going to be huge. Kuroki times this one right. The Haunt coming forward as Spectre wants to participate here. There we go. Primal Spring comes down. No one's falling just yet, but there we go. First casualty will be the Legion Commander, but Abed ready to let loose. Mind Control Gonna be burning as well. Goes for the cogs to try to buy himself some time. There will be another chaotic offering connecting onto 2. Matumba Man does not have that song. GH just gonna be trying to channel the ult for all he's worth, and a TP back in from the Lina might be enough to break this back up as everyone's looking a little bit low on mana. Dragon Slave comes forward, and the Laguna Blade able to finish off the Spectre. Mason just not giving enough credit to Miracle, overstaying his welcome, and they cancel the Warlock's TP. Boundless Strike to hold back Miracle, but another Dragon Slave secures a kill.
Yep, haste turn on this Lina doing some serious work here. Abed's not safe yet either.
Yeah, I think he's going to be bringing in some friends, and although he's out of mana, he wants to fight this Lina. And they're going forward. Miracle getting very, very low. Kuroki trying to help out here, but looks like now he's on the run. Mind Control eating his way out of the cogs, so very bloody fight, very long, drawn-out fight, but in the end, Abed still gets what he needs to.
Yep, Ember Spirit doing so much damage in these team fights that Vale picked up. So difficult for these guys to fight right now. They, like, Liquid have this combo with Naga Sleep where they can cog into the smoke screen, try to find and isolate heroes like Ember Spirit, Monkey King, or Warlock, but unless they have it, their team fight does not look very strong right now at all.
Yep. Switching to overall net worth, I mean, it's been an up and down battle. Currently Liquid holding on to just a little bit of a lead. But as the Spectre continues to go and free farm and clear out the jungle, that's going to change. She's got that Radiance queued up after going for the early earn, and she'll have it pretty well timed. I mean, already getting close to that Relic gold, about 1,000 gold off, and it's not going to be that crazy early 20-minute Radiance we saw last game, but still going to be great.
Yeah, definitely still a very good timing. They're gonna hot tub in 20 seconds here. These are not, they're very aggressive in this game. They're looking for everything. They want to take all these fights. Ember Spirit is super strong right now.
Abed getting pretty close to those boots of travel. He'll have them up in just a couple of seconds, and that's going to mean that DC has some really global teamfight presence. They've got Haunt if they need to get in. They can have Ember Spirit and Spectre pushing out other lanes and then just have them TP in when the fight breaks out or when they're ready to initiate. DC's push is looking pretty good. Of course, we can never tap out the Naga Siren, who's now got the Relic on the Courier flying into her. It looks like she will be able to score a tower as well. So Matumba Man just playing patient. I mean, is this Naga where we need her to be, or is it starting to fall behind?
She's doing perfectly fine. He breaks the smoke actually. There's the duel.
Yep, it's going to be an easy kill onto that Ricky. More damage stacking up for Bulba here.
Miracle's in this. He did see the Monkey King jump there.
Just going to be hanging around. I mean, it's so dangerous to initiate here. They've got Mind Control for the hooks, but Abed is so slippery. They've got to combo it up really nicely. Miracle goes in with the Light Strike Array. They are able to get this done. Man, Abed can't do anything. He's going to be sitting back. We'll go back in with this flame. Wow, okay. There's the Wukong's command as Mind Control is just getting chunked. 2 heroes already dead. Naga's singing, but it's not going to be enough to save her teammates. She's just going to be crawling into the side shot, picking up a TP and bailing out as DC get the fight they were looking for. They turn that hook shot right back around in Liquid space.
Yeah, very weird there. They don't have the damage to kill Ember Spirit through his Flame Guard. It wasn't even close, actually. Even through all of Lina's spells and Clockwork as well.
Yeah, I thought for sure Abed would be the casualty and maybe DC could pick up a couple stragglers, but Abed, since the laning phase, has not been giving away anything.
Yep, he's definitely taking over the map right now. Freeing up all the space in the world for Spectre. Only 150 gold off of the Radiance. Naga Siren very close to her Radiance, 50 gold off.
Yeah, it looks like they're just going to have a scuffle in the woods. Matumba Man goes in, tosses out a net. Now they know Naga doesn't have a song. Mind Control coming forward. We'll be able to zone back Abed, but yeah, Matumba Man just forced to go and mirror image and try to run. Kuroki still getting some good vision for his team, but seems like Liquid just can't find the fights they're looking for. Even with Clockwork initiations, they can't get the lockdown they need.
Yep, and Lina's closing in on her Yules now. She actually pretty much has it. Very good for surviving the Ember Spirit damage, and she can also Yules LC before it blinks in to cast the duel. And I think DC are very happy with what they were able to do with their early game. They've salvaged Abed's lane phase, and pretty much he's so strong in these fights. It's just way too much damage to handle right now. Warlock getting his ultimates off in these fights too. They're sitting pretty comfy.
Yep. Here we've got Kuroki just keeping eyes on what's going on behind the tower. Hook shot in. They isolate Monkey King. They are going to smoke him up, and it looks like he will be an easy kill, but that's a support Monkey King and a tier 1 tower. DC are still going to be able to push this out and farm up. Abed just going to be clearing illusions. Kuroki still hanging back. So good little fight there from Liquid. Get a pick off, get a tower, keeping themselves active on the map, but still not addressing the big problem of DC, which is the fact that Spectre's now farming up very quickly, has the relic already, just going to be, you know, 500-600 gold off that Radiance.
Yep, the problem in my mind is that the supports on Liquid are not going to be able to deal with this haunt at all. Crystal Maiden, 740 HP, pretty much is going to melt to that. Ricky, he's invisible, so he'll be okay, but even heroes like Lina right now, not going to be able to deal with haunt too well. Of course, Naga Siren, we all know what she does. She makes illusions, illusions carry the Radiance over, and she just farms everything on the map right now. Expect her net worth to skyrocket. Spectre also farms fast, but not as fast as Naga Siren, and Liquid are just using this Naga Siren to kind of get these lanes out. The rest of their heroes are moving together, looking for pickoffs. They use these illusions to kind of force the enemy team to make risky plays to get these lanes out, and then we'll gank people on these side lanes, but DC sticking S5 pretty much looking for their own play. Both teams thinking of the exact same thing, kind of looking at the other sides of the map, looking for heroes to kill.
Big smoke up here. This was just a Naga hunt at its finest. Looking for Matamba Man being off guard, but again, with the Song of the Siren ready, it's just so difficult to kill off this Naga unless you chain stun her and blast her apart. She's just going to hit R and reset the team fight.
Yep, as the Naga gets more and more items, I think the Song of the Siren will come into play a bit more in these team fights. Then she can really stick her illusions on heroes like Monkey King, Warlock, and just destroy them in these team fights.
Middle tower is under attack.
Bulba crossing the river to join his team, so all of DC pushed up on his top lane. Liquid getting a little more time to farm up. Again, Naga now clearing out the Radiant jungle with her illusions, and there's a line drawn in the sand. They want to head down to this bottom lane and get this tier 2 tower here, while they know that DC are occupied top.
Radiant's bottom
Yep, you can kind of just see Liquid. Nobody farms these lanes except for Naga, and Lina just sits in the jungle. That way they always stay off map, they're scary, they're threatening to DC, and they don't really know where they are. They could be in either of these two lanes here. Mind Control and Kuroki set up here on this bounty room pretty much. See if they can catch out Abed.
Gonna be pinged out. They bring in Miracle here, and that might just be the burst damage they need. They go, they smoke them up, and there will be golems dropped in. Meanwhile, GH is just dancing around. There's gonna be a haunt coming forward. Wukong's command goes in as the song happens, so unfortunately, Crystal Maiden bites the dust. The monkey's still punching Mind Control. Mason walking in and out of that song, burns himself on the mana. Mind Control trying to TP out, and they've got nothing to cancel it. So that's going to be the end of the fight there. Crystal Maiden for an Ember Spirit. They have to burn the song, but still really well done by Liquid.
Yep, definitely what they're looking for. They catch Abed. Big streak on him as well.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Yep, that's a good amount of money going on to Miracle now. Arlena still thinking about that Bloodstone. Went for the early Yules before going for the Bloodstone pick. Just making sure that she's got the control it takes to hold everyone in place. And Demon, well, tries to get saved by Bulba, but will still end up going down. Not a huge impact kill as he already had his ultimate on cooldown and didn't really have much to contribute to the map, but still some net worth going the way of Liquid.
Yep. The advantage Naga Siren has over Spectre is not in the team fights, it's in this sort of game when a lot of Masons shut up on, he's gonna die.
This is huge. That is a kill that they absolutely needed. Matamba Man there to get experience. Miracle there to soak up the gold. That is super necessary. Now Spectre's not going to be farming for 45 seconds, and this lane's going to push out all the way to the tier 2.
Yeah, I was trying to say that these lanes are not safe at all for DC to farm. They get pushed out by illusions, Lina's just farming the jungle, and the rest of these heroes like Mind Control set on the here, it's going to die as well.
Yeah, just
They're
little
just looking
picks.
for kills on the side lanes, and they can't really stop it, you know, they have to take risks to get out of these side lanes and push the lanes out, or else Naga's just going to keep farming everyone back into the face.
Abed goes to try to get some revenge for his teammates, but Light Strike Array connects, and he's silenced up. He can't run in out of this. Will get healed up by the Legion Commander, and now, even though GH is dancing, there's still some kills coming out. Mind Control trapped in the cogs, but there will be a Frostbite onto Abed. He's taken some serious damage from that negative burn, but a duel comes out. They lock down the Crystal Maiden, and they will be able to turn this in their favor. Ember Spirit lives throughout the whole gank, and they take 4. Definitely slowing down Liquid's roll a little bit. DC kicking and screaming, trying to reclaim this lead that they had.
Yeah, very nice play from DC there. They're grouped up. Liquid looking for maybe a bit of an ambitious play there, trying to dive deep for the Ember. They didn't have the Lina ultimate available in that fight, or Ember would have just died instantly, but Ember survives, turns around with the Veil and the Fire Remnant, and just blows him up.
Yep, very well played. And now Ember Spirit, he's got his BKB queued up, so looking to get even more aggressive and be able to survive through these fights. Doesn't want to get, you know, completely comboed down like that. Wants to at least be able to fight his way through it. There's going to be a Shrine TP coming out of Mind Control who has Hookshot ready. And they are going to bring in Naga Illusions and Naga herself. So looking for a good Hookshot here. Looks like they're going to flare it out. They will be able to get some vision. Figuring out what's going on. The Hookshot connects onto the Warlock. He has his Golems available. Does he just YOLO slap him down here? It looks like the Veil comes out. Demon trying to reinitiate into this fight. Naga, though, she's singing.
They found Monkey King.
She's retreating. Going forward, this will be a Light Strike array going in. Monkey King is in trouble here. Somehow still alive, slaps down the Boundless Strike before he goes down, but they're able to chase down the Naga Siren. It's 3 heroes dead. Spectre continues to reinitiate. Still full health, full mana on her. Mind Control, the only survivor, gets held in place by the Searing Chains and completely comboed down. That is going to be a full 5-man wipe, trading only for a Monkey King. They burn down Naga Song and a Siren as well. It's going to be a tier 2 tower. This is what DC's game plan was all along. Get the farm up on their Spectre, get Abed huge, and just start taking lanes, winning fights, and, well, being unstoppable.
Yeah, Team Liquid there with the Song of the Siren. They found Monkey King. They thought they could take the fight, but Bulba was in range to duel Lina immediately once the Song ran out, and they just take that fight convincingly. I mean, they thought they had it set up well with the hook shot onto the Warlock, but unfortunately there was no one there in time to follow up on that, so kind of a wasted effort there. And now Spectre almost had his Manta style. Legion Commander working towards that BKB now too. Blade Mail doing big work in these team fights. And Abed almost has his BKB. It's looking pretty scary.
Yep, quick pause here, as is tradition at these events.
Quick.
It'll be quick this time. Yeah, of course there's lag, but yeah, I mean, Liquid clearly, they lost 2 big fights in a row. It's not looking good. The net worth you see is just piling up in DC's favor. How does Liquid take this back? Like, how do they play calm and collected so they don't fall victim to these DC ganks?
They need to keep playing off of their strengths. Like, their biggest strength in this game is the Naga Siren.
Yeah, Bulba moving forward. They get a very quick kill on the Naga Siren. There's no time to react, and a duel comes out of the Lina before she can do anything. Ult from the Crystal Maiden buys some time, and Ricky will be able to go in. Bulba is still alive, does not die to Kuroki just yet. Now Kuroki hopping into his tricks of the trade. He'll come out of it. Do they have vision on him? There's a hook shot back in. Clockwork still trying to take this fight. They do lose the Warlock. It's going to be a 3-for-3 right now. Kuroki jumping back down to the low ground, and Mason, well, he's still alive. The big boy cores on DC stay up, but it's still a good fight for Liquid.
Yeah, trading kills, but of course Naga Siren goes down. Ember and Spectre live. They're definitely the big winners in that fight, but yeah, they just need to keep playing on the lanes. Like, Naga Siren can get these lanes out very safely without any real threat of getting ganked. DC need to eventually show with the hero, and if there are 2 lanes being pushed at the same time by Team Liquid, then that means somewhere they're going to be spread thin, and Team Liquid can use their numbers advantage to take a favorable fight. But I don't know, if they can't kill these targets quickly, then it's not going to be very good for them. Abed has his BKB up now, so he probably is not going to be able to be killed by these sorts of ganks. LC also very tanky, and Spectre, once she has that Manta, she can also start to push these lanes out reliably too.
Yep, Bulba kind of, you know, staying quiet. He's not going to be top in the net worth chart, just hanging around middle of the pack, but already 62 damage from 1 duels. Going to be getting that BKB very soon, like you talked about, so he's just kind of a silent threat. Goes in, locks down 1 person, makes it so Liquid can't reinitiate, can't turn this around, and we'll see how things are moving forward. Miracle, I mean, it feels like Miracle versus the world here, where we can go in, get a good Light Strike array set up, he can Laguna someone, but after that there's really no follow-up. He's kind of a one-man show here. The rest of his team can't usually get in position quick enough to help him out.
Yeah, they've got a lot of things to go through in these fights. They have to, like, tank the Haunt, and then out comes Warlock ultimate, and of course Monkey King's ultimate, and it's just, they can't get back far enough to get these key kills they want.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Right now,
attack.
net worth and XP still in DC's favor, but Liquid making up for some lost time here. Again, Naga just sitting back, passively farming, clearing out all the jungle camps. Her net worth is still top of the chart. She's still holding on here.
She's still definitely very farmed, and she has the entire map to farm, but of course, we've seen her drop multiple times in these team fights, just gets blown up by that Ember Spirit damage.
Going in right now. Earlier on, Radiant did scan the pit, thinking that Dire maybe were trying to sneak a Roshan, but Dire, they're just crawling around Radiant's bottom jungle, trying to keep this lane pushed in. Kuroki going to be leading the charge, revealing if anyone's coming into this area over here.
Yeah, both teams kind of just looking for ganks right now. Neither team wants to start Roshan and be put in that position where they can take an unfavorable fight inside Roshan, really swing open this game.
Yeah, both teams have the potential for a really nice small AoE fight, just depends on who gets the jump. Looks like there will be DC making a move towards the pit, or at least towards the mid lane looking for a pick.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Abed, the Canary here, seeing if anyone jumps on him, but he's got backup, and he's very, very hard to kill. Again, we talked about that 10-second BKB. He's got himself an Octarine queued up as well.
Yep, Spectre can pretty much deal with all these split push shenanigans for now. He can always TP back and haunt into the fight. Now that he has that Manta, there's no real threat of him dying in front of his base. So, they need to find something new on Liquid for them to make plays. DC want to do Roshan, and they can. They don't do it very quickly, of course, especially without the Spectre, but it is a possibility of something they can do to kind of force Team Liquid to take maybe a bad fight that they don't want.
I mean, if the game just keeps going like this, where no one touches each other, DC kind of farm up, they're rotating as a group, if Naga keeps pushing out, clearing all the camps, pushing waves, is this possible for Liquid to win, or do they really need to start getting active and seeking out good fights for them?
Anything's possible with Nagasaran, of course, but DC are farming more cores than Liquid are for now. You can see LC smoke up, and we're heading down into the jungle here. Kuroki's gonna pop the smoke.
Abed just going to be slapping around, looking for more important targets than just the Riki. Again, pings come out onto Abed, the dust goes forward, they see mind control, Spectre Haunt comes forward. Who are they going to go on here? It looks like there will be a duel onto the Clockwork. Naga, she's singing while she TPs, and there will be a Boundless Strike to hold back this Crystal Maiden. It's going to be a 2-for-0. Just a Clockwork and a CM, but that's going to way open up the Roche pit.
There's just not enough team fight on Liquid side to be able to take these fights at all. The net worth is still pretty even right now, but you can see that the way these team fights are going right now, they're not close at all.
Yeah, and you got to take into account that Naga's holding on to a huge portion of the net worth, and they just keep killing her. So we'll see as the fight goes on. As Riki's, I mean, he's still playing pretty aggressively here. DC don't have a gem yet, but as soon as they do, these plays are not going to be working out. Riki showing off that new Diffusal Blade, Warlock walking right into the smoke, trying to force himself up to the high ground, but just traps himself in. Meanwhile, in the pit, Lena's going to be going, finds the duels up, but there's going to be a duel. Lena going to get punished for this immediately. Crystal Maiden going for the uphill ult, but will just get blasted down by the Remnant. Abed unstoppable. Bulba finally falls, but now Mason's in the fight. They're looking to hold on. There will be a hook in onto an illusion. Mason now Diffusal is going to be Manta-ing that off, running back up to the high ground. They dodge out that smoke cloud, and it's time just for a clean escape. Abed, though, trapped in the Ancient Pit. Is he going to be able to get down to the low ground? Remnants out from the backside, and Mason in some serious trouble waiting for that dagger, but that's not going to be helping him out. He's going to be going down, buys out the 2 Blade of Alacrities for his Diffusal before he dies, but still, really big kills there for Liquid.
Yeah, these deep wards that Kuroki placed are doing extreme work for them right now. He was able to find the Warlock, they got kill the Warlock off before he could even do anything at all, and they were able to just take that fight. DC maybe felt a bit overconfident there. They decided to take that engagement even after losing the Warlock. They blinked in, got the duel off on Lena, killed Lena, but LC pretty much killed himself for that. I guess in the end he did gain some duel damage, but big swing from Liquid there.
Yeah, looking at the net worth, it's dipping back in their favor. That was that big mountain where DC won 2 fights in a row, but problem is just keeping that momentum spiraling, keeping those lanes pushed in, and it's going to get tougher and tougher as this Naga keeps getting bigger. More than halfway towards their Octarine core now, and I mean, how's that going to change things up? Is this Naga getting too hot to handle?
Well, it's definitely going to make it very difficult for DC to get these lanes out, more illusions, pushing these lanes out over and over and over. Like, this game is not going to end in one big team fight or anything like that. It's going to take multiple team fights. Everyone's going to have to get extremely hard to be able to deal with all these illusions. What really happens, as you can see, Dubu pretty much dying to illusions right now. Cannot handle them at all.
Yeah, I mean, what's the best itemization to clear that out? Does Abed have to go for like a Shiva's or something? What do you like? Mjolnir? What's going on?
He'll probably definitely go back for the Mjolnir. Very good at clearing out these illusions. He almost has his Octarine core. I was wondering if he would go into like a physical damage build later on in this game to help deal with them a bit better, because once they start getting into like that 3000 HP territory, the magic damage doesn't really cut it for killing illusions. But yep, Octarine core probably into the Mjolnir. He already has the BKB. Just fine for now. But the real question is, like, Monkey King, he does have the Hand of Midas, but he's not able to farm any of these lanes, so we're not going to be able to see him get to a Basher or any items that help him survive in these team fights like Shadow Blade, BKB, or anything like that. Kind of the poverty monkey for now. If he can somehow find some farm, these team fights will get a lot better for DC for sure, but of course that's just something not available right now.
I mean, Liquid, since they lost those 2 fights, been playing a lot more evasively, not moving aggressively, not really staying clumped up as a group, not letting themselves fall victim to those Wukong's commands. And well, as we say that, Kuroki just goes for a free pick on the Monkey King, soloing down Dubu. May pay for this with his life, but, you know, you win some, you lose some.
Oh my gosh, 732 gold from a Ricky kill.
Yeah, that's a lot of gold, and it goes straight onto the Spectre. So, in the end, it's going to be a pretty big gold swing towards DC. And Mason, I mean, he's getting pretty big, has 1,300 gold saved up, going to be even another 400 for buyback. But Manta Diffusal already online along with the Radiance. What does Mason go for next?
I think he'll probably go for the heart. That's the common thing to do, especially against the Radiance Burner to help him keep it full HP in all these fights. He may walk into some danger here. Team Liquid are kind of set up here. They do have the Lina in the area.
Yeah, he's playing a little bit safe, just clearing out illusions. Like you mentioned, DC, they know their lanes aren't safe at all times just because of the Naga, because of the Ricky's vision, but with Ricky down, there's just a little bit less risk.
Yep, all their wards that Team Liquid had have expired now. They had 2 deep wards, and 1 was countered, 1 ran out, so maybe they feel like they need to go back and get these wards up, but they're doing Roshan instead. They see DC in the bottom lane, they just head straight into the pit.
I mean, they're gonna definitely take their time with it, but it's melting slowly but surely.
It's going down way too fast for DC to really do anything about it.
And oh, there's the TP in. Looks like Legion Commander goes forward. There will be a sleep as they're just going to be trying to go through. Looks like Miracle is able to get the Aegis. It's a dire Roche, but now they might make the Dire pay for this. Remnant's going forward as Abed shows off that BKB, just trying to catch up with Naga, but Naga going to be netting him back in place. Meanwhile, in the fight over here, Mace able to find a kill onto Mind Control. Kuroki takes out Dubu, and yeah, there's just going to be a Kuroki sandwich here. Gets diffused up. There will be a Yules and a Light Strike Array onto the Ember Spirit, who's getting low, taking some serious damage from Miracle, but able to remnant himself back to safety. And now Lina in trouble here, burning down. The Aegis going to be going out. Can they keep her down a second time? It looks like the upheaval channel from the Warlock. Yeah, they are taking her right apart. And they know Naga Siren doesn't have her song here, so that's pretty much just a helpless Matumba Man has to watch her teammates die. So trading the Monkey King for burning an Aegis and getting 3 kills on top of that, certainly worthwhile for DC.
Yeah, definitely getting that Aegis off the map as well. And again, Spectre and Ember Spirit, they survive in all of these team fights. Abed 15, 2, and 15 now. Looking fantastic in this game, pretty much unstoppable. Has his full Octarine core in that team fight. He's got the Maelstrom queued up there. But yeah, BKB from the LC is there as well there too. And he got the duel off before, you know, he got his BKB off and the duel off in the song, so able to lock down that clockwork. This game, I mean, looks tough.
This Lina doesn't feel like she's scaling pretty well into this mid game at all. She had a really strong lane against Abed, but since then, I mean, she's picked up her Bloodstone. She's got 5 charges left. Look at Abed just man up here. There will be another song coming out. It looks like Liquid want to fight this. Upheaval being channeled from the Warlock. Monkey King, though, he's ready to leap down with the Primal Spring into the Wukong's command. We'll see how that goes down. Primal Spring onto 3. This is going to be huge. Another duel comes in. They easily take out the Naga Siren and the Lina. Monkey King still alive through all of this. Mind Control just sitting in the Wukong's command, even through the Crimson Guard, taking some serious damage. Oh gosh, Warlock is going to get annihilated, but they're trading him for more. Kuroki just nipping away at the heels of Abed, hopping into his tricks of the trade, now targeting Bulba, but can he really run from this? Abed keeping him locked down. Can they keep vision up on him? It looks like they sure can. Hold him in place with a Boundless Strike, and that's going to be everyone but Crystal Maiden going out. Abed going to be tossing out a Remnant, TPing back for some mana, but he'll be back for this. This tower is going to be long gone, and maybe even some push onto the tier 3s as well. DC, once again, take a really nice fight and blast this game wide open.
Bulba's got so much dual damage now, plus 112 damage here. Really kills these buildings quickly. Naga has buyback, but I don't think she can do anything with the buyback at all.
Yeah, I mean, she's got her song, so maybe she can put a pause button on this, but then she's pretty easy to lock down and kill. Crystal Maiden just wandering around the back lines of the fight. Yeah, this is getting dangerous. I don't know if we pointed out that Bulba now has a gem of his own, so Ricky not going to be walking behind him and getting vision anymore, just going to be an easy dual target if he steps too close.
Yep, he actually has mind controls. They have two now, one on Monkey King and one on LC. Very, very crippling to lose your gem, especially when you're playing with a hero like Ricky. And in these kind of games, vision is so key to being able to do anything on the map. If they lose all their wards, then it's going to be very hard for Liquid to even push out safely at all.
Yep, net worth is just taking a quick 180, spiking back in favor of DC. Double damage rune now locked down, so Mason fishes his wish on that one, and they can keep pushing this. Liquid, they're back up with all their ults, but DC feeling stronger than ever. A next round of items coming in as well. Spectre going to be flying in the full butterfly now, so the missed chance on the Radiants as well as the butterfly making Mason really difficult to lock down.
Yep, and their lanes are in a good position. Ultimates are up. They're going to keep going right now. They have no reason to stop.
I mean, Naga Siren just sitting back in base. This is not the Naga we know and love that's pushing out 3 lanes at once and clearing jungle. Liquid have to play this really defensively till they get an opening to go in and take a smart fight.
Just so hard for them to find that opening, especially when DC are grouped up when they have all their spells like that. They're protecting each other. They have sentries in the back, so Ricky can't jump anyone.
I mean, Ricky, he's crawling around here, but again, we talked about Legion Commander having the gem. Monkey King is going to go ahead and drop it in base for now, so not getting too crazy with it. Picks up his Basher, though, so that next Wukong command is going to get real uncomfortable for Liquid.
Yep, it's still so hard for them to push into these illusions when everyone from Team Liquid are alive. They wanted to push the mid lane, but one illusion comes out, then the next, and they're just so tanky right now still.
Alright, so no doubt that DC has a lead, but how's Liquid's high ground? I mean, can they just kind of sit back and delay this and hold out for a long time until Matumba Man becomes this giant untouchable Naga, or is it just DC going to be slowly but surely taking the advantage more and more?
This game's definitely not over yet. High ground is still really hard. Kuroki actually has a ton of farm on this Ricky. He does a bunch of damage, but it's still the kind of game where Liquid are kind of playing to survive, it feels like, and DC are playing to kind of finish this one out and kind of close it, you know? If Liquid win one fight, the game keeps going on, but if DC win this next team fight in front of their base or something, it could really be a lot of builders.
GH. Well, playing a dangerous game. Temporarily going to be dodging out some damage. The Radiant's Haunt comes forward as they'd like to get the kill on Miracle. That mid Lina is obliterated. Bloodstone down to 2 charges here. Meanwhile, in the woods, Ricky going to be jumping onto the Monkey King. Does find a kill there. Demon chasing after him, and Abed able to jump forward. Bulba looking for that duel. Is going to get silenced. Nice smoke cloud popped out, and Kuroki may have just juked his way to freedom here. Searing Chains from Abed going to be off the mark, and now Matumba Man songing just to keep his buddies safe. Mason not able to crawl through it, so... Alright, Kuroki goes in, finds a quick pick, but losing the Lina there is pretty crippling.
Yep. Lina dies, but nothing is really being taken. Look at the bottom lane, Naga Siren cutting all these waves with her illusions. And DC pretty much won't be able to get an objective out of that unless they can take this mid, but I think mid might be too difficult to take, especially with Naga Siren just throws illusions down mid lane. Yep, they're just going to take the shrine instead and kind of hover around the Roche pit.
Roshan still 2 minutes till we see when it spawns. But either way, DC definitely looking like they can take this Roche pretty easily unless Liquid really get their act together and all move as a group and keep good eyes on DC the entire time.
Kuroki actually almost level 25 on his Ricky. He's still able to run out into the jungle and place these deep wards even against the gem. Just gotta be quite careful of where he walks. Dubu getting caught here by Kuroki here. It's dying so fast.
Once again, this is a Monkey King that could go down for a second time. Gonna get healed up by his teammates. Dubu getting the saves. Kuroki jumping around. Finally, Dubu loses his life to a rocket flare from the Clockwork. But, you know, good teamwork moment there. Mind Control jumps in, finds a target, but is it going to be too big to handle? Wow, they blow up that Warlock before he can get his ult off. And now there is going to be a duel rocking through that Song of the Siren. Remnant damage to help blow up. Abed now godlike. So in the end, it's going to be a couple more kills going down. Yeah, they are able to go focus down Bulba. Mason is going to be running out of here along with Abed. Mason's going to be netted, has that Spectral Dagger down to the low ground, but is he going to get a chance to run? It looks like Mason might get killed off here. Okay. Liquid showing some serious signs of life, and they can go ahead and turn this into a tier 3 push so quickly. Naga Siren up. It cost her a buyback, but yeah, they're going to be able to take racks off this. There's a buyback on the Spectre, but that's really expensive at this point in the game.
Buyback on the LC, they definitely do not want to buy back on the Spectre if possible, but...
TP back forward. Ooh, quick BKB from Abed. The Tubba Man just going to be running away with that Glimmer Cape, so... Yep, it's just going to be a quick hold there. Liquid, you know, you feel them getting that power spike, but then they're not able to convert it to racks, even with the Naga Siren, so... Only a quick dip for DC, back to the fountain. But
yep, this Ricky is causing some massive problems for DC. He does a ton of damage. That silence is very, very annoying, especially for Spectre when she's netted like that. But in the end, they get a Naga buyback for half a tier 3 tower. DC can't be too upset about that.
Yep, net worth chart starting to drop in favor of Liquid, but still in DC's hands for now. The top two on the board are that Spectre and the Ember Spirit, and both still have room to grow. Roshan, gonna be a long respawn this time, still about 3 minutes till that comes up. So for now, DC just gonna keep moving as a unit, looking for some little picks here. Kuroki getting real annoying on this Ricky. I mean, he's just been crawling around, even with the gem, still pretty much remaining evasive, planting these really deep wards like you mentioned earlier, and it looks like a courier snipe. There was nothing on it, it was just flying out to the side shop, but still, good value there. Ricky slowing down next item progressions.
Yeah, Ball was looking for him with the gem, but he might not be able to find. They will spot this ward probably though. Yep, they see the ward. And Naga Siren's actually building the BKB. Oh, I'm just kidding. She had BKB in her quick buy, but now it looks like a part.
Yeah, just making those illusions as tanky as possible. Bulba optimistically heading to the Roche pit, but yeah, it's definitely a longer spawn here.
Wow, they can actually kill Naga with like LC and pretty much any other hero just in the duel. Legion Commander has so much damage right now. That Blade Mail also helping a lot in this, these duels. Bulba might actually find Kuroki here.
Yep, does find Kuroki, goes for the Blade Mail, and yeah, they're going to be going Boundless Strike to start things off. They bring in the Spectre Haunt, taking no chances. Easy duel victory for Bulba. Now they're jumping around looking for more. They got Spectre Illusions, feeling what's going down here. They can cancel Mind Control's TP in time. He pops onto the Crimson Guard, but that's optimistic at best. They're keeping him slowed down, they keep him shackled up, and that's going to be another kill for Mason. 2 heroes dead. They've got buyback on the Ricky, but instead they're just going to back off, reset. Again, another hop into the Roche pit for Dubu, but still a full minute till it's back.
It's just, what can Liquid do at this point? Like, they have the farm Naga Siren, they have the Lina. Ricky is very farmed at this stage of the game too, but once DC find the catch, you know, Haunt comes out, Crystal Maiden has to TP back to base every time Haunt comes out to avoid getting solo killed from it. It's just causing so many problems for them right now.
Definitely an uphill battle. I feel like the only way Liquid get back into this is getting a couple of little picks. Just, you know, picking off the Monkey King with the Ricky, picking off the Warlock before he's able to drop ult, just isolating the cores, making the cores a little bit uncomfortable, and then going in and pushing, because Naga pushes lanes stupid fast. Now TP in from the Spectre here. He's going to be trying to apply some pressure, force back this lane, and yeah, DC definitely playing in the buddy system, and it's making it a lot more difficult for Liquid to go for those picks. Really only finding good solo picks from the Ricky when he sneaks up behind someone.
But now Roshan's up. Oh boy.
Yeah. Is Aegis what DC need to crack high ground, or will they still need picks on top of that?
They'll still need to find some sort of team fight, but Aegis will make it a bit easier. Perhaps they can get Aegis on a hero like Legion Commander, and then get in there and look for some sort of key target to duel, follow up with the BKBs, kill whoever that is. But of course, at this stage of the game, a lot of these heroes are going to be saved for buybacks when they're defending the high ground. But DC looking for the kills instead. They're moving out with the Shadow Blade Legion Commander.
Yep. Bulba just getting in pretty deep here behind the tier 2 tower, just kind of flying solo. Maybe trying to zone, maybe trying to force some rotations in, but Newbie don't really want to deal with this. They're going to be taking the Ricky He's wrapping the long way around. He's got a gem of his own now, again. Taking Demon's gem from him, but still got that gem on the Legion Commander. So as long as Legion sticks with the team, should be able to make sure Ricky doesn't get any quick picks.
Is under attack.
Legion just waiting up here, looking for potentially a blink duel. Ricky's going to be pinging here as Kuroki gets eyes onto Demon. Yep, they're going to be going in, but Bulba right behind him, going to be giving the quick heal and going straight in for the duel. Got the BKB rolling as well. Mind Control moves forward, but that's just going to be 2 heroes sitting in that upheaval, in that chaotic offering. Matumba Man going to be songing, trying to delay this. Kuroki is so low, will take a positive earn. Now Light Strike Array comes in, the Monkey King is dead, but Mason, BKB'd, and Giant continues to chase after Matumba Man. They're trying to burn him down with Radiance. They bring Bulba forward. The Light Strike Array not going to be doing much as that's a long BKB. Matumba Man finally goes down. That's Naga dead for 100 seconds, no buyback. The fight's still going on as they do end up losing Demon here. Kuroki just charging down the mid lane, trying to run away from the rest of DC chasing after him. Mind Control goes in, cogsing up, TPing away. They won't be able to find any kills there, but well, Roche is now completely opened up if DC want to go for it, but they may just want to push out lanes.
Big fight there, Song of the Siren kind of resetting, but kind of not really. They have BKBs, they can kind of ignore it for now. And, you know, Ricky was actually able to kill 2 heroes in the back lines there. He killed the Monkey King off, and now he's going on the Bulba here.
Bulba
So he's got to be careful.
has the BKB. Could have BKB'd maybe a little bit earlier. And yeah, Ricky going to be hopping back in. Immediately killed off, dropping another gem on the deck. Legion Commander playing very, very scared. Doesn't even want to go back in to snap up the gem in case it's a bait. But yep, the rest of his teammates just going forward, pushing out, taking another tier 2 tower, the final tier 2 tower in the entire game. And looking for another set of racks with Naga still down for 40 seconds. It's now or never clockwork. Held in place by the chains. There's a buyback on the Naga. Forcing that out may just be enough for DC. They may want to back off now, but no, Mason, he's got that full Divide attitude. Just wants to keep going in. Liquid, though, piling on the bodies into the fight, getting a little more difficult for DC to take this.
These illusions are pretty hard to push into for now. But they got what they came for. They forced the Naga Siren buyback. They may look towards Roshan. Roshan really isn't that important for them. Spectre has got 6 items. Ember Spirit also has 6 items, but it could help these support heroes survive the Ricky in the backlines.
We'll see, it's melting down pretty quickly. Clockwork flares the pit. No surprise that it's being taken, and Liquid will just take this opportunity to finally push out their lanes to a safe distance. Gem dropped in the pit, snapped up by Demon. As there's a BKB on Spectre. Just making sure no one goes in and gets too feisty, making sure Naga's not walking up and songing right behind them, preventing the Aegis, but no, they'll get it anyway. Spectre's still feeling good. Puts her BKB in her backpack, so yeah, just burning a charge so she can safely backpack it and let it restock as the Aegis sits in her slot.
Pressure now on the Spectre.
That's nice.
Yep, as if 1 haunt wasn't enough already. Now you got 2.
That is just absolutely destructive to Crystal Maiden. So DC.
I don't know what they can do when these haunts come out. They do have items like Glimmer Cape and BKB on CM to kind of survive through this. Ricky is invis. Clockwork's tanky, but still, it's pretty tough.
Yep, DC just really laying in the pressure. You can see these Naga illusions cutting away pretty nicely, applying a lot of pressure, keeping the lanes pushed out past the river, but this wad of dangerous DC heroes, they're starting to creep in closer and closer to these tier 3s. There's already some damage done to the, you know, effigy taken out as the super creeps are pushing in bottom lane. Another lane of super creeps is going to be difficult for Liquid to handle. You're going to have Naga's full attention be on just making sure that creeps don't come into the base, not going to be going for any real aggressive pushes of her own.
It's full base defense duty now, 1 illusion at a time, trying to kill as much of the wave off as possible. But these are the siege creeps.
Yep, double siege creep wave going forward, and Mason leading the charge to Spectral Dagger up and starting to lay into this tower. Has that Mjolnir on him. Abed keeping his buddy nice and safe. Now Mason gets down to about half health. Does still have the Aegis, remember, so this Spectre is going to be really tricky to kill. Abed dropping down a Remnant, TPing out, just filling up on that mana, drinking that bottle down, and he'll be back. Liquid, though, making a pretty nice hold as down bottom you got Kuroki split pushing. Ricky trying his best. Does have a TP to get back up to base when needed.
Yep, they've got a lot of kills in between that Legion Commander and Warlock, just keeping Spectre healthy, slow stage in the base. It's gonna go down eventually, but these illusions are making it really, really tough with tons of damage here.
Again, all ults are up for DC, so they've got that Wukong's command. Haunt going to be coming in. They're going immediately deep into this fight. It's going to be a TP in from Kuroki getting back in. So that's going to be the pause button in the team fight. Is it the reset they needed, though, as Boundless Strike holds the clockwork in? Bubu hanging on in a circle, just zoning out everyone from this area completely. The tier 3 tower taking some damage, but Liquid still wrapping around, trying to take this fight, trying to at least get something for it. Spectre Illusions take the tower down to half, but still rack standing, and seems like DC are not getting what they need to out of this fight. It's not happening quick enough. I think he's going to fully back and try somewhere else.
I think they'll regroup, reset, wait for Mason's Haunt to be up in 80 seconds, and then try again. They got the tower down to below half HP now, so first Haunt came out to try to start something so he could finally break the base. Maybe he could find someone in the back lines to go on. Song reset, Ember Spirit's going back to do his own thing. Maybe they won't Taunt actually. He does have the refresher, so he doesn't have to wait if he doesn't want to, but yeah, this is a very difficult base to break. You've got all the nonsense clockwork, drops the cogs, prevents them from walking uphill. Lina outspams the wave, Naga illusions just running through all the time.
Yeah, I mean, you can see how freaking annoying these illusions are. 2 heroes occupied, just killing one off, and yeah, it's taking Mason's full attention, just running after it, trying to keep the wave safe, so. A little bit annoying, but DC still holding on to the lead. You look at the net worth chart, Spectre and Ember are surpassing the 6-slotted Naga. Definitely not an ideal spot for Naga, but she's still holding on, she's still doing her job.
Base defense is very tough to break here. You know, in the meantime, Kuroki, he has an MKB now. He's ready to fight.
He sure is. I mean, this rookie certainly has not been slacking. Here we go. Yule starting things off. Onto Abed. Dragon Slave getting Mason a little bit low, but again, still looking to use that Aegis to get full health, full mana. Remnant bouncing in and out from Abed. Gotta be a little bit careful with his mana now. Getting a little bit low. Can just Remnant, TP back to base, fill up, and try again. There's a TP out from Mason. Looks like DC just want to fully reset. Don't want to get too crazy, just pushing out the lane. Meanwhile, Kuroki has been split pushing the entire time. You talked about his MKB, and yeah, you laughed at me when I said this rookie could be 6-slotted at 90 minutes. He's well on his way.
He is. He's really close, actually. I think DC realized it's pretty tough to run into this. They need to perhaps set up a gank on this Ricky, which Bulba is doing. He might find him here at the boundary road.
Yep, going in pretty deeply. There's going to be that tricks of the trade. Bulba just sitting there taking it, waiting for the immediate moment when Kuroki comes out. Smoke cloud coming forward, but man, this is going to be good. They require a Spectre Haunt. There is a dual victory for the Ricky. Gemma True Sight on the deck, but Mason's still able to secure that kill. Meanwhile, this is the fight they were waiting for. Abed finally gets a chance to go in on mind control. They will be able to drop the golems. The upheaval channeled, so GH can't run. Another Haunt comes forward. GH starting to melt. Glimmer Cape ain't gonna save you now. Mind control goes down, buys back in. The tower under some serious siege. There is gonna be the TP forward from the Clockwork. That is a very bold TP. And he's gonna start to get chunked by these Spectre illusions. But Band comes in and will start singing. No chance for Abed to BKB. It's still on cooldown for 7 more seconds. And they're gonna be setting up here. Ember Spirit looks like he is able to blink away immediately after Song. And well, Liquid, they lose their tier 3 tower, but they're still holding their racks.
Yeah, and that was the refresh Haunt there. They are definitely hanging on, and this is still Naga Siren. Of course, anything can happen when this hero's in the game.
Yeah, I mean, looking at overall net worth, it's slowly wiggling its way up in favor of DC, but I mean, you see how quickly there's just one quick back from DC, and suddenly these Naga illusions can push waves out all the way to past the river on every lane.
Yup, and heroes on Team Liquid are starting to get more items. Ricky, as we mentioned, is getting very, very farmed now. Lina close to picking up her next item. She's going for the Bloodthorn, it looks like. And that's what's really important, because Naga's already hit this kind of a wall where she isn't going to get much stronger. She does have the Hex in her queued up in the quick buy, so perhaps she can surprise the hero with that. But it's going to be really up to these other heroes on Liquid to find the farm. If they can keep scaling, keep getting items, then perhaps they can actually add enough to their team fight to be able to take this. But they spot Miracle out here on this ward. He's in a pretty dangerous spot.
Yep, looks like he's going to be potentially in some trouble. TP in from Matumba Man. Now Naga Siren has that Song again. Abed going to be BKB'd up. A hook shot in. We've got 3 dire heroes in a very small vicinity. And this Ember Spirit starting to get a little bit low. He's rooted in place. Will be able to make it back up to the high ground. But now Kuroki laying in. There is going to be a Wukong's command zoning heroes. And VG.J with that new BKB, just going at it, able to actually get down the Spectre. This is going to be huge. It's just Dubu versus the world here as he's sitting in the safety circle, but it's not going to keep him up. That's 2 heroes dead on DC, and Liquid starting to really show some signs of life, starting to show that they're still in this. They can still get picks, and they can still push off of those picks.
Spectre died in that fight to Frostbite on top of a smoke screen with Ricky hitting him. This Ricky does so much damage right now. He's got 300 damage with that MKB from level 2, and he also has the backstab multiplier talent. He probably does the most damage on Team Liquid right now.
Yeah, I mean, his net worth looks, you know, not the top of the charts, but just his team fight impact is ridiculous. He's crawling around. His position is really great. He's wrapping around and making sure those squishy supports in the back lines don't feel safe ever.
Yep, and Liquid are looking to try to force a buyback off this.
TP in from the Naga Siren, going to be spraying out illusions here. Abed trying to move in, trying to keep things at bay. Man, Abed's got to be so careful here. This could be huge. If he gets killed here, he's in some serious trouble. Instead, they're going to be bringing in everything they've got. There will be a duel here as Crystal Maiden's finished off, but Sleep going to be holding everyone else back. Hiroki trying to run for cover here. He's going to get hit by that Spectral Dagger, but Bulba continuing to blink forward. Both heroes getting very low. The root in place is going to be huge. Oh man, they're able to take out 3. All 3 do have buyback, but Liquid now still got to either spend that money or risk their racks going down.
They shall pay for this humiliation.
Naga Siren.
Naga Siren buyback.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Very back and forth game right now. It's, you know, DC continue to pick up a bit more net worth, but it's really down to these initiations. It's down to how many bodies are in the fight. If they can kill Abed another time here, that's going to be pretty enormous.
Yep, he actually didn't even go down in that fight. He still has his buyback available on top of 9,000 gold.
Yeah, he's quite rich as that MKB queued up, and now he's going in. We'll get used up. Miracle trying to go and set up the fight. He'll still have his BKB at the ready, although it's wearing thin. There is a hook shot in. Brief stun here onto Abed. He's melting so low, bouncing around with that sleight of fist, and will be able to walk his way back to the low ground. But man, these illusions are really starting to be a huge test. And once again, Liquid drive back DC away from their racks.
Yep, 4,000 HP on these illusions are a complete nightmare for heroes like Warlock, Monkey King, even LC to deal with right now. And it was just the Naga Siren buyback.
Money to burn.
Yep, Roshan going to be up in 1 more minute, and it'll be great for DC to take, but is that going to make the difference between high grounding and mega creeps or not?
Well, they can slap it on the Spectre again in place of his BKB or Refresher, and then perhaps he can try to get in there and hit the base, but it's so hard. Every time he walks up, there are illusions running in the back line, Clockwork Cogs just across the ground, and if he gets caught in a smoke screen again like that without his Manta, he actually dies super fast to Ricky right now. He's only got 2,500 HP.
Yep. Naga Siren buys out another gem for her team. I mean, everyone's getting real rich right now. DC, I mean, they're postured. They would really like to end this. It's getting so annoying to deal with that Naga spam, but they've got to go. They've got to get pickoffs, and they've got to start getting structures. They've been pushing in this top lane for the last 20 minutes, and they managed to chip down a tier 3 tower, but both racks still up and healthy. Abed getting in there, but without breaking backdoor protection, it's pretty difficult to do damage to those structures.
Liquid know they've seen the ward placed on the high ground and everything, but now they're in front of their base together.
Yep, moving in, mind control. I mean, he's getting tanky as a clock here. Gonna get focused down. There will be a duel coming out. Spectre Haunt could be focusing down Miracle in the back lines of the fight. Monkey King ult comes in, but really not gonna be zoning anyone. It's pretty far off to the side here. Now the Siren goes into that reset. Now Mason to be BKB'd up. They're focusing down the Lina, even through the Crimson Guard. They are able to get her out. She immediately buys back. Mind control goes down at well. The Clockwork, no buyback on him either. It's a triple kill for Spectre. 2 gems on the deck, and now finally the racks start to melt. They're running away from a Tumba Man as they know this fight could get turned around if DC overstay their welcome. Liquid, they finally get their base breached in this top lane. It does cost them that Naga buyback, or rather that Lina buyback, and Clockwork's death. And Demon, probably going to be going down here. He dropped a gem of his own, but he'll be back up in a minute and does have buyback if shit hits the fan.
Yeah, I feel like once Kuroki gets his BKB, which he's very, very far away from, but it'll be like a 10-second BKB. Really do a lot in these fights, but just doesn't have the space to farm right now, and pretty much DC, they're looking at the last of Team Liquid's buildings here. They have one melee rack standing left in their base. Well, actually, I lied. They got mid lane as well. That's not so bad then. They're actually going for Roshan now too.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a pretty nice roach sneak if they can get it. I think DC may know what's up, and they're going to be trying to defend this, but Liquid taking it fairly quickly, and this is Liquid. I mean, they're getting active. They're being the aggressors for the first time in a long time now. Dudu's got 5 seconds till that Wukong's command comes out. They are going to go ahead and sleep, just trying to take out this roach, and they will be able to secure the Aegis onto Kuroki. So Ricky now going to be even more pesty. Hard to lock down here, so jumping forward, all of Liquid going to be able to escape, at least for now. The Monkey King still wants to jump in, has to wait for that smoke cloud to expire before he's able to go and jump to the next tree. DC stopping in their tracks, going to regroup and push up as a unit. Not going to try to chase too deep and get punished by Liquid.
Alright, Liquid make a nice play. They get the Roshan there out on their Ricky, and all of a sudden they're not in the worst spot anymore. There's a lot of buybacks that have been used in this game, and Spectre still needs to wait for her second Hans. She's about 80 seconds off from having it.
Guess what we got in this game?
Alright, got the Rapier purchased on the Ember Spirit now. He put the Blink Dagger away in stash, but that's a lot of damage.
Yep. I think Abed's just trying to YOLO this. He knows he's just got to rake up his damage, and you know, if he drops this Rapier and gives it to Naga Siren, if he gives it to even Ricky, who's going to be backstabbing you for a zillion, that is probably GG. DC, they're, you know, boom or bust right now.
Yep, they know they need something really big to be able to end this kind of a game. Now, they just have to deal with this Aegis Ricky. Ricky might have more room to just sit back and farm up towards his BKB, get to his next item. They do see him out on the map, and of course with Haunt and some reveal on Spectre, they can't kill him. Yeah, this game does not look like it's ending anytime soon.
Yeah, I mean, if there's one wacky fighter, one person out of position, let's say Abed dies without buyback and drops his Rapier, that's a quick end to the game, but yeah, this is definitely not going to be, you know, one push and done. Liquid could hold against Mega Creeps for a really long time. Same story with DC.
Yep, and we're about to have the Naga Siren buyback in about a minute from now. DC, they're smoked up as 4, but they just don't have any lanes out. They're looking for kills, perhaps inside of Liquid's base. They might be able to find Ricky walking up this cliff here. But it's just not going to happen. Liquid know that it's just, there are no lanes being pushed from DC.
Yep, I mean, you got Naga Illusions pushed it all the way out to this point, and see if Liquid are going to get active here. It looks like they're moving up. Mind Control going to be smoked, and they're ready to crawl up onto this high ground. They see Naga Illusions making their way in, and there we go. Rocket Flare revealing what's going down, and everyone now running for the hills here. DC in a very defensive spot.
So Naga Siren did go for the Hex. She has it in her she has it in her backpack now. Might be able to surprise some of these heroes. Ember Spirit, no Lincoln Sphere on him. Same thing with Spectre, no real way to deal with this unless they pop the BKB, which are both really low durations now. They're both at 5 seconds.
Very tense game now. 67 minutes. We are deep into the trenches of a Naga game, and I mean, what does Matumba Man have left to get? He's got 6,000 gold, 3,000 on top of buyback. Does he just, you know, buy moon shards for his team and make them all feel extra special?
He could definitely buy Ricky a moon shard, and that would help his damage output by quite a bit. But maybe he'll decide to switch out some of his items. Perhaps he'll go for more evasion. There are no MKBs once, you know, Abed starts to show out these rapiers.
Yep.
That's about it. There's not a whole lot for him to buy at this stage of the game. Just go for Refresher, but really almost nothing.
Yeah, very tense game here as well. Shrine's taken out. Liquid finding some space for themselves, taking over a little bit of map advantage, getting a little more control over that Roche pit. So we'll see. Again, still good time left on that Aegis. Ricky's still sitting on it, but no one's touching each other. This is the point in the game where it is down to one good or bad initiation, and that very well could be your seeding for the entire main event of the major. This is game 3 of a best of 3 between two pretty evenly matched teams.
Yep, DC definitely looking very strong in this game. Sure, they look like massive underdogs, but you wouldn't be able to tell it by this game.
Yeah, a lot of people, you know, poked their fun at Onyx for qualifying, but look what they're doing now. They're really taking some good games off of Tier 1 teams.
So
Mason here on the Spectre, 6,000 gold for him. I mean, again, has the Moon Shard eaten up, could start feeding his teammates Moon Shards. Ember Spirit's already got one. Is there any way for Mason to keep growing? Has the refresher in his backpack, but...
perhaps he can switch out some of his items, maybe build something that's a bit better for right now. Like, the Heart, for example. Very good if you just want to sit there and hit buildings, but I don't think it makes any difference at all. He could go for like an Abyssal Blade, so he can just haunt onto like Lina or something and just kill him right away with the BKB. That'd be pretty good. But I don't know what he'd want to replace. He's got the full BKB, he's got the full charge Diffusal Blade up, gives him a lot of damage. Manta also essential for the fights, and up top.
Oh, going in. Yeah, his Aegis was just consumed. This sucks for the Riki. He goes down, he drops a gem, and he has no buyback for 120 seconds. That is 2 minutes where DC can actually get in there. That annoying threat of the Riki popping in, going for the tricks of the trade, the annoying smoke clouds to hold the Monkey King back, prevent him ulting. That's all done now. They can actually get in, and this might be DC's shot to end this game and actually close out a victory in the series.
Actually, his buyback's up in 10 seconds, but yeah, still a very big kill.
Alright, so not as big as I was making it seem.
It's still big. Forcing out buybacks in the Riki, that's one step closer to actually winning the game because he does a ton of damage.
So Riki, timer done. He now can buy back in and probably is going to have to as Mason ready to go up and sleep. They got to deal with this round of Naga Illusions, which, you know, like you mentioned, 4,000 health on them. They are no small prize, but DC clean it up fairly quickly. And Abed looking forward to getting a chance to show off that beautiful new rapier. Mason's going to haunt really deep into this fight, gets hookshot in. All the nets coming out on him. He's able to refresh. Has that second haunt ready to go. Is going to be casting it out. There is a song. He's going to be TPing back in after spending his buyback, but these racks getting focused. The Fortify going to be ending soon. The Golem dropped out. GH getting focused here. Just running for the hills and will be ulting, but will be killed off, dropping a gem as well. Bulba getting so low. This Legion Commander just running for her life. Able to blink back down to the low ground. So 2 buybacks forced out on top of the initial Riki buyback, and no one from DC goes down. Huge win for DC there.
Yep, they get a ton of buybacks. Lots of building damage as well. Now, Team Liquid only have 2 range racks, or sorry, 1 range racks and 1 melee to work with here. And that was the refresher from Mason there. He refreshed, haunted in, and then gave Bulba vision to find the duel off on Lina. Lina actually doesn't have buyback. He bought the full Bloodthorn in that team fight, but they don't know.
Yep, at this point you just expect all your cores, unless they've recently spent buyback, to have buyback. 71 minutes in, and again, not looking to end anytime soon unless DC can actually take a fantastic fight here or get megas, but again, megas don't mean too much when you've got like a 8-slotted Naga.
Yeah, they'll probably definitely try to still defend megas. It'll help a bit, but still, they can deal with him for now. Ember Spirit, the whole fight, he just sat there clicking the building. Spectre distracted them in the back lines with the Haunt, same with LC. And now there's no glitch between Liquid as well.
Yep. Going forward, Abed just putting that Mjolnir on a creep, because why not? Ultra late game territory right now. Who's got Moon Shards? We can't see buffs from this screen, so click around there. Abed, again, he's got his. Bulba still could buy up a Moon Shard for himself, has that. 1,500 gold on top of buyback. Warlock, I mean, again, surprisingly poor for 72 minutes in the game. No Ags on the horizon, no refresher for him either, so could see a little bit of growth coming out of that Warlock. A second Golem might mean, a huge amount in these fights.
It's time to purchase that 73-minute Midas, get your gear on. He is sitting on 6,000 gold, but I don't feel like anything he buys is really going to do a whole lot. Maybe he can buy some items that help him survive. He could go for some cheap items like Blats or something like that, but besides that, he does have Lotus Orb queued up. Lotus Orb good for removing the Hex of Naga Siren if he does decide to use it. I actually don't think he'll use it once this game.
Liquid, they're going to get aggressive here. They're leaving their base. They're going to be meeting up in the river. Radiant, they're going to be scanning here, and it looks like Mind Control will be tripping the smoke. They know that he's going towards that Invis rune, and this is going to be a great place for DC to jump, and it looks like Abed will lead the charge. Hookshot going to be off the mark, still on cooldown for another 40 seconds. DC, I mean, they're playing this patiently. They're waiting for all their heroes to get in place before they really try to take this, but Liquid will get a chance to retreat, and nothing comes of it.
Yeah, that first smokes. They'll have to wait another 10 minutes for their next smoke if they don't have any in stock.
Oh, Abed gonna get silenced here. Hops into his BKB. He's now scared. There is gonna be another haunt coming up, but Matumba Man with a song, collecting all her little chickens in her nest, and now they're gonna be trying to turn this back around. Legion Commander now focused down, gonna be silenced up. There will be the golem dropped. Golems are now magic immune as well. Bulba going in, trying to get the duel off onto the Riki. It's going to be a close one with Abed coming in. They will be able to kill off the Riki, and he doesn't have buyback. That's 2 heroes dead, no buyback. In the back lines, GH just desperately trying to TP back in, but DC, they're all up, they're all healthy, and they want to keep pushing here. 2 heroes down. There's only 3 left to defend. They have to cut through Naga and all her friends, but this is looking doable for DC right now.
Yeah, this is definitely their big moment. Abed's gonna heal up. He does have the rapiers, and there's no glyph or buybacks on Team Liquid at all.
10,000 gold to spend. Eats up a mango, just buying up some vitamin C, but now Monkey King gonna get blasted here. Takes that Laguna Blade. We do still have Ember Spirit jumping around. GH killed off once again. No buyback for the Crystal Maiden. Only 2 heroes left in this match for Liquid. The Mega Creeps are up. Matumba Man's locked down. It's looking like DC will finally do this. 75 minutes into the game. They're taking tier 4s. Naga buys back in it with one last hope, but Liquid is looking grim. DC, they finally get their act together, and they're going in, attacking that Ancient. Abed still sitting back with one rapier, chewing at these structures. Matumba Man goes forward, Bulba getting low, but with the Ancient half health, they're just delaying the inevitable. Abed is gonna get zoned down. Abed drops the rapier. Mason gonna be left to sleep. Miracle gonna be picking up the rapier, although Mason might be able to turn this back around. Boundless Strike comes in. The Ancient still taking a ton of damage. They're able to focus down the Legion Commander, and finally, 75 minutes in, the Ancient drops. It will be a DC victory up against Liquid. A very tight series going all 3 games, but my God, Brad.
Yeah.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. 5 seconds remaining. Team secrets turn to ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Team Secret's turn to pick.
Lycan.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Sven stands ready.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Thank you very much, Paul. And indeed, we're getting ready for the second series of the day here on the mainstream. Secret versus IG. I thought maybe we'd turn up today, Purge, and it'd be like, it's just the same picture as yesterday. It's more variety. Obviously, a picture you would have seen if you've been watching the other streams. But we're getting Sven, we're getting Lycan, Shaman from Secret. What's going on, Kevin?
Yeah, just as the meta is starting to settle a little bit, we're seeing these random picks that come out, and it's kind of fun to watch. A little bit of spiciness every time. It's exciting to see Shadow Shaman picked after finally patch after patch after patch not being played with. But
I mean, what's been the problem with Shaman?
There's better heroes. His ultimate's kind of hard to utilize. It's good at pushing buildings, but against heroes it's kind of bad. So there's some fixes with it in some ways. It's trying to be... I think the way that they changed it, it's more of a... it gets split shot with an Ags, which is better against heroes, whereas if you would buy the Ags before, it'd just do more damage, so it'd be better just killing towers, kind of. So, not to mention the hero's better at zoning now, way more damage, lower range. It's a lot of good trade-offs for the hero.
Look at this here, IG, with the level 1 smoke. The stun locks there onto mid one. He will have the Aphotic Shield to help him out a little bit. Refraction is not going to cut it against the Rod of Baboka, and IG pick up first blood for burning here with a very, very strong smoke. I mean, these three heroes together, there's so much killing potential.
Yeah, like Rod level 1, it's permanent 30% slow. Usually it takes like 4 or 5 heroes to get a kill, but with 2 stuns to guarantee the gap close for Baboka and then walk them down. Easy kills. Really do like the IG draft a lot. Just feels like it can do so much. They have tons of disables, they have tons of gank options. Looking really strong.
And what kind of secrets you mentioned, Shaman being a hero that we don't see as much because normally there's kind of better options. It feels like in terms of the carry position, Sven's sort of that hero as well. There's a lot of games where we don't see Sven because there are better options, but Burning, picking it up this time around. What makes Sven the pick, do you feel, that for IG this
I
game?
think like what the panel covered, basically, there's a ton of physical damage coming from Secret, and just by popping Warcry gives the team 20 armor for 8 seconds. That's a huge amount of survivability, especially for heroes like Pudge and Lina. Normally have to buy an armor item themselves to be survivable, but now against a Lycan and a TA, everybody can be survivable. And Sven did get some little buffs. I think the one big difference is the -8 second Stormhammer cooldown. That puts it down to a 5-second AoE stun cooldown. That's going to be really valuable ultra late game.
Look at this again, bottom lane, IG getting in close and personal with Kezu, bring them down to less than half. Puppey will be there to force them back. IG get very aggressive on this bottom lane. See if that kind of forces Puppey to stay around, or if Kezu will just simply have to play safer, as there is a lot of killing potential here from IG.
He's going the right way. He just needs to approach from the side, see if the enemies are still here. Yeah, they're all 3 heroes are still here. Maybe they kill Puppy here.
Down.
He's going to have to mango for it.
He's going to be out of range of the sentry, though. So unfortunate for IG, they don't get the connection with the Stormhammer.
That was a huge mistake from Burning, actually. Costing him a mango and a stun, and he got no follow-up. I didn't think he was going to go for it, because Pudge was too far to catch up, and the Venge stun caught him right at the edge. But they were probably already planning to go for the Puppy kill if he did approach there, so just a little bit of a mistake. Rare mistake from Burning.
Up on the top lane, XXS dealing with both Pilot and MP. Already CS-wise, not getting too much in this lane. Do you feel he's going to be alright up here, or is this Shaman strong enough to harass a Legion out the lane?
Yeah, this is actually a rare case where Legion is not the best at trading hits, just because Lycan is really good at right-clicking. He's got a poor man's of his own, bonus damage from Feral Impulse, and Shadow Shaman hits for 71 base damage on average right now with no items. So that's a pretty good trade. Not to mention Aethershock is amazing level 1 skill for zoning, 140 damage for 95 mana. Really good. He will still get some farm in that lane, though. In the mid lane, TA, how's she doing? 7 and 6 versus OP 7 and 1. So they're both hampering each other's progress just a little bit here.
On top lane, we see Pi just consistently just running XXS back towards his tower.
Kind of. He's still there, though.
He still keeps coming in on very minimal health. XXS, no fear at all. He's out of regen now, so we'll have to back up. We'll see Pudge take the lane, get himself a bit of XP, Baboka. Let's see what he can find. Pi is low on mana, so a little less threatened by the Shaman, but there we have it, 71 punches through. Yeah,
so they already used Shrine for Legion Commander. He's now going back to base to get a full heal, and in the meantime, Pudge rotated in. So I like that IG planned this perfectly, and that Baboka was there at the exact moment when Legion was about ready to leave. That way they could guarantee they both get the experience if needed.
Down bottom, Puppy. Just keeping eyes on the pools being made by Q, sapping some of the XP out.
Yep, and interrupting the large camp so it doesn't connect. So that should push the wave now. We guarantee some experience gain. Limit what that sentry would do as well. But he hasn't really accomplished that much, kind of similar to what Pudge just did. It was cool what they did. Didn't really give him a lot, but maybe they'll fish for an opportunity a bit. They could maybe do that against OP as well. This is a good timing here. He doesn't actually have stun on Lina.
He does have the sentry down though, so could be hard for Puppy to get in on the mid lane. It's like he's actually gonna...
He's looking for a courier anyways.
Yeah, potentially.
Or going to the top lane. Maybe, no, he's prepping for top lane, actually. That's the one that most people go for anyways, so why not go for the rune that Lina's likely going to check, and maybe they can kill him there. He's got level 2 as well, so they will have a smoke screen at least. And they don't yet know. The problem is that mid one's so low on HP that it's kind of dangerous for them to do a fight, so I guess Puppy will just rotate for the bounty instead. Just, it's difficult for Puppy to find somewhere where he can actually help right now. Him not being able to pressure the tri-lane was difficult. He can kind of poke on the Lina, but he's got to wait until mid one gets his bottle, and he's just getting it now, so he didn't have that opportunity. I guess top is the way to go now. Now that Pilot actually has full mana, this is the place they can get a kill.
Yeah, but Boker is going to be there with XXS, but it's 3 versus 2. He gets the jump on who? Boker at the moment just taking down some of the walls that MP was using to scout out the Pudge's movement, so... A little bit of micro there to make sure the secret know where Baboka's moving to.
That's definitely the hero I'd gone. Pudge is a lot easier to kill than a poor man's shield 3 armor Legion Commander. So Pudge hopefully is with the initiate on. I don't even know if they see him. Puppy might not have spotted him.
Puppy saw them walk over. I'm actually saying that they are going to go on to the potentially harder target, looking for XXS. He's got that bonus movement speed, and in fact, Puppy's the one hooked under the tower, and IG will beautifully turn that round, and maybe at the end of the day, as you mentioned, Pudge, would have been a bit safer to go on the Pudge. And
even then, they really mis-executed. Puppy made a big mistake there. He needed to put the smoke cloud down as the shackle ended, because XXS instantly casted overwhelming odds and got a movement speed bonus. He might die here, though.
Kill. Yeah, he's walked back into a shackle. The movement speed's not going to save him this time, and a bit of stroke of fortune there for Secret. XXS gets a little too confident, coming back in very, very low in health.
I think that was just a smart skill build choice from Pilot Eye here. Rather than get 2 points in Aethershock, he got 2 in Shackles. Gives him 80 more damage and another 0.75 seconds of Disable, which ended up being enough to get the kill. Whereas 1 Aethershock wouldn't have killed him, certainly. Nice pressure there. Either way, Puppy having some trouble making his roam effective here. Goes back to the top lane now. We'll hopefully get a kill, but... Picking up level 3 now.
Picked up a smoke as well, so maybe hoping to get Pi involved with some sort of movement. Maybe even looking towards the mid lane. We see the Lina, backing off, clearing up some of the camps in the jungle. CS-wise for the 2 mid laners. TA, of course, getting a bit more of a break. Mid one getting that space with Legion, the Lina heading into the jungle. Stacks, we've got the stack already being created up towards the north on Secret's half of the map. The Ancients will be there for one to feast upon. And, oh, a massive Ancient stack, in fact, over on the side of the Radiant for IG. I mean, imagine, well, that's being scaled up to give over to Burning. Yeah, he's already got the 3 points in the cleave. That's going to be a huge amount of gold for this Sven if they're able to take that safely without Secret getting their nose in there.
Yeah, he can definitely do it soon. I mean, he's almost 6. He's going to go Mask of Madness. It's one of the best attack speed items in the early game. Does give him -5 armor, but it's pretty easy to use on Sven. You can use ulti, Warcry, and then pop it, and easily initiate without fearing of using the silence. So... or casting his spells in the meantime. So he'll clear that pretty soon, and he'll clear pretty fast too when with Vengeance there as well.
We're going to see Q go for another stack potential. He's got to get the timing bang on for this. Can he do it? Get that extra bit of gold. I think he's got it, hasn't he? Look at that. That is that's a lot of gold, Purge. I don't know the maths, but that's, and as you said, we could very well see Burning move over there soon to make sure that they do secure it. There is a TA on the other side. It would obviously be very hard for Secret to steal it from them. Yeah,
I mean, TA is great at ancienting, but definitely not this early in that kind of position on the map. It just wouldn't be safe. The place that everybody teleports to.
He's TP'd straight to the shrine and getting in. Yeah. We go mid lane though, so it's going to be where the aggression comes through from Secret as they move in with the shackles onto Lina. They're now going to move over to the Ancients. They're actually going to find Burning doing this. This is a perfect time for Secret to come across. They know what's there. I mean, even though with that knowledge, can they do anything to stop him? I guess they can slow him down and make sure during this God Strength he doesn't.
That's huge, actually. I mean, it only lasts for 25 seconds, and he's only going to get like 5 to 10 seconds of it.
He's not going to be able to finish it with this one.
Yeah, all that took to mess it up was just a run past, just a little drive-by. Now he's going to jungle the whole thing so much slower, and in fact, like half as fast.
They do get a kill on Tapai, though, who was AFK in the river, but bo3 on the high ground just hooks him straight up, and I get the Shaman. Bit of a freebie. OP's going to come across and help, so even though they don't have the God Strength, just pulling in the whole team to make sure that Burning is still able to finish this off at the end of the day. He's falling incredibly low, though. Does still have the Shrine, and they will get it, but indeed at a lot slower of a pace than they would have hoped initially.
That was really effective for Secret, considering that they also got OP in a kill there. It just got so easy when they used Shackle on Lina. I mean, Lina's certainly vulnerable to right clicks, but throwing in a little bit of Disable on top, that just makes everything cake. And in the meantime, Pylai finally getting some needed levels. I mean, he's been sacrificing heavily for his team, only now having brown boots. So now he gets levels in the lane, as long as XXS doesn't deny everything. And hopefully for him, a faster level 6. I feel like he's been sacrificing for the team, doing more, whereas Puppy's kind of just been walking around the map for 8 minutes. Puppy has picked up level 5 at least, so he has at least accomplished some really solid leveling.
Mask of Madness complete now for Burning on the Sven. I'll be interested to see where he goes from this. Do you feel that for Sven, Mask of Madness, is it like an item you have to buy? Or?
I don't think you have to buy it, but it's definitely super good right now. Just because, you know, Echo Saber was generally the item before. You'd go like Treads Echo, maybe with a Blink Dagger, into a BKB. Echo's still good, but Mask of Madness is quite a bit cheaper. Echo Saber is something like, what, 2,500 gold? 2,650, I believe, and Mask of Madness is only 1,700, so you're shaving off 800 gold there, and it arguably gives you much better attack speed.
Yeah.
It gives you definitely better burst. Echo Saber is great for the first, like, 3 to 4 hits. It gives you more attack speed probably, but over the course of 8 seconds, Mask of Madness is way better. Yeah. And Mask of Madness is way better farming too, because it gives you sustain.
For sure.
Which Echo Saber doesn't.
Yeah, make sure you're, which is very good against these heroes like the Riki. You know, you don't want to be low health jungling with Puppy moving around the map.
Exactly. Less mana this way, but considering it's only 25 mana to cast Mask, it really solves a lot of what Sven needs.
You can see this for MP constantly using the walls to just follow around the members of IG. Yeah, we saw in there just keeping it on Burning, making sure that they know where this Burning Q movement's coming from.
That's really interesting, actually. The AUI was talking about this yesterday. He actually doesn't like getting max wolves right away. He goes more for Howl and Feral Impulse to buff up his team's HP during the night times. That way they don't die as often. But the faster you get level 4 wolves, now you can use it for vision. It's something that Lycan consistently did in the past, but cool to see it happening again, despite the other good skills.
Top lane Pi does manage to TP out in time. Mid lane's going to be where the goes made. OP goes down to the Mail Strike of Mid 1 and Secret. Can they look for more? They got the trap slow onto bo3. Mid 1 Puppy and MP looking to dive down. A second Mail Strike. Mid 1 picks up the double. Can they get Q as well? They've got to be careful now of XXS TPing in. Puppy hiding himself with the tricks of the trade. Pi turns up though in time with the shackles, and they'll get themselves a third triple kill for Mid 1. as Secret just swarm IG in the mid lane, and they just throw body after body at them.
Yeah, this is the period of the game where Secret's physical damage heaviness is really effective, because if Sven isn't there taking a team fight with Warcry, there's nobody that can make Pudge tanky or Venge tanky or Lina tanky. These guys are dying really fast to heroes like TA and Lycan.
We have as well talking about Lycan. The second Mask of Madness in this game being picked up, MP having it. Something that we were kind of talking about yesterday absolutely makes sense as well on this hero, doesn't it? It does so much. You cast your Wolves, you cast your Howl, you cast your ult, and then you just run in and attack really rapidly. And the minus armor is not that big of a deal because you can usually just run away if things get iffy. And his overall farm speed when he's just hitting creeps is so much faster than traditional builds like Medallion, maybe Armlet. Armlet's still super value item, but just getting around the map faster and having the full sustain is really good on this hero. So it looks like IG's going to be grouping up, trying to pressure mid. Pudge is going to have to land a hook on an important hero. I think that's going to be crucial to these fights. If you can grab Shadow Shaman and get him out of position, that could change everything. Even the TA hooking him in would be great because he can also rot off the refraction. One just being very careful with his position, and absolutely has to be with these four heroes. That again, though, these wolves, you know, consistently giving all the information Secret needs in terms of how many are in that mid lane looking to pressure, and allowing Secret to have this read of the map where they can afford to have Kezo moving incredibly aggressively down on the bottom lane. IG will still go in onto the tower. The fortification comes out mid one, spooking them away with the refraction, and the slow has the haste rune. Won't look to chase though. Just to keeps them off the tower. And as soon as he presses God Strength, they just glyph it. Stops Mask of Mana, stops God Strength, and IG's full push is kind of just countered with one hotkey. Kind of a mistake. It was good that they showed up, but Secret played that last like 15-20 seconds so much better. And immediately after, when they back Secret smokes, because they know that IG's going to back off, they're going to go to the jungle, they're not going to have God Strength. This is the perfect time to fight here. And if they can win a fight, they can take the tier 1 as well. This could be huge for Secret if they win this. They get away with this. You know, mid one's got that blink as well, so he's ready to jump in deep and back these guys up. There, they'll find Burning. Warcry just about to wear off as well. They'll drop the smoke screen into the shackle. He will be hooked by Vaboka, Burning, chased down by MP, and there's the blink 4 from mid one. Dives behind the tier 1, instantly picks up a second. Secret with some very, very tight, cohesive teamwork here in these early 13 minutes of the game. The wards are dropped, the fortification is there, but they should still get this tower, no problem. Bottom lane, Kezu could be in trouble. Q and XXS eyeing him up. They'll go for the duel straight away, but he still has the borrowed time, so the duel win won't be successful, and it looks like they won't even get the kill. Puppy's there with the smoke screen to make sure that IG can't chase him down. And at the end of the day, Secret getting 2 kills and an objective, and not losing anything in return. And mid one, okay, he's diving deep. Maybe a little too deep. Baboka's there with the hook. Now, tricks of the trade. Baboka's trapped in the tree line. XXS in as well. Could be in trouble. Mid one has the aphotic shield on him. Trying to get himself out. XXS going for the chase down. Doesn't have the duel, but the Laguna Blade comes through from OP. They bring down mid one. Burning with the God Strength. Looking for Pylai Die, but Pylai Die turns him into a chicken. Looks for the die. Pylai Die! He gets the deny off there as he hexes up, walks into the creep camp. But at the end of the day, it's still great for IG. They managed to get 3 because they got mid 1 as well. It was getting a lot of flow, a lot of big, you know, kind of a good lead in this game. Yeah, the crucial thing that IG did there was when they felt pressured, they got into the trees. So it made it a lot harder for Secret to engage, hit the heroes that they wanted, and escape afterwards. So they overly committed to some of those heroes. They kind of played it safe, but they just got caught repeatedly. The hook shot, or the hook on the TA was massive as well, got him into the trees, broke his refraction charges. If you don't have to work through refraction charges, the game just becomes so much easier. And then because they were overdived, Burning got to hit from the side, killed a Shadow Shaman first. Just really nice plays from IG he
there.
didn't get the kill on Shaman in the end.
He didn't, but
he still forced him to kill himself.
Exactly, and he's no shackle on a more important hero to try to allow TA to get a double kill before he goes down. That kind of stuff is massive. Now, what do you think about this from Baboka? I know Midas is all the rage at the moment, but Tranquil straight into the Midas. No sort of mobility item for this Pudge. Yeah, I think it's okay here. It's obviously Midas is very popular right now, and there are some other builds that are really effective sometimes. I like something like a mix of mobility items with the Blade Mail. I think is really smart on Pudge. But just grabbing the Midas first, I think it's worth it. You basically already have a 4-staff with Meat Hook if you land them. He's definitely missed quite a few this game. Maybe playing a slightly ineffective Pudge, but I think he can get away with this, and it helps guarantee that those other really important Pudge items that are game-winning, like Aether Lens, Force Staff, stuff like that, Blink Dagger, all of those items are so good on Pudge. And the faster he hits 20, you get the GPM perk to buy those items, and the faster he gets his Midas, just accelerates all that. So I think it's worth it on Pudge, definitely. IG with the smoke, ready to go. Ults are available, God Strength there.
I believe that the walls maybe scouted out that.
I don't
They
think
have.
so.
I believe some of the walls just died. It looked very close. But
Okay.
I mean, Secret is still sticking down it. Burning. Just going to run straight in and dispatch of these wards. I mean, it's a fair bit of gold, and you're stopping them from getting a tier 2. So Burning will be happy with that bonus. What is it? Yeah, 37 or so per piece. And that's quite a bit of a chunk.
And the other aspect was that Secret wasn't actually hitting the tower with their heroes because they knew there was a threat of getting initiated on. So they let the tower, the wards do the work, and that's why Burning came forward to reveal himself. The Pudge already kind of revealed the gank. So Secret backs off from that. They commit wards, they lose wards, but not a big deal. That's what they're for. Drop them at towers, hit the buildings.
Start the CIG looking for more of those plays. XXS in the middle lane, very close to having the blink complete. Odom, I and Kezu eyeing up Burning. The two of these actually kill him. That's the question. He's pretty tanky. Bring him down to half health, and looks like it will just be the Rasmus out of lane. He's actually ready to turn. Kezu does have borrowed time, just pops it immediately, and looks to get himself out of there. Burning continues to chase, does have backup on the way.
Might die
those
now.
procs, trying to slow him down. Looks like he will hold back. The rest of the team couldn't quite get there in time, and at the same time, elsewhere, mid one managed to find the jump in and get a quick solo kill onto Q.
Big kill. Does go for Blink before Deso. Maybe a little unexpected there for Q. But nice pickup. Kind of interesting to see Burning's build. He's going, he went S and Y, now he's going to BKB. He also grabbed the Talent Tree perk, the mana one, which is interesting. It's another way to get around the problem of skipping Echo Saber. He doesn't have to necessarily buy it for the mana pool. So making it work pretty well. And just the S and Y plus Mask of Madness, he's going to be really fast now, and in some ways more competitive at dealing with heroes like Lycan, who are also fast. So I think his build adjustment has been good here.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And as we saw, I mean, you need to have at least one of the cores there on Secret to have the chance of bringing down Burning. Much too tanky for the supports, even Kezu on the offlane to deal with. They need that extra bit of damage.
I actually wonder if Secret, if they would have hexed on the Sven instead of shackling first, they might have killed him, because he was able to get Warcry off, which made him basically invulnerable. Maybe they can work him down otherwise. Or at least get him lower.
Oh, look at this up top puppy. Amid one finding OP, gets himself out of the smoke screen, turns around. The stun is going to be off point. The hook from bo3 isn't. Grabs mid one in the midst of it all with the magic missile, allowing Burning to move in for the hit. They should bring him down. Oh, mid one does find the Pudge with him, but it will be IG taking two as they find Puppy as well, post tricks of the trade.
I didn't see when Lina picked up this plate mail. It might have been right at the start of that fight, because she looked so tanky there.
Yeah.
At first I thought, oh, it's just because TA doesn't have Deso first, but he even got hit with Melt Strikes, I'm pretty sure. Surely he should have gone lower, but that plate mail pickup absolutely changed that gank if it was before, because you could really see how hard to kill he was. And Secret was not expecting that. They overcommit. Pudge gets there in time. Perfect hook on the TA. And that gives him Roshan at 19 minutes into the game, when Secret was not anticipating this tempo change.
No, MP and Kezu just turning up a little too late to do anything, and even if they were early, it might have been hard to. At the same time there was that kill happened by the Shrine, down bottom lane. Secret were able to finish off the tier 2. They also got a kill onto XSS on his Legion commander. And actually, interesting as well, Midas on the mind. He had the money for the Blink Dagger, but he said, screw it, I'm buying a straight up Midas. MP, big kill here for IG as they find him by their own H's, will be chain stunned. And Burning, bo3 and Q taking down the dog. That's a big one. That's a big freebie.
I didn't see how that fight started, how he got caught, but he did use Shapeshift to try to run to the Roshan pit in time. So there's also a possibility that these cascading of events got him killed on top of that. That's like 3 mistakes in a row maybe for Secret here. And now they might lose their tower in the mid. This game changed so much because of that gank that went wrong on Lina. Like almost everything changed.
That plate mail could be game winning.
Could be. And keep in mind the tempo that Secret chose to go with. They went Blink on the TA first so that he could combo with some of his other heroes for ganking. If that was just a straight Deso, do a smoke gank, get a kill or two, and you take Roshan instantly. Like if you have the TA, you're supposed to be the team that takes Rosh really easily. And now that tempo went to IG. Just really a big testament to what's typical from them. They just beat other teams all the time.
One does have a bit of the Dream Rune here with the haste. OP kind of alone on this bottom, straight up dropping the wards. And with their shackle, they'll get it. They're looking for more. Burning and Q already on the retreat. Mid one looking for the chase down with this haste rune. As we see, Burning so much armor though. These hits barely doing anything. The hook actually brings Burning away of this puppy. Gets the 4-man smoke screen. BKB pop from Burning as he tries to man up, but mid one's just doing too much damage. Burning has to get himself out of there. The wolves will continue to chase him down. And a lot of damage coming through. We're seeing that once the Warcry wears out, Burning still very vulnerable to the physical burst of Secret, and OP just has to kill himself.
It was really good reactions from IG. The swap absolutely saving Burning's life there. So technically they only got a deny out of it, but...
Yeah, it seemed like Burning, I did believe the Wolves actually managed to finish him because the Aegis is gone.
Okay, so they were actually able to chase him down. That's right, I did see Wolves chasing him.
The Wolves did it.
So they got him at least. Definitely committed a lot to that, but it was all effective. Interesting item build as well in Abaddon, going for an AC this game. And he actually passed up the experience gain talent. I don't think I've ever seen that for an Abaddon.
So
the 20% experience gain is gotten consistently. 25 damage, though, does help him carry a bit harder. And with Vlad's into an AC build, it's going to make his overall damage a lot better with the 25 damage. So maybe that's the thought. And pretty consistently in this game, he's just been sitting bottom, pushing the lane. Like, he is the reason that tier 2 tower is gone, as far as I'm concerned. That's because he can do that as well. Abaddon's just very safe at that. So kind of cool to see the playstyle difference. It's working out here, and it's going to make it so much easier when Secret's ready to go high ground. If you had like Midas into Radiance or something, completely different impact.
I mean, and looking at the lineups that both teams have, Secret very much much more suited to building towards this kind of they don't want to take it late against IG's cause.
I think Lycan is pretty good late, but TA definitely falls off as the game goes ultra late, especially against a Pudge. You can't count on Refraction really being very useful at all stages of the game, so there's this like this period past 40 minutes where TA starts having some major issues and just doesn't look like a Sven or even a Lycan. Can they land a good hook though? This could be huge. If you can catch mid one,
that would be perfect. I mean, bo3 has hit some good ones so far this game. Looking towards mid one, and he's got him. But you put the quick blink out. Mid one gets out in time before the rock bites through the refraction. Burning, ready for the chase though with the BKB. Looks towards Kezu. Mid one, he's melded up, but the sentry's down. They've got the duel. They'll get the bonus damage. Surely Vex says no. Mid one gets the kill. The DD is too strong. Finally goes down as bo3 finds the hook. There's a 1-for-1 at the moment. MP looking to make more of it as he goes for OP. Chases down the Lina. bo3 quick out with the TP, and the rest of IG do get away. But Secret, at the end of the day, getting a free dual damage, picking up Q as well in the river, and taking 3 heroes just for the loss of mid one.
It's a great fight by them. I'm pretty sure that mid one was ready for that. He had Refraction up, Hook doesn't do damage. That's why he gets to blink out instantly. But the crucial moment, I think, was Kezu just dominating that fight, instantly shielding and healing the TA to make sure he's at full HP because he knew he was going to get dueled. They end up getting the kill, and then he also removes the stun instantly from Lycan to guarantee the Lina kill. That's massive. I mean, he's got the respawn perk, but he's down to 4 Bloodstone charges right now. All the benefit of the Lina OP-ness respawning instantly, it's going away real fast. Secret winning some crucial fights, taking that tier 1 now. It's really going to help him close out the map and guarantee Roche advantage.
And of course, this is also going to become a bit of an issue for IG in these fights with MP looking to pick up a Diffusal Blade, Puppey as well.
Yeah.
Suddenly, where's your Warcry, mate?
Yeah, that's a good point. Minus 20 armor for a Diffusal Blade. That's a pretty good trade-off.
Pretty value pickup.
Yeah. He pretty consistently has been going Diffusal. I saw him do this other Lycan games, but it's just the obvious. Guarantee slows, and they don't hard counter you with a Ghost Scepter. So anybody that does want to build into that item build is instantly countered. And they're not even close, because they all built Midases mainly. Diffusal will be a good pickup.
Secret already coming in again to his jungle. Ward is down there from IG. I know that there's something not quite getting dewarded in time there, so IG maintain vision for a little longer around that. Secret, what's their plan? I mean, how rushed do you feel that Secret should feel to make a high ground push happen?
They're fine right now, by all means. Winning that last engagement is good. They're always going to have the Ricky advantage as well, so they've always are always going to have the hidden moving ward kind of a thing, at least until IG feels comfortable enough to buy a gem. So I think Secret has at least like 10 minutes here where they feel really comfortable. They're definitely going to want to control the map heavily until the next Roche, take Roche, and then go high ground. That's going to be Secret's timeline most likely. So we'll basically expect like Ricky to look for kills, and some core and Secret to help him guarantee that. Maybe OP is going to be the target. Yeah, they get the disable off. Hex on Pilot Eye helping, or Blink on, helping a lot.
Yeah, mid one on his way in with the meld strike. More than enough damage to find OP. Does not get the chance. Bloodstone Suicide actually still on cooldown. Talking about that Bloodstone, now down to 2 charges. It's pretty painful for the Lina.
Yeah, that's really painful. It's okay that it doesn't give that much regen. He'll get by, but the lack of respawn, fast respawn, is going to hurt him. That's one of the cool things about Secret's lineup, really. It just takes one of either support, either Ricky or the Shadow Shaman. They can kill almost any core. And it takes any of their cores other than Abaddon. So all of their pieces fit together so nicely in multiple different ways. The cool thing about Secret's draft. Even though they are countered by the Sven Warcry, as long as IG spread out, it's still really effective for Secret to get kills. And that helps buy them the time until Roche is up. Then they should be able to take Roche easy. Secret's definitely winning the game right now. This is looking a little scary for IG.
Mid one with Blink, Deso, BKB at a fantastic kind of power spike. It's going to be hard for the IG to deal with. They do have two forms of initiation, though, of course. They have XXS with his Blink. Burning's now finished up a Blink Dagger as well. So two ways that they can get in. I mean, who are the key heroes on Secret side that you think that these two need to be looking at disabling as they jump in?
Easiest target by far is Shadow Shaman.
Yeah.
Low HP, he's got decent mobility with Blink Dagger, obviously, but that's the hero to kill, for sure. If you can stop him from disabling you for like 8 seconds during the fight, that changes things, for sure. You know, the item I'm thinking about, mistake-wise, is definitely I'm looking at Legion's Midas. I feel like if that was a Blink, more tempo would have happened from IG, and that wouldn't have allowed Secret to get tempo in the last 5 or 10.
Yeah, I mean, we were 27 minutes in a game, and XXS, he's not won any duels. It's not ideal for a Legion.
Well, he did. He gave somebody dual damage.
He gave someone a duel. I gave mid one a bit of extra damage. Mid one sitting on the plus 14.
Yeah, Templar can use damage. I think that's pretty good for her.
It's
pretty good for her.
But XXS certainly not finding the chances to get those big initiations and pick-offs that he would have loved to.
And it's not like he's bad at this here. This is definitely the hero he's known for. He played amazing at DAC using Legion Commander, but I think this is the first time I've seen him go Midas. And I think it's one of the things that happens sometimes. You'll take a hero that you're very comfortable with, and you'll try to adapt it to the expected current meta, and it changes up all your timings, which makes you play a little bit worse because your feel for the game is different because you have a Midas instead of a Blink Dagger at a reasonable time. So now he's playing this like, I'm sitting with my team, I don't have any dual damage, weird kind of playstyle. If this goes really late, Midas will pay off, definitely. But you know, they could have also just gotten ahead and played their normal game. So maybe it'll cost them, but we'll see. Puppey might break the smoke here.
It's been scanned out. They know that there's a movement coming in. Secret, so Puppey will just sit on the high ground. They'll see the action, and Secret will not be caught out by this movement.
It's a small mistake from IG there in that they needed a dust target to be towards the front, or better yet, give it the dust of Legion Commander would have been better because he's got the initiation. So.
And it's these wolves again. You know, I get it's still 20 minutes in the game. MP he has not stopped using the micro to make sure they know exactly what's up from IG. I mean, if you have the skill to do this, it's incredibly powerful having this vision just consistently up and wherever you want it throughout the game.
And it's not just those, it's also the TA traps as well. If you look at the positioning of all of them, they're all common spots that IG heroes are going to ward. They're places where Pudge might be standing. Their vision control is so good right now, and as long as they're kind of aware of when IG is going to smoke, and that one was kind of obvious because they knew Roche was coming up, then they just have to use Puppey to break it, and they can continue controlling the map and out-farming and buying the right items. So I actually really like what Secret's doing this game. No Midases, plain normal Dota. I want somebody in this tournament to show 3+ Midases is not okay, guys.
We might see a Pi break that pattern. He's nearly got the goal for his Midas.
I'll let that one go. The 30-minute Shadow Shaman. You know, he didn't get boots until like 4 minutes because Puppey's running around being greedy. So I'll let this one go. I'll always defend a late support Midas when you guys blink already.
Oh, XXS's Midas is off cooldown.
Inefficient.
Come on, XXS. There we go.
Oh, Mud Golems. Definitely. That's like the worst creep you can use it on. They get very little experience per individual.
It's all about the gold.
More so now, yeah.
I get it, yeah. It depends what. Oh, Q. That's a free one. Comes up to the high ground. XXS is actually going to try and come in on this. Mid one just turns around with the Mesco. Doesn't care about the play battle. Oh no, I can't believe it. Once again, XXS throws his life away. Burning trapped up by the walls. It's a triple kill for mid one, and they get OP to kill himself as well. Dude. Secret once again. Is that Puppey with bonus dual damage, or did the...
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's a Ricky with plus 14.
Oh my goodness. So XXS still yet to win a duel, and Secret sitting on 2 dual victories so far. Down the mid lane, the tier 2's gone, and this is something as well that we didn't really talk about. The pushing power of this lineup is insane. Yeah,
and they've been building all the items for it, and they didn't get any Midases. They're just aiming for the game win right here. Maybe not, they don't have to win right now, but they won that team fight convincingly due to smart play, and they have the perfect items to just wreck these towers, instantly killing them. This is going to be a 2-Rax here. Maybe. At the least, I think they'll get the tier 3 tower. But with AC and
a
20
seconds, no Sven.
They can poke it. It's going to be dangerous. Without BKB, yeah, they can't get hooked here. If Tia gets hooked, she dies, 100%. So They'll play it all safe. They got Arax at 30 minutes. That's very effective. They're closing out the map still. They still have TA traps everywhere. They've still got wolves everywhere. Their job is being done. And I'm looking at the Abaddon pick. Man, this is working out so well this game.
He's nearly got an Aghanims.
Yeah, he was safe in his lane, constantly pushing the safe lane, and he's been there for every big duel and guaranteed that his team got the duel damage. Like, it completely changes how effective Legion Commander is when an Abaddon can just pump out heals and shields on one guy so fast. It's like what Abaddon was made for originally, was keep this one guy alive, and against Legion, that is exactly what the hero does.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, this Legion just struggling so much to find. I mean, what can you do as XXS in this sort of situation? How do you find a use?
It's a weird problem to solve. You have to prevent Abaddon from casting heals and shield on an ally. It's not like you can just get Blade Mail and be like, oh, he's too strong, we'll Blade Mail it back. It doesn't work because you're healing that guy and you're putting a shield on him that only reflects 200 of the damage.
We see XXS trying to jump in there. Will find Puppey. I'll take the Ricky at least. Burning spot the BKB and God Strength for this. They'd love to find more. They'll get the hook on Kezu. But oh, mid one just jumps in and 2 shots down. The Fat Boy looks towards Q. They'll be able to pick up the Venge as well. A double kill for mid one, as his role in this game continues to be an incredibly strong one. Burning will bring down Pi, but now with the Diffusal Blade charges, just zoning Burning, controlling him out. It's triple kill for mid one, and they're moving on for more. This could be Rampage territory. No, but Boca will make sure there's no more bloodshed on IG as he hooks back.
The prophets of the Pudge Midas.
Says he's going to lose another duel. He jumps in, gives away his life to mid one. There's the Ultra. Give the man the Rampage. There we have it. GG is called, and Secret.
That was so cool.
Was this just outplay? Was this an outdraft?
This is an outdraft, an outplay, and out strategy right here. Like, this is the culmination of all the Midas purchases of this tournament so far, and Secret being like, hey,
screw Midas.
Everyone is buying way too many Midases on heroes that they shouldn't be buying Midas on, and we're just going to run a strat that's effective in the laning stage and just is built entirely for the mid game. Because now we saw the value of Pudge Midas there. It was him buying back into.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. 10 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. " 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team pick. Pack. Team Secret's turn to pick.
Sniper.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Thank you very much, Red, and indeed another game where we're seeing new heroes, it feels like, Purge. We're going to have a battle of astronomical proportions, supernovas versus black holes. There's a man who runs a boat as well. The Kunka's thrown in.
Yeah.
What catches you eye? What excites you the most here about this?
It's all going to be about team fights, and I think the Medusa pick and how she uses her ulti is going to be really crucial, because depending on who's looking at her, which way the black hole is aiming, she can disable a lot of crucial heroes. And I think the sniper, despite being a good pick, is also going to be a little bit of a focus point for IG as well. Can they kill the sniper before sniper sits back, does a ton of damage, breaks through Medusa's ulti really easy, stuff like that. So I think early roaming for Secret's a big deal too. Can you set tempo with Crystal Maiden, with Kunkka? Can you make every black hole effective? That way, in the meantime, Spectre's getting more free farm, because eventually if they get a Radiance, then tree armor becomes weak. They have decent solutions against some of the other enemy heroes. Sniper's gonna be really good against the Supernova too. So there's just so many teamfight elements that are gonna interact in the teamfights, and we'll see who does it better.
I guess one thing as well that's quite nice about the Kunkka, the torrent getting through the tree armor. That's a bit of a solution as well with those damaged instances.
That could be really effective for sure. They've got lots of good solutions against that though. They've got like Eidolons attacking. They've got Frostbite doing multiple damage sources. They've got Shrapnel is amazing against Tree Armor. I don't even think Tree Armor is going to matter that much this game. There's definitely going to be some times where it's useful, but maybe it won't be the biggest deal in the world. So Puppey did actually smoke for the top lane here, got interrupted, smoke breaks, and as a result, Vengeful Spirit spots him out. So no perfect wards for them, which is actually pretty important, because Enigma usually spends a lot more time jungling as an offlane hero, and because he wasn't able to block the pull camps, this means that despite Enigma jungling, the supports are actually going to be able to get a lot, either from pulling or from roaming.
What do you think about this decision in terms of roles from IG, having Burning, playing kind of a signature carry Venge that we know that IG love, and then obviously putting the Phoenix on the support capacity and having the puck on the offlane.
I don't think it's that weird. Maybe the Dusa mid can sometimes have some issues, but considering that he's the only farm-heavy hero, I think what IG needs to do is just set really good tempo early and doesn't need to go too heavy into sitting back. I think that's exactly what Secret wants to do. They want to sit back. I wouldn't expect them. I wouldn't be surprised to see them get a lot of Midases this game. I think that's what they aim for. Just sit back, try to get kills when they can with Black Hole, delay until Radiance, and then start taking fights.
Oh, see, IG will be able to secure themselves by the looks of it 3 runes, and unless Secret come back in on this bottom, but the CM and Spectre not looking to want to contest IG's presence, and they managed to get themselves the advantage there. Yeah,
it's a typical thing that happens when you've got too many greedy picks. Like, Spectre's not a very good level 1 hero, but 100 less gold, it's unfortunate, but it won't be the end of the world. Puppy will probably head to the safe lane here, just give them a really strong tri-lane. Between Frostbite and Torrent, they've got decent nuke potential. bo3 will be their target most likely, but he did go Leech Seed level 1, interestingly. Not the best disable right now, but definitely impacts a lot better than Nature's Guise.
See if they can do anything about it. They're going to throw the dagger out, bring everyone in with the Frostbite into the Torrent. bo3, can he survive through this? We'll have the Leech Seed heal. XXS coming across as well, trying to force Secret off him. But the second Frostbite, that should be enough to set up first blood here for Secret. They love to get MP in for it, but he can't quite get there close enough, so Pi will take the kill.
That was perfectly done. First Frostbite, follow him to get the second one. That's not a very survivable hero. In some ways, it's a huge mistake he was standing where he was. He did stand there so that the tree would not give vision from the south, but he didn't anticipate Kunkka coming from the left, which is why they were able to initiate on him. So, and maybe if he had Nature's Guise, he would have been fine, of course. But I do like that they're safely tri-laning here. None of the camps got blocked as well, so, or at least Pylite I de-warded one. So I think this is going to be really good for Secret. In the mid lane, it's a Sniper versus a Medusa. I would say this is a Sniper-favored matchup for sure. He doesn't really need mana that badly. Shrapnel's pretty cheap, so I think even if the Snake hits him, he'll be alright. Last hitting-wise, he's a little bit worse, but I think he'll be alright. Then off-lane Enigma, pretty much straightforward game for him. No, he wasn't able to block any camps, actually, so yeah, Phoenix will get some pulling. And that's huge for Phoenix, because Phoenix is a hero that needs levels as a support. If he can't pull, he's going to have a really bad game, so Kezu needs to try to interrupt this as much as possible.
In terms of like the movements that the supports can make on both sides, do you feel that the Secret's combo of the CM and the Kunkka is going to be a little bit more devastating in terms of moving around the map in comparison to the Phoenix Treant early on?
Absolutely, especially because of how much damage over time they have. It's going to make Living Armor less effective even if Tree isn't ganking. So certainly like their support duo a bit better. And their disables are still good.
They found bo3 here again. They will have the Frostbite into the Torrent. They'll surround him. This looks to be a second kill. If bo3 will try and get himself back towards the tower, it's not going to work. He's down. XXS actually orbed in to try and help him, and he's going to fall as well. Double kill given to MP on this safe lane. 2.5 minutes in. IG, not the start that they wanted.
This is really bad for IG in their start here. Like, it's already a little bit difficult with an off-lane puck, and now that he's just getting killed, in addition to the second death now on bo3. I mean, on the bright side, bo3 can finally leave the lane because he has invis, but
OP's kind of out of mana here. I mean, mid-one was ready to get aggressive. OP's got to get the hell out of it. He's got to go to the shrine, pop off, and mid-one's going to get the space in the mid lane to get a bit of a CS lead.
Heavy amounts of damage is the best way to deal with Medusa. Just burning through his mana shield is really easy with Shrapnel, actually. Only downside is you're limited by Shrapnel charges, but I think mid-one's going to have a pretty straightforward lane. And the worst part is the supports can't even roam here. Phoenix can't pressure this lane, that's for sure. And Tree has to try to get the puck farm, so now that the lane is going bad in off lane, that makes it even better, or even worse for the Medusa. Everything is just looking really rough for IG at the moment.
But bo3 has to be careful that he just doesn't get himself caught out of position yet again. Especially when it causes XXS to throw himself in and try and turn it around. The sentries are there. They do spot him out. They've found him. They've got the X mark set up, and with the dagger coming in as well, I think this is going to be another death for the Tree. Can he get himself out of the range of the sentry ward? That's the question. It doesn't matter. They've got a second. They'll chase down bo3, and it's another death on this Treant Protector Purge.
That was perfect communication from Secret. Like, as soon as they casted X, Spectre was already walking.
Yeah,
they saw
dagger.
him. He starts walking over, casts the dagger, guarantees the 3 right clicks. If they don't have 3 heroes right clicking there, that's not a kill. And this is honestly the most effective Spectre I've seen for like carry contributing to a kill. Yeah, he's been there every time. He's got 2 kills, 2 assists right now. He's so far ahead.
This'll come in handy.
For sure. I mean, you can see from the CS, it does miss out on a few because MP's making these movements, but as you mentioned, absolutely worth it for the involvement that he's had.
His net worth is about the same as what the Vench has, because Vench has like another 7-8 last hits. But the amount that it's going to affect the other heroes on IG, just because they're killing them repeatedly, that's going to have a really longing impact on the game. If the game continues like this, I feel like the one hero that can really get things back under control, Puck might die.
He's in trouble. They've got the torrent set up. They have the X mark to make sure that XXS, can he actually get away? No, he can't. It's so hard for the Puck to play around this Kunkka control. An MP on a killing spree on a safe lane Spectre before the 5-minute mark.
This is incredible. You might be wondering why Puck didn't use Orb. Well, it's because he just saves X.
Yeah.
Cast it on when the Orb comes out, and he goes right back. They have all the solutions here. It's actually insane. The draft looks so good for Secret. The one hero I think can get this game back under control. Mid one's probably going to die here at least.
This is a good gank for IG to pull off. He'll try for the TP out. Surely he doesn't make it. He doesn't. The punches from bo3 are too much. So IG will get a big kill. They need a few more of those, but it is something.
The hero I'm looking at is definitely the Vengeful Spirit, though.
Okay.
When he gets 6, move around the map, get some important kills, kill the supports, he's definitely going to be effective at killing Kunkka and CM because of minus armor and good nuke damage. That's the hero that I think can really change the game in the early-ish rotations. Not to mention that Swap's always going to be pretty relevant against Enigma.
Swap's really good this game. I mean, it combos so well with so many of IG's team. You know, the classic kind of Swap Dream Coil. Also, you've got to think about things like the Supernova, the Stone Gaze. It's brilliant. You know, you swap someone behind the Medusa and suddenly they can't walk past her to the safety of their team, and you're splitting up the fight, you're hitting a guaranteed Stone Gaze. There's a lot of synergy between IG's lineups that is going to come out in those mid-game fights. I
really see so much more on Secret's side, though. Like Enigma, for example, just a super rush on the Midas here, which seems kind of crazy. Usually you have to grab a Soul Ring or an Arcane Boots or something like that, but he's just been going Clarity heavy, and of course he's at a CM the whole time.
And he's having such a good start as well. Level 6 minutes in, the CS he's second highest. He was having the easiest lane of his life. Bottom lane though, Puppey, in a bit of trouble. Pi will look to take it down, XXS in return. Or the Jaunt, phase shift, will dodge that last hit. So XXS will survive. Puppey does get back to safety as well.
Pi could be in trouble.
Yeah, in a lot of trouble if they get that lead seed off, and indeed they do. Torrent nicely holds back Burning, so the magic missile won't be there, and Puppey saves Pi dies life.
Yeah, huge Torrent there. Absolutely that Pi dies if he doesn't stun there. So first rotation from Venge, it's okay, but not super impactful. No kills happened. I think still the only kill that IG has right now is the sniper kill in the mid lane. That's the only effective one they've had.
I mean, I guess you've got Burning down it, so you can now start to slow down what MP is getting done in this lane, but it's giving more and more space to Kezi. This is going to be an absolutely free farming Enigma from the open. There's no stopping him without extra resources. Bottom lane, though, that's big. They get in onto MP, and this is perfect for Burning. He sits down here, MP maybe just underestimating the killing potential with XSS coming back in, just gets caught sort of AFK, sitting there in the bottom lane.
Yeah. And I think bo3 might even max Nature's Guys first this game. He's got 2 points in it already. And just because there's so many things that counter living armor, why max it out in some ways? So it's kind of cool because he does play very roam heavy. And this is a way to make Treant Roam even more effective. Something somebody mentioned to me the other day. The cooldown's 3 seconds on the fade time. So that means if you hit somebody and get back to the tree, they're stunned for 2.2 seconds. So technically you only have 0.8 seconds-ish downtime to stun them again. It's actually kind of incredible. So we'll see if he can abuse this in an ultra OP way in the early game. Oh, they scan the rotation. They know exactly where these guys are going. So
straight out of there. Saw some good scans from Secret in game 1 as well. Just very good awareness of when IG was making these movements.
So I think this is going to be like the fastest GPM we'll ever see on Enigma this game. This is perfect circumstances. Great lane, CM aura, delayed Arcane Boots or Soul Ring until after you got the Midas, so this is like the earliest Midas I've seen. Every other gameplay is just, it's not safe to do it. So he's going to level up really fast, get the fast cooldown perk at 15, and I think Kazu's going to have insane items this game.
What is kind of the item progression you expect? Will he get Midas, Arcanes, and then the Blink, or does he get the mech first?
Traditionally, the Enigma would get a fast BKB first, just because they would combo with Nagas, but because there's no guaranteed teamfight setup, it might be safer for him to do a Linken's first, maybe, to interrupt the swap potential. But he might also be, if he gets BKB, he can still be Overgrowth, he can still be Dusa ulted. I think maybe just like Linken's Blink or something is maybe what he's considering, but it's hard to say. Eventually an Octarine, things like that. He could also go mech. It's not a bad idea.
Looks like they may just want to go for a straight walk-in black hole potential. You know, have that at your availability. Mid one's there to provide the damage. You know, Burning's fairly on his own at the moment. He's backing up, waiting for extra teammates to come through. Q will join him.
Yeah, he's got to be careful, because if he's the one that gets black holed, nobody's going to save him.
No, nothing that Q. I'm lane. Sass. Again, has to be careful. MP does have Haunt, so by all means can chase down a Puck if he wants to.
Yeah.
It won't quite bring him low enough to
if he had an urn,
force him back.
if he had an urn charge, he maybe would have gone for it. But
and what do you think
not worth
about? I mean, Midas on the Might again. XXS. We saw it last game. Getting Midas before Blink. This game as well on the Puck. Gets the treads. Looks for the Midas first.
Yeah, this one definitely could be potentially really good. A lot of Pucks are doing different builds right now, but you know, the faster you get 25 means more insane gold for your team. He's also behind, so maybe he's thinking Blink won't be enough. Because if you get Blink on Puck, it definitely lets you initiate really easily. But the general thought is that Puck needs a little bit more farm to help scale, because otherwise he doesn't have the ability to solo kill. It's not like he can just roll around the map and keep blowing people up with a combo like Quap can, for example. So by buying Midas, he farms faster with the Gloves of Haste and the Treads. That's overall going to help, and the items after his Blink will be way faster. And you don't have to worry about, like, I'm losing the game, Blink isn't actually doing anything for me. So there's benefits and negatives, but I feel like he can do enough with without Blink. So other people set up the ganks too, like Tree, for example.
See bo3 head back down bottom, maybe wanting to do something with XXS, who has got that Dream Coil ready, but at the same time, Secret are prepared. Pylite and Puppy in the tree line. It's going to be very hard for these two members of IG to do anything aggressive. Ready. Just backing off.
Well, I had a mistake on Secret. Puppy also purchased an urn, so they have 2 on their team. It's a little bit of a mistake, but it'll be alright.
Get an X into a sort of setup. X could be pretty deadly, especially for bo3 if they have the vision down, but no vision down at the moment on this bottom. Okay, just towards the left. They need bo3 to head over into the jungle, but it looks like bo3 may be aware that it's very likely that Secret do have to the other side of the lane.
This is a dead Spectre, I think.
He's got Horn. He can try and play his way out of it.
That's true, but I don't think I'd want to jump on a Ven. She has pretty good ability to guarantee the kill after you haunt in. Maybe going to Medusa is probably the best solution. It's like I can't really stop you from running away once you jump in, as long as you survive the snake.
I mean, again, Secret just well aware of what's happening. bo3 moves across underneath the Observer Sentry combination. Yeah. MP knows that they are looking for him, and will keep himself safe down behind the tower. Because Secret know that there's likely to be more members, they're making moves elsewhere. They're moving straight up for Burning, but at the same time, it seems like IG have the similar read. Burning's already getting himself the hell away from that top lane.
Both teams are doing a great job expecting and seeing where their opponents are rotating. Spec is still bottom, though. This is a little uncharacteristic because the dive.
And see if they can get him in time. He'll go for the straight TP out, but there's the bash from bo3. MP, he's not going to waste the Horn. He's just going to accept his fate, go down, and IG do get the big pick. Secret will get a tier 1 tower trade, but of course, taking down that Spectre, absolutely huge. He's on this point where he's going to be doing that long road towards the Radiance. Every kill is a big one.
It's a little surprising for him to be there and his team not to back him up, but maybe he wasn't expecting the dive to be so heavy, or maybe he wasn't expecting to actually die in time. I mean, they are very stun limited on IG, that's for sure, but the Tree Bash was there in time. He does end up getting 3 points. I think he's going to max that out all the way. There's almost no way he doesn't do it now. If that makes a big difference. His damage output is definitely going to be low this game, but it's more about tactical opportunity, like what a Ricky does, so it's kind of fun to see different playstyle differences. And they're going to get their own tower, so I'd say IG's okay with this. Killed the carry, killed the safe lane. Spec doesn't have a super safe place to farm. He's doing good, but the 2 kills they have on him now, it's definitely the right hero to put pressure on.
Secret are looking for a second tower on this top lane, and there's the jumping onto Burning, coming in with the Haunt, the Frostbite into the Torrent, Burning, and then Black Hole by Kez, who grabs the both of them. That's one down. Q almost certainly in trouble as well. He does get the Supernova off in time, and in fact with the Stone Gaze, this is causing issues for Secret. They're trying to get out, but the Dream Coil onto Kez and Pylite Eye will secure 2 kills in return. MP trying to hide in the trees, but Q, he flies forward, finds the Spectre, and at the end of the day, despite the Black Hole, the Supernova was stronger. The follow-through from OP turning up to the fight meant that IG were able to turn that right on its head and make sure that Secret was sent home with a severe bruising.
Really good team fight from IG. I think the only thing that Secret needed to do there was guarantee the Phoenix kill during the Black Hole. So I think the only thing that could have been better, perhaps, is Pylite Eye moving closer towards those heroes when he uses his ultimate, just to guarantee that there's a higher chance that he gets damage out of it. Because he cleaned up the Venge really fast, but the Phoenix didn't go down, and him getting the Supernova off with the Fire Spirits, and he's actually maxed that skill, by the way. They're not killing the Supernova then, so guarantees the Spectre kill, and kind of a big loss there for Secret. They didn't get the tower, they used Black Hole, they used Haunt, and they didn't win that fight. That was not so good for them. IG's recovering. Venge goes for Midas as well, by the way.
Classic burning. Wouldn't want it any other way. Midas indeed. Say, and then what would he go for his big healer?
Treant Midas. Alright, IG's committed to the Midas builds.
If they could find MP again, that would be huge. Burning. Zip down there with a haste stream, but I'm already hiding in the trees. It's there as well behind him.
Radiant's middle tower.
I imagine that Secret's going to play really defensive the next 2 minutes until they get their skills again, because any other kind of engagement is going to be a little terrifying. They'd love to get Sniper in some of these fights as well. I think that'll definitely help them, but it's kind of hard when he needs to defend other waves. Like, whenever a wave gets pushed, he's definitely the best hero to deal with it. Maybe one of the negatives about Secret's draft, they don't have the best pushing heroes. Sniper's by far the best though, so can't really show up to these fights as easily. The warding for IG is amazing right now. All these wards are sort of unpredictable spots, except for the one by Roche. They're great spots that spot a lot of good rotations. They know exactly where Secret's playing right now. And as a result, that's going to allow them to farm the map more efficiently. They're less likely to get ganked. There's just so many benefits.
Tess? A little careful there. Secret are sweeping down to bottom, but I mean, coverage. It's so hard for both teams to make a move here at this point.
That's the first scan that missed, I think, for Secret. They thought maybe there would be a gank on the safe lane here, I believe.
Top Baboka with eyes on Kezi. He's not really near enough to come over and join in terms of his farm. Plays Dragon Lance and going for that Manta style build that a lot of people kind of on the fence about. So it's not sort of the Mask of Madness that we've been more used to seeing here at this major already.
Have people been going that build?
For the Manta style?
Mask of Madness on Medusa?
We saw the Mask, it was in the last series today, the earlier series today. We saw Mask of Madness Medusa.
Nice. I really like that build a lot, actually. I think it's very, very fun. Really helps her. See, the problem when you go this kind of build, it's like stat heavy, it makes you tankier, it makes your right click a little better, but it doesn't make your right click a lot better. And an item like Mask of Madness really accelerates you. But I don't know if you can justify this game.
Okay.
The Manta is mostly going to help for things like removing Frostbite, removing maybe like a Diffusal Blade, things like that. That way he can actually get a little bit of gap close between himself and somewhere else. And he's also going to be able to push lanes with it pretty well. That's maybe the best part, but as a whole, Manta doesn't really increase the Medusa damage that much, especially with AoE in the area, because it's just going to kill the illusions right away. And that doesn't really amplify your damage a whole lot. So, maybe the negative build.
I wonder if they've got kill potential there. They're keeping eyes on Kezu and slowly moving OP closer. That's how safe Kezu plays, and he's going to back up. Doesn't know that Baboka's there, but realizes there's very high potential. Bottom lane, Dream Coil will be dropped. They'll look for the quick pick onto Puppey. Will get it. Make sure the Burning gets himself involved in some action. The kills. And the build as well from Burning, looking to be the Midas into the straight Hood of Defiance.
So I think the only person that doesn't have Midas here is going to be the Medusa. Phoenix has his recipe ready. He's like 70 gold away. That's a pretty standard Phoenix item in the past.
Yeah.
But I think I'm going to have to remake my Midas video and just be like, every hero buys this, guys.
Apparently so. But we saw teams yesterday buying Mass Midas and still losing, so
that's true.
It might not win you the game.
And it definitely cost IG heavily in the first game as well, but that may have been more strategy than actually item build. But I mean, either way, I think Secret's still in a pretty good place. They just have to get their relic up. As long as it's not Spectre getting ganked, I don't think Secret is too unhappy about this. Like Puppey dying down there with against like a Dream Coil, that's okay. They'll live through that one. But they just don't have the best defensive supports. It's one of the negatives about their draft. They can't really save Sniper if he's out of position and gets gone on by their opponents. They can't save Spectre in that case. So what they need to do is just ideally have better movement around the map and not get caught out of position, kind of a thing. Because if the ganks start, you're probably dead anyway. So let the ganks go towards their weaker supports that don't give as much gold. And in the meantime, your carries can continue farming efficiently.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Hood, obviously on Burning, and actually Kezu himself as well, from the mech, going straight for the Pipe of Insight. So really gearing up for these team fight items to help Secret out against IG.
Yeah, kind of interesting. I guess Venge just needs survivability, really. Like, you can build right-click items, but I think survivability is a bit better because she can't escape herself that well when she gets engaged on. So it'll stop Radiance damage, it'll stop Shrapnel damage, it'll stop Crystal Maiden combos. And, like, Enigma, you love these items, like Mech, Pipe. This is different than what most Enigmas have been building, but I think without the Naga, you can't be as greedy and just go for that. I'm going to, for sure, black hole people. It's just safer for him to buy items that help his team win a fight. I really favor these ones, usually anyways.
Still the master of the farm, even though mentioned without the Midas. OP is there at the top. Though. Very close down the Manta. It's actually going to be with the Horn that they find a pick onto XXS, joining Pi and Mid1, who catch him out with the Frostbite. In the puck down, and of course that kill involvement pushing MP very close to having the relic. Sitting on 3.6k gold at the moment. He should find it without any difficulties. The rest of his team could be in trouble. Mid1 will be initiated on by bo3 with the overgrowth. Pi tries for the TP out. Looks like he will make it, but IG, they don't care. They find the bigger kill. They take down the sniper. That's
surprising. That's a core kill, and you only got 263 gold. That kind of shows what the net worth is like, most likely. Not looking the best.
Yeah, that does sound very low for
IG. There were 4 heroes though, so that's part of it. It splits up a little bit, but I don't know. Looking, it was a good kill for sure. Guess getting the puck first definitely helps, but very wise for Pi just to ditch. Like they can't save anybody that gets caught, especially if the Venge shows up. Burning is almost unstoppable as a core right now at this point in the game. He will go for a Hurricane Pike actually, so kind of back towards the more typical build. I just like the hood a lot on Venge because you don't really want to get a BKB on the hero because, yeah, it gives you 10 seconds, but it's not like you need to win the fight in that 10 seconds. Venge is more like a elongated core in that she fights for longer in the battle, and it won't necessarily be I pop BKB and initiate. If you swap somebody out of position, maybe you're not as out of position as you needed to be. It fits the hero a lot better. It's a lot cheaper as well, so I like that build a lot. I don't know if he'll commit to the pipe. Probably not, but maybe later. So for now, IG just has to continue pressuring. They should still try to get kills if they can, obviously, while continuing to farm their cores, which is basically Medusa. Give her a couple more items. She's going to go the next boring item in the line, which is Scotty. Just more and more efficient items. Because he's going to do the same thing. Farm the triple camp near his secret shop. Farm the enemy jungle just a little bit, but not too far because he doesn't want to feed. And continue leveling up.
I mean, with this kind of build, you know, regarding the stats on OP and eventually the hood and such on burning, is there going to be a lack of damage, you feel, on IG's lineup in these fights? Because you've got the pipe and the mech to help offset some from Kezu? Or is it still enough? There's
definitely some threat to that, I would agree. But I think Phoenix helps back it up, as does the Veil that he's going to build. It'll help accelerate puck, so I think it could work fine. But there definitely will be some damage problems. I think they're just not going to have that issue until like 20 minutes from now.
Okay.
Like once Spectre starts getting into survivability items past the Radiance. Second survivability item kind of range.
Now Radiance, just a matter of about 500 gold away from completion on MP. Next team fight bordering on that kind of next level of difficulty for IG. They do fight once he's got it. Mid lane, the catch will be there on Q. The follow through to Bo, but it's not quite enough burst as Q be able to get himself back to safety. Top lane, burning for bo3 and OP, moving in onto another tower. They will claim it, so more money and control into the bank of IG. And this is something as well, really, with 21 minutes in and Secret themselves, they've only managed to take, one of the tier 1s of IG.
Yeah, that's because it's not safe for them to group as 5 and push, because they know that IG has pretty good teamfight advantages. It looks so good for Secret in the draft, but grabbing the Dusa and the Tree and the Phoenix, it's like the team fights are tough. And if Secret didn't lose the tempo from their early advantage around that tier 2, then everything would have probably been fine for Secret. They would have gotten faster to the Radiance, things would have been safer, but they had to play this defensive turtle kind of thing where they don't play aggressive because they lost some of that advantage that they got earlier.
Secret certainly thinking about taking a fight here. There's going to be the jump in from XXS. Dream Call onto 2 with the Horn. In response, they're ready to come in with this Radiant Spectre. The Stone Gaze comes through. The Supernova in the midst of it all as well. On top of the Overgrowth, it's going to be a massive Supernova stun.
They denied it.
Oh my, they got that denied literally that last second, bringing it down in time, and that is going to make sure that Secret can secure this team fight. They find 3. They're looking for bo3 in the tree line. They won't quite get him. He will get out. But yeah, killing that Supernova, they were a millisecond away from being 5-man stunned up.
And it guaranteed that Enigma lived, because I thought for sure that Supernova was going to blow, stun him, the Venge gets the Enigma kill, maybe he gets a second kill afterwards with Phoenix getting his cooldowns back up again. That absolutely changed the fight. That was huge. And now Guardian Greaves picked up on Enigma, so now he can remove Disable. Actually, the thing I liked the best about that team fight was Kezu turning into the Dusa ulti because he knew that it would stop the magic damage. And actually, Burning also stunned on it during the Stone Gaze. So he actually didn't take that much magic damage during the combo. It was a lot of right clicks. Now the pressure comes. They've got Radiance.
Yeah, IG's just giving away another freebie here. Pi, mid one, and MP getting another kill. I mean, this is exactly as MP would have hoped to expect a game to go, really, wasn't it? He had this lane where he was getting kills, gets a good timing on the Radiance. First fight where he turns up with it, bam, he's involved in 3, then a further pick-off.
Yeah, it was definitely a little slow by all means, but Secret had to play like that due to the fact that IG was effective at team fighting as well. But now they're just going to accelerate past their opponents, I think. I mean, they've got Midases. It's going to help them remain competitive, but I feel like Secret can just play around their black hole cooldowns, stuff like that. They've got the cooldown reduction now, and they didn't even use it in the last fight. They're still ready to go pretty much. Not to mention Enigma's as tanky as he's going to need to be, more or less, with Greaves and Pipe. So Secret's sitting real happy right now.
I kind of like this pick-up as well from mid one. I feel we didn't really see the effectiveness of it in that last fight, but having the Blink Dagger on this sniper, this is brilliant. If he's just on the back lines and then the Supernova comes through, he could just blink into a good position to make sure that he can help take that down from long range. Yeah. And ensure that Secret have a very strong chance of taking team fights. The
better benefit, I think, is more around the Vengeful Spirit. I think he's doing this because of the swap.
Okay.
So, if, for example, if a Bernie makes a mistake, does swap without casting a Wave of Terror first, no damage taken, he can blink back to safety. If he does stuff like that, it absolutely saves the team fight. Or he can just, like you said, hide in trees, wait till the team fight starts, then blink somewhere where he needs to be. Force the swap to go on somebody else instead. Downside is he's going to have to be the one to hit the tower later, so it's going to be maybe obvious where he's sitting, but the Blink Dagger really helps make up for some of that lost mobility. Does look like he's building very defensive this game, though. Yasha up next into a Manta. Manta's honestly a pretty crap sniper item. His illusions do not do much damage. You usually buy stuff like, I don't know, you can get like Monkey King Bar some games. Maelstrom doesn't really do much for your illusions. Gives him attack speed, I guess, but not much damage. So
is it him gearing up for a Manta Diffusal build for the Medusa?
It's for Overgrowth, most likely. So yeah, as soon as he gets disabled by Overgrowth, BKB or not, he can remove that.
Do you think Diffusal's unlikely or
on Sniper?
For the Sniper?
It's actually definitely a real good possibility. I was thinking about it during the draft, but I kind of walked away from it and thought later. But considering there's a trend, I think it's really possible here. Yeah. The mana drain you get individually is amazing. It's like 50. I think your illusions only get half of that, though, so maybe it's 8 actually for range. It's pretty crap. So 16 melee, 8 range. So it's not a way to go if you're trying to drain Medusa's mana with your illusions, but for his hero, he could potentially grab it.
So as you said, it's more for keeping himself alive and being very slippery in these.
The Manta, yeah. So I don't think he goes Diffusal. I'd prefer he just goes like MKB or something like that. Almost catching the puck here on the bot lane. Yeah, they just want for it. They know they can get this kill, otherwise maybe not.
Yules. Yeah, he is still quite hard to keep a hold of, and with that, IG are actually bringing in forces to potentially turn. XXS jumps back through. The Torrent will hold back the Venge. Pi in the tree line, gets off the freezing field. The boat flies through, giving the Puppey the buff. They can't kill Puppey. Burning's down. The Supernova doesn't end up connecting on any Secret. Pylai with the Frostbite into the Torrent on XXS. They found the puck as well. OP turns up with a Stone Gaze, forcing MP to back, but bam! Mid-1 snipes down the big old bird from the sidelines. A third kill for them, and Baboka thinks about the Overgrowth, but he realizes he's just going to get himself the hell out of there. The Medusa's out of mana. MP and Pylai finish him off. Baboka falls on the sidelines, and Secret team wipe IG.
It looks so bad for Secret, but Kezu got there at the perfect time. A lot of great skill usage from the rest of Secret as well. Channeling the freezing field on the back line, frostbiting the puck right when he's trying to escape, and MP making perfect decision as well. He saw the fight was going to swing. He went back in, he guaranteed the burning kill, and all of a sudden that mech pipe hit from Enigma, and the fight was just over for IG. They burned all of their big cooldowns, and they did not secure any kills in the meantime. I think that was actually Kunka boat as well.
It was, yeah.
Delaying damage.
He was about to die, he got the boat out over him.
And that delayed the damage, and the heals came later, and all of a sudden a 5-0, and they get a tier 2. That's hugely beneficial.
Very, very impressive. And we're seeing this CM Kunkka is something that Secret, we know that they love in the past. They're just so good with it. The Frostbite Torrents coming in multiple times in the team fights and making it very hard for these heroes that like Puck that otherwise feel pretty safe in situations jumping around the enemy.
Yeah, I mean the Yules obviously helps, but it only solves so many problems. Very tough game for IG now. Secret continues to get farther and farther ahead in terms of items. Kezu, interestingly, going to go Bloodstone afterwards. I would have thought he had enough mana with Guardian Greaves and the Puck. Or, sorry, the Crystal Maiden aura, but maybe...
I mean, I guess it's just the real team play, isn't it? Heal the team, kill yourself, heal the team?
Yeah, I think he just wants the lower cooldown, and also the fact that it's going to give him really good raw HP. His resistance is really high right now between Mech and Pipe. So I think it's a mix of that. Yeah, I think that's what I'm thinking about it. But it's a little interesting. I would have thought maybe Octarine would just be your... I mean, he's queued up Bloodstone. This could also just become an Octarine.
It could, yeah, for sure. He might have just done it to get the
And they keep
booster
Sniper
in.
alive.
And top lane, Baboka. That's the overgrowth, but the buff's coming through again. The boat flies in. You are not killing the Secret very quickly. IG just have to Stone Gaze on OP, start to try and back, but the X marks there onto OP. They'll bring him back into the torrent. Q comes forward, does get the Supernova off. Nice 3-man silence from XXS.
They're gonna kill Spec.
As they're forced back. MP left alone on the front lines, and they get the kill. They bring the Spectre down. Now they're going to potentially look for more. The blink out's just in time from mid one. So Secret will save the rest, but that's a big kill to punish Secret with bringing down MP. As, again, it's this Phoenix. He got the Supernova off. XXS just jumping forward as well with the silence, making sure there's no way to fight around it. Q, though, may have made the mistake of sticking around for too long, expecting Secret to have backed off with their Spectre dead, but they stay strong with the heals and the sustain. Innings also there. I mean, IG bite back into this. They don't really have quite enough catch to do so. But a nice little double back at least for Secret to pick something off. But at the end of the day, their Spectre's dead.
A little surprised to even see the Spectre go down. I felt like Burning just sitting back, waiting to swap out the Deuce if needed. But Deuce wasn't taking that much damage. And he's, screw it, I'll just go in there and do some damage to the Spec. And Spec's at that crucial mark, too, where he spent all of his gold on, like, Radiance and Iyasha. So his HP is mediocre, and his armor is pretty low for an Agi hero. So he lowers his armor and right-clicks him until he dies.
Yeah, one of the things that could have maybe changed that, he's got the ultimate orb on the courier. He was very close to having a Manta style. So if the Spec had the Manta in that situation, may have managed to get himself out of it.
Yeah, absolutely. That have made a really big difference. Or maybe he just would have killed the Medusa a lot faster or something like that. Although when Spec does finish Diffusal Blade afterwards, which is definitely the item you go for this game, Medusa's got to be a lot more careful, because that felt like such a fight win for Secret to me. Like, they killed the Treant on the back line, the Medusa ulti was wasted, they were pressuring, moving forward, but they just didn't hard commit. I think it's still a bit of Secret worrying about the Black Hole getting interrupted. Because Kezu's been holding that skill very heavily this game. We haven't seen too many black holes, but the reason is because he does not want it just to get swapped instantly. So when that happens, Secret's not going to be the same fighting capacity for the next 2 minutes, and Secret does not want to lose that opportunity.
We'll pick up the gem now on Pi. It's just purchased it, so we'll start to get that superior map control up.
Puck also holding one, so...
yes, so they both got one out now.
It's gem battle time, basically.
And so this is where those deaths can be incredibly costly, lose gem at this point.
Radiant's bottom tower
XS, and we'll see who is given the gem. In fact, Secret will be Puppy. We'll hold it after Pi's purchase.
And they're actually going to smoke up on IG here. Want to take a fight. They're feeling the Roche coming sometime soon, so they can be the first to initiate.
I mean, yeah, it's not necessarily easy because, yeah, they've got all their ults available, but at the same time, so Secret, Haunt is back up, as well as the Black Hole. The Black Hole, to be fair, something that we haven't really seen. I mean, Kezu just showing us really the threat of the Enigma without the need to actually cast that spell in these team fights.
Exactly.
Still so much that he can do.
It's a huge threat, especially if they get a good team fight. As he transitions, I'm still not super sold on the Bloodstone. We'll see how it works out, but if sometimes you need to do more than just mech and pipe your team, right? With that said, though, I think it's more important you cast Black Hole. Not to mention, if you die ever on Enigma, your Midas is probably going to be on cooldown since you can reduce it so much. But can they initiate on Dusa here? It's not the hero they want to start the fight on, and it definitely looks like a bait.
I mean, how do they close the gap? That's I guess X mark is the best way, but still that buys time for reaction really from IG. It's, without any sort of blink on Kezu, even having a blink on Puppy would be nice, or Pi, which is just isn't there at the moment. It's not that easy for them to get the clean initiation unless they're just going in with a full 5-man push. I mean, their best initiation pretty much is what MP haunting in onto someone on the front lines.
Yeah, that's kind of true, actually. And it is kind of weird not to see them go for that mobility on these heroes that easily can. Like Kunkka, sometimes the blink is fantastic. That would maybe be the easiest way to do it. Normally, you wouldn't always prioritize Kunkka. Going a build like this, heavy stats, heavy utility, teamfight stuff is good. But I definitely agree. This is a game. If Kezu really didn't want to buy a blink until super late, I think it's pretty fair to justify Puppy grabbing
a bit of that Bloodstone gold for a blink. It feels like it
feels worth it. Yeah.
And talking about interesting builds, Pi, he's going for the Orchid on the CM.
Do you know what this is for? It's probably against the Phoenix and the Puck as well, really. You use Frostbite, he uses Yules, just Orchid him afterwards, then he's countered. Then you basically have 2 silences in some ways. That's kind of a cool build. I think it could really work out. Nobody's going to expect this, right? When you see Orchid Crystal Maiden.
They look for XXS, but Puppey, he does have that X as the catch, but he couldn't quite get it off. The puck was instantly out of there.
Yeah, he should have gone for Torrent first instead of trying to X. But it's difficult to know sometimes. Just killed the camp too fast or something. So anything new for Dusa? Yeah, just going Butterfly. Maybe another way that Orchid could be useful on CM. Although Bloodthorn,
build into that Bloodthorn.
He's got the plus 60 damage perk, dude, and now he's going to have a Midas and an Orchid. He's going to be just throwing out little snowballs.
Bloodthorn CM, let's do it.
It's actually okay. The only reason I like it,
eventually.
Just IG's heroes are not very good at killing supports. It's not like Slark, you know? You don't feel like you need... He actually doesn't really need a survivability item in this game, surprisingly. Because Venge is going to save swap for either putting Sniper way out of position or swapping the Enigma, right? So it's like Venge isn't just going to punish the CM repeatedly like you see. This is like actually the CM dream game where you're like, I can do whatever I want and I don't have to worry about being chased and punished all game. It's pretty cool.
Well, 18-9. Ever since kind of that last bit of a play top, it started to slow back down. And obviously we do have, as the panel mentioned, they said this could be a game that becomes this Battle of Titans, the Medusa versus the Spectre. And at the moment, in terms of farm, OP, certainly with the lead, you know, he is a clear 4,000 or such a net worth ahead of MP.
Doing a great job farming. He's got so much evasion right now. He's even got the 15% evasion perk. Hitting this guy is going to be real tough here. Mjolnir up next for Sniper, so he's not that close to a potential MKB. That would be his next item that he starts, but Enigma's really good against Duso, I'd say. Sure, her HP is really high, so the Midnight Pulse is pumping out a lot of damage. That could be useful. But they are definitely going to have some troubles killing Medusa right now. They have a bad window. They almost done with Diffusal on Spectre. That will help, but again, same problem. Can't hit the guy. Can't drain the mana if you can't hit him.
Oh, but Boka's coming round, but they do see him. They've got the vision. They'll just throw everything at him. Take the freebie, maybe move in for more. OP is coming across. They'll clear out the illusions, start to back up and kind of readjust themselves. IG preparing. If Secret want to fight for more, Puppey and MP heading onto the high ground. They'll get the X marks. The silence is there, so Puppey can't hit the combo. OP now moving forward with the Stone Gaze, the Supernova. Secret have to be very careful how they stick around for this. A good boat from Puppey will coat 4 of his team in the rum, so they'll feel pretty strong and maybe want to go back in. Kezu eyeing up the potential for a black hole maybe. Q will be focused by the Assassinate, brought down a little bit. Has to be careful with no Supernova still available. OP's actually out of mana. He's almost certainly going to go down. Kezu comes in with a black hole, grabs Burning as well. Kezu falling low, will kill himself as well, gets the Bloodstone Suicide. Assassinate from mid-1, finishes off Phoenix as well. And Secret will take the fight there. I mean, the amount of sustain these guys have getting in and out. Puppey with the boat, getting it onto pretty much his entire team, allowing them to man up, and they killed OP, the hero we talked about being one of the hardest to take down on IG's side.
Yeah, it's consistently one of the coolest things about the way that Puppey crafts team fights is he takes them and he puts them in a way that uses aspects of the heroes that we don't normally see. So after that last fight, the Bloodstone looked so good, right? Like, kept everybody alive forever. The boat also helped to keep people alive. And right after he finishes his black hole and has casted all of his spells and all of his utility items, he's like, all right, no kill for you, and I'm going to full heal my team and guarantee that nobody else dies the rest of the fight. And they win a fight, get a tier 2 tower, and they get Roche out of it. And Enigma's alive instantly. Oh, he went the respawn time perk at 20. That makes a lot of sense. Okay. I've literally never grabbed that perk at 20 in my whole life. I always grab the 300 health. But Bloodstone, like, covers those bases, basically. It gives you the raw HP that I always grab the 300 health for. Oh, you're going to get a tree kill. And comboed with the Bloodstone, he's instant respawn. It's like the Lena BS.
Isn't it? For quite a while with those charges.
Kezu has literally advanced the Enigma build with this build. I get, like, 100%. This is the new standard. Such a cool build. Like, love it when players innovate like this, and Secret's team fights just look so strong.
Man, good amount of push as well, of course, with this Enigma Zard. Lons Kezu and mid-1 will look to take the tier 2 down after this fortification is worn off. We'll see if they can try and go for more. Horn is back available. I'm seeing the black hole down for another 30 seconds. Looks like they will play it relatively safe, but they can feel pretty confident having that Aegis and such on MP. 24 at the moment. Looking at see if we're getting close to any of the 25s. I mean, OP on the Medusa. What do you take as 25 on the Medusa? Is it the lifesteal or the stone gaze in these sort of situations that's going to be more useful?
This one's a little tough. I think you're going to go stone gaze stun 100%. It's hard to say. There's so much magic damage on its team,
isn't it? Yeah.
That you almost don't want them to be stunned longer because then they take no magic damage. But 2 seconds of stun, that means if they look at you a little bit too long, they're stunned for 5 seconds. And then they take 50% bonus physical. The problem, though, is that they just don't have a physical carry that really profits from that. It's basically just Medusa.
So Burning, just with his build, he's not got the damage. I mean, soon, well, I say soon, he's quite far away from the Assault Cuirass.
I mean, AC will help a lot, and he's going to get plus 65 damage at 20. So Burning is close to doing reasonably good DPS, and Medusa consistently, she could do that as well. Maybe she picks up a Rapier at some point, and then it's going to be super value.
Yeah. Rapier with the plus 2 seconds would be the dream.
I think that's the build, though. I don't think lifesteal is really what's going to make Medusa that much stronger. I think you just say, we got to get better at team fighting it. We got to fight the team fight better than Secret does.
I assume this is just an accidental queue up because both OP and Burning have a Medusa. Medusa and AC queued up. They're not going to both buy Assault Cuirass, are they?
Probably not, but we'll see what happens.
Surely it's not good to get it on both of your cores.
Most likely, no. That's definitely. I think.
Yeah, he's picked up a Demon Edge. Okay, there we go. So he's going to go for the MKB on the Medusa. That makes much more sense.
Yeah, that protects him against a potential Butterfly pickup for Spectre, possibly Butterfly for Sniper. You never know, but Sniper going the standard MKB. He needs that for the True Strike against Dusa, and MP going for a Heart. So not necessarily needed just yet. From OP, I don't think Daedalus is the move. I'm not sure if I like the MKB here for Dusa.
I mean, obviously the Solar Crestwind Puppy is a little annoying. It's keeping his cause alive with.
All right, yeah, for that reason, I would justify it then. Good point. So first 25 perk Spectre. It's the amazing plus 400 health. So interesting.
I know it's not fun, but I think you normally take that again. I mean, the minus 10 seconds sounds good, but 400 health on your core.
I feel like almost every Spectre I've seen has gone for the spectral cooldown.
And for sure, and as of course the clever people on the internet will say, well, then why is the 25 talent worse than the 20? I mean, plus 20 strength is.
It's basically the same.
Exactly.
The only difference is that at the 20 talent is actually better because they give you HP regen.
That's what people say.
A very small amount. It's like 0.6 HP per second.
But it's like
yeah, it's kind of stupid, but that's where we're at, guys. Some heroes are just
confirmed by birds.
Kind of difficult to balance sometimes. That's life.
So what is about? I mean, Secret, I imagine, with the Spectre being where it is, they feel pretty confident. I mean, is there any sort of urge to try and break the high ground? I mean,
I think they're so safe right now. Like, this is all Secret has to do. Don't take a bad team fight, and they win this game, I think. Bad team fights is how they throw this lead away. Like, look at Pilot Dad right now. He's like, I'm just jungling, I'm pushing the lane, I'm hitting it. This looks like a low MMR game where players don't know how to pressure the map. That's how safe Pi. Maybe that doesn't mean anything to you guys, but like Pi can do whatever the hell he wants this game. The fact that he has an Orchid on a CM is ridiculous, and that's just as a function of where the game is right now and how vulnerable he feels. Like the IG drafted so much around like winning the team fight against Secret. The only hero they really have that can actually spot for kills is really just Tree, but because they're super behind and they're kind of consistently losing fights, he can't even get on the map to go look for opponents to possibly take engagements. So their lineup didn't quite fit together perfectly because Secret just got real passive. Like IG had to kind of bulldoze a little harder or win the laning stage to actually pressure the map correct, because now they feel like they're in a weird spot.
Well, what do you think about this as well? I looked at Baboka. He's not moving towards the Axe at all. He's actually decided to pick up a second pipe for the team so that they can stack them against the damage of Secret.
It can be really good, yeah. Because you can use them one after another.
You can still benefit from both of the barriers,
So it's potentially like 400 magic damage block. It's really good against Shrapnel, against CM. All these heroes basically do a ton of magic damage. I think it's okay.
Yeah, you wouldn't have liked to see kind of the movement towards the Aghanims instead of picking up a second?
I mean, it can work, but if your opponents are winning and they have a gem, it's just good luck.
Okay.
They're going to get a Quelling Blade on a hero with a gem, and they're just going to walk around just cutting all the trees down. So, and there's not even that much to farm anyways. Like, hypothetically, it's super good if you control the whole map, you put a little tree on every single neutral camp, and then you start getting like 1,000 GPM as tree every time you ulti. But it's not going to be that kind of game for him. And for that reason, maybe once again we can look at the hand of Midas and be like, hey, maybe he should have just bought Hood right away first into pipe instead of delaying all of his important stuff. I don't know. Are there even neutrals for him to use this item on? Like, I feel like he can't get out to a neutral camp half the time.
It's hard for him at the moment with the pressure that Secret were putting on. They've now started to back off a little bit. Secret back onto their half of the map. Puppy's picked up a couple of smokes, so we'll see if they do want to try and go for a play and move back onto IG side of the map as a full 5-man under the cover of it. Maybe try and catch IG off guard in this period where IG could feel a little safer coming out and leaving the base. It's still tricky.
Just so difficult for them to be on the map, because if anybody gets spotted, it's gonna, and Kunkka's there, he's just gonna X marks to spot somebody. Not that Kunkka's ultra mobile this game by any means, but I just feel like it's one of those heroes that makes a huge threat to playing the game normally. It's like playing against Disruptor. If you leave the base, if you get out of position and he catches you, then you have to fight, or you're gonna lose somebody. It's tough to be in that spot. Shiva's Guard for Enigma as well as another pickup here, making him ultra tanky.
And Burning as well, still not really picking up any sort of those big major items. It's 44 minutes, he's just finished off with Vlad, so
yeah.
I mean, just gearing up for the fact, maybe even preparing that you are going to be having to deal with these inevitable stronger creeps, and just having some sort of lifesteal. It's obviously great for kind of OP and such to help push out the lanes, a bit of extra sustain. He did go for the +2 second stun, so he himself won't have that lifesteal.
Yeah, it's fine. Oh, they're going to haunt for a puck kill. Oh man, did he die fast. Holy crap. Like, hey, somebody crossed the river. Let's kill him, guys.
Risky place to go for IG.
That's what he's got to do. He's got to push lanes out. He's got to make sure that the creeps are far away from the tower. Because at this point, IG doesn't feel super confident about winning a fight. So maybe he's over there. Maybe his allies TP to the shrine. Maybe they gank somebody that's pushing by themselves. That's basically their goal here. In that case, he ended up getting caught. And ends up dying for it, but that's okay. He's just got to ride this out until he gets his 420 GPM perk, and then he's set, right?
And then start shipping out the Moonshards to his team. Moonshard and Medusa would be very tasty.
Moonshard Phoenix?
Moonshard, absolutely.
You never
Dude,
know.
Moonshard trio.
That's
those
true.
punches.
This guy hits hard, right? Still having trouble picking up level 15, though. That's tough for him. This was old Midas. He would have been fine.
Lane Pi nearly getting caught out while with the swap from Burning. There will be backup from Secret. Pi gets popped straight away. There's no CM. MP trying to man up. Just have to be a little careful as the mini bashes come through.
It's going to disengage, I think. I think this fight's over.
Thinking about going back in. They found Baboka on the front lines. Just getting 3-shotted there by MP. Treant's down as well. So they've lost the CM, but they find a second kill on top of the puck. XXS will be back in 10 seconds.
And he actually bought out here. He didn't save his buyback. I know he's about to respawn and all, but kind of interesting. I think this is going to go passive again. You know, like, again, the way Pi is playing this game, it just shows utter confidence.
Yeah,
he's like, oh, I'm going to push mid, blink dodge your skill. Oh, I got swapped by the Venge. Oh, that's too bad. My team will still take a fight and just kill you. Yeah, like 2 kills, no problem.
Oh, and I love it. And he is, of course, doing that. He did get the blink, but he is looking for the Bloodthorn. Straight up. Blink, Bloodthorn, Crystal Maiden.
Honestly, you might as well. If you're going to build an Orchid, you should just go all the way. Even though CM's not a right-click hero. It's only an additional, like 3,000 gold?
Right, it's 60 damage, mate.
You're right. I'm underselling CM's true purpose in life. It's right-click DPS.
Into the Roshan they go. Secret playing it safe and just guaranteeing them the Aegis. And is that the 3rd time this game? No, sorry, it was just the 2nd. Okay. Yeah. Next time there'll be cheese, and we may very well see it next time. If the game continues at this pace. Depends how heavy-handed Secret want to go with this push in now that they have an age.
So Dusa, only new item here is a Monkey King bar.
Has a lot of money in the back. We're getting close to Rapier potential, which may be necessary if IG want to try and close this game out and get the win.
It's definitely a Rapier game, I think. They really need to amp up their damage. Venge is not scaling. Again, he's got Midas, but that's only going to do so much. And the Vlad's is going to help probably the Medusa the most, since he buys so many stat items. It's a little bit more extra damage from the Vlad's damage aura, but they're definitely having damage problems, and magic nukes don't scale as well in the late game compared to physical damage, which is why they're just going to keep dropping off more and more if they don't buy a Rapier.
Yeah, and I know we mentioned it before, but again, because he did take that 2-second stun, as we mentioned, the Rapier with the +2 second stun gaze.
That'd be real good. And the minus armor, if they can finish an AC. Still queued up on the bench. He's going to go.
Queuing up Mio on it, bottom lane, XXS again, trying his best to push these lanes out, but they have caught him. Can he get his way out of it? He'll try his best. No, they've got the vision with the Shiva's Guard.
Yeah.
As mid one peeps in from a mile off. And that's actually no puck for 75 seconds. As you mentioned earlier, didn't have the buyback. Again, still was unable to get that money up for buyback.
Yeah. just super smart word placement here. They knew what Puck's going to do. This is one of the things in pro games you have to be careful. If you set too many of the same patterns, then it's easier for your opponents to predict you. And in that case, he was constantly playing around the off lane there, jumping through trees and stuff. They saw him coming, and makes the kill a whole lot easier. All they got to do is haunt, and Spectre's got the disable, basically. And he goes for an E-Blade, actually, on Spectre. This has got to be a first.
Now that is confidence.
So the purpose of this is amplifying your 200 damage Spectral Dagger, actually. Did you know that?
Well, there we go.
Or
no, the purpose is to make sure you use the Diffusal Blade charges, E-Blade them, then diffuse them.
Okay.
Why not?
For the nuke.
The BM, the taunting.
I think it's for just preventing Medusa from attacking in dangerous moments, most likely. And for fun. I don't know.
It's good stats as well. Good amount of Agi. Great for the illusions from the Manta.
Yeah, something like that. It is actually the best agility item in the game. Gives the most agility.
Well, it looks like IG will be able to hold long enough for XXS to come back into the game. I am still disappointed that the OP, he is purchasing into the Mionis, so we aren't going to see the Rapier Dream come quite so yet.
It could
but still
come.
At this pace, yeah, we certainly could still see it eventually.
It's actually so bad this game. Like, he got the Stone Gaze perk, so they're stunned for longer.
But why is he doing
Mjolnir
magic
literally
damage?
doesn't do damage when they get Stone Gaze. It actually.
The Rapier OP?
I just don't know if it makes sense. I mean, he's going to reflect a lot of AoE when he uses the active. The active part is going to be pretty good if he gets into a bad situation, but I just don't see it killing his opponents super fast. I'm not sure. He'll kill the Spectre illusions, I guess. I'm just not sold on the Mjolnir.
Look at that. I mean, this ward from Secret, I don't think IG expected that, but bo3 certainly didn't. He's been spotted out here, and with the visual, they can't, okay, they don't quite have the follow through. Okay, with the Horn, they should get him. MP jumps straight into bo3, takes him out. Q goes forward here, forcing mid1 to back up. XXS gets the Dream Coil onto 2, now OP with the Stone Gaze. They've got the Supernova up, but the Black Hole's there from Kezu on the low ground, dragging in Burning, keeping himself alive. The Supernova Stun will save him, can't get his way up to the high ground though. The Frostbite lands, mid1 peeps him, Q's forced back to go away, but the Assassinate, is it going to finish him off? It is. Double kill for mid1. The Assassinate from a mile off picks up another. The buybacks are coming through from IG. They have brought MP down relatively low. Do they have the catch? And it doesn't look like they do. They can't afford to jump out of the base.
The Mjolnir's working okay at killing creeps really fast and bouncing to sniper and stuff like that without being in threat range, but they're having trouble just killing MP in the first place. And there's the E-Blade usage.
With the disarm,
prevents the attacking.
Manta it off. MP just goes head in straight away onto OP with the Torrent as well. The lockdown's too much. OP's down for 2 minutes. No buyback available, of course. But bo3 comes in with the Overgrowth. They have the Orchid onto the Supernova. Phoenix, no chance for any sort of ult. And GG is called. Secret pull through a 2-0 against IG Purge.
And it's not just the fact that they won this game, they just beat the tournament favorites right now. This is a team that just beat OG. They just came out of DAC winning 3-0 in the grand finals. And I wasn't even sure Secret was going to do well in this match. The first 2 matches they played prior to this were teams that maybe weren't expecting to do so well. It was like VG.J, and they beat Onyx, who upset Newbie, despite looking like one of the worst seeds. This is a huge win for Secret. This means they get first seed. They went 3-0 in their matches in the Swiss groups. They're done, and no matter what, they play against one of the 2 teams that go 0-3 today.
Yeah, just great performance all around from Secret. And I think